All right, we should be live here at Collectco for Saturday, May 17th, a live stream on Facebook, YouTube, and X, streaming to all three platforms right now. Hope everybody's ready to go. And if y'all ready, I'm ready. I'm about to hit the like button. I'm going to hit the share button, copy link button. I'm going to hit the share button. I'm going to hit the group button. And I'm going to share it there, and I'm going to share it there. I'm going to share copy link here. And here's John. Hope John's doing okay. 6 crates, new collection, sealed records. Looks like we've had a good day. And we're about to sell a lot of stuff tonight. Here we go, folks. Let's hit copy link. And then here. All right. Looks like they're listening to some cool stuff in the back. Let's hit Facebook Live. All right. Here's this. All right. Let's jump over to YouTube now. Download these emails so I get my YouTube notification. Tonight's featured artist is Dusty Springfield. Thank you, John. Tonight's featured artist is Jay Ferguson. Well, my emails aren't going to load, so let me just go straight to YouTube. Is my phone on? Okay, good. My comment phone was dead. I think it's live now. There we are. All right. I was worried we wasn't going to get started again until 6, but I think it's cleaned up enough around me I can make do. So let's see. Well, did that just... There it is. All right. Thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. Let's hit the copy link button. Let's get this shared over here now. And busy day. Busy day. Cool day. A fun day. All right. Let's see here. All right, make sure as soon as you're on, you've hit the like button. I've almost got everything shared. I've got enough sleep to get us to a 1:30 show. All right. Of course, y'all know I save up these Pablo Cruise. I've been talking about it forever. I've never got it started. I'm gonna eventually do something really special with these. I don't sell them. We're gonna probably start a scholarship here. I hadn't really decided what I want to do yet, like scholarship, but the day we get it going, I've wasted some time. We probably could have already raised thousands of dollars by now. But I think y'all know I'm saving these for something very special. So we're going to do something with them one day, but I don't really sell Pablo Cruise. I think we're going to sign them and sell them and then use the money to put into a fund for a scholarship every year. I hadn't really figured out how to do it or how I want to do it. I know how to do it. We sign them. We're going to have CollectCo people sign them and auction them and sell them and have fun doing it and use all the money for a great cause and then give some to, some people said, whatever else, local athletics, local school, any way we can give back. So that way everybody gets a record, everybody gets a CollectCo piece of memorabilia. But that's what eventually I'll do with those. We'll be selling them for basically a fundraiser, a scholarship, something like that. I'll figure it out eventually. Probably need to get it started right now. Going to graduation today really reminded me. I was hearing them talk about scholarships, and I was like, yeah, I need to bring back up my Pablo Cruise. And John, believe it or not, he must have ESP. He left all those there on my desk. And I was like, okay, there's my sign. We're on ESP stuff again. We gotta get all these auctioned. I think what I might do is sign them and, you know, it's hard to get everybody coordinated to sign one. Maybe, you know, we can charge different for everybody to sign one or me to sign one. And it'd be a good way for us to give back and et cetera, et cetera. All right, let's get started. My phone's charging, but it's on and ready to go. I've got my laptop back here if I need it, but there's no new deliveries on Fridays and Saturdays. But boy, do we got a lot of stuff to go through. We got a lot of records around me, and guess what? We got the full staff here tonight. And that means Laura's pricing records, Paul's pricing records. John has priced 6 crates. We have plenty of auctions and plenty of bonus auctions too. So here we go. Let's get started with this sealed record. This is John Anderson's Greatest Hits. It is a sealed original compilation, swinging. It's going to go up for a $15 start. It's never been opened. It's brand spanking new. I mean, it's never been open. And we also got, who else can we sell here? Saturday Night Fiedler. That's pretty cool, actually. Glass Tiger. Is this an album? Here's a sealed album by Glass Tiger. I've never seen that one. At first, I thought it was a single, but that's a full album. Glass Tiger is also sealed. We'll put that up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. A scholarship for your credit card. If we can. Anyways. Let's go over here and do this and this and this. Okay. And let me open up this. Okay, so over here, make sure in our group, We have a private group, Whole Lot of Records. It's been pretty busy over there today. My post alone, there's where I've shared the feed. I just posted a pre-order for Skid Row. Probably a lot of people's not going to see that one because I've posted already way too much today. That should already have 5 or 10 pre-orders, and only a handful of people have seen it. There's the flip video. There's the Metallica box set, Ride the Lightning, which we have sold one. I'll be showing those again tonight. Duran Duran Greatest Hits. And then there is the flip video that I posted 11 hours ago. So that's where I'm going to pull some sold records out of right now. I'm looking for Fear Factory, Battery, Danzig, Screaming Jay Hawkins, Bootsy Collins, Junkyard, Bullet Boys, Tedeschi Trucks, Godsmack, R.E.M., Merciful Fate, Descendants, Fear Factory, Meshuggah, Uncle Tupelo, Beach House Junkyard, DMX, Danzig, Godsmack, Foo Fighters, Battery, Nirvana Live, Godsmack, and Merciful Fate. We've already got a lot pre-sold, and we hadn't even started the show. And if you heard something right then, you're like, whoa, did he just say Battery? You're going to be able to see some of those righty now. And for me to show that first record I even mentioned, I've got to walk around this corner and grab an empty crate. And let's see what's going on over here. Let's see what Jill's up to. Where's the empty crates at? Any empty crates? I'll take those 2 right there. Thank you, Jill. You can address me as Sir Chad. Like Jerry Seinfeld said, you can address me Jerry the Great. Okay, so we got John Anderson at $18 with Nick Bargeron, and Glass Tiger is a final call for a $15 start. So let's go ahead and read through some of these, and maybe I can convince y'all to buy everything in this crate. That would be amazing, all right? And I know Merciful Fate's already sold, and we're going to have a waiting list already. So here's Merciful Fate, In the Shadows. Merciful Fate, In the Shadows. And this was sold to Sean Fairweather, and then somebody else also claimed it. Sean, congratulations. You get the first sale of the night. And let's put Tony Riddle on a waiting list. This is on teal green marble vinyl. Merciful Fate, In the Shadows. I will probably also order more Merciful Fate albums because I know I've ordered a bunch, and that's the only one left there. We also have 1 copy of The Descendants, and I know that also sold as well. So if anybody wants on a waiting list for Merciful Fate, let me know. And if anybody wants on the waiting list for The Descendants, let me know. Because this is sold to Nicholas Hostler. And thank you, Nicholas. That's sold to you. That one's called I Don't Want to Grow Up. It's $29.99. And then over here we got Korn, The Path of Totality. Korn is a music on vinyl pressing. That's a gatefold, and that is new and sealed for $44.99. And we have Jimi Hendrix, and this is a music on vinyl pressing. This is remastered in mono from Music on Vinyl, the debut album, $39.99. Purple Haze, Manic Depression, Hey Joe, Love or Confusion, May This Be Love, I Don't Live Today, The Wind Cries Mary, Fire, Third Stone from the Sun, Foxy Lady, and Are You Experienced. I've probably listened to that album almost as much as I have Led Zeppelin 2, just because there's so many different versions out there. Mono remasters, UK originals, US originals, one steps, this and that. I've heard that album in so many different formats. That one right there is a pretty good version, a music on vinyl mono remaster. $39.99. What a classic album. Kiss Dynasty, this is a 2014 remaster. It includes all the contents just like the original, including the original inner sleeve and poster. That's $33.99. And Tedeschi Trucks Band did sell. And Tedeschi Trucks Band is sold to Grog over on YouTube. If anybody else wants this, let me know. We will put you on a waiting list. It is $49.99. Tedeschi Trucks, man, that's a 2LP music on vinyl pressing. Thank you, Grog, over on YouTube. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Our first no bid of the night is Glass Tiger. That's a sealed original album with hype sticker. I'm Still Searching. Far Away mentioned on the hype stickers. Those are now a $15 buy it now. That is now a $15 buy it now. John Anderson's at $30 of Nick Bargeron. Our first single is from the band Europe. This is called Cherokee, and Europe is in the original picture sleeve. It does have some fraying, and Europe is a $5 star. That's up for bid. Brian Call on Kiss. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. That's so to you. And Brad Waits on GT, and that's for the sealed Glass Tiger. That's so to Brad Waits for $15. Thank you, Brad Waits. That's so to you. All right. Also over here, we got some more starting bids or some more auctions, and I'm about to put those up right now. The first thing we have is Lightning Hopkins, original folk blues. And Lightning Hopkins is a mid-70s U.S. reissue. The exact year's unknown, but Lightning Hopkins is going to go up for a $15 start. Jim B says he needs some 45s. Well, maybe I can hook you up tonight. Still haven't found just like a big new batch of New Orleans stuff, so as of right now, that stuff's either MIA or all gone, and it's more looking like MIA. There's no way they could all be gone, but MIA for something like that could mean next week or 2 months from now before we find more. Nirvana is officially sold to Rebecca Howard. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is live at the Hollywood Underground Club. 1988 Nirvana, relatively early there in their career. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Those are $29.99. The sealed John Anderson is still getting bids. It's at $36. And Lightning Hopkins is a $15 start. I got Stereo Lab, Mars Aquatic Quintet. This is $38.99. Stereo Lab, $38.99. And we have the Flaming Lips, Yoshimi Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robot. That is $33.99. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robot, $33.99. Beach House Depression Cherry. Beach House is $28.99. That's new and sealed. Beach House, $28.99. And Mac DeMarco 2 is $28.99. Mac DeMarco 2 is $28.99. Still got that. And I've got two Led Zeppelin remasters, In Through the Outdoor and Led Zeppelin 1, which are $33.99 each. Now, the Beach House is sold. I know somebody claimed it. Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha Pickett. That is sold to you. Beach House is sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha Pickett. That is sold to you. Also, while I go ahead and see it, let me go ahead and pull Meshuggah. Meshuggah is sold to Dean Tefford. And Dean Tefford, that is sold to you. I have one copy left of Chaos Fear. Chaos Fear is on limited edition white, orange, and black vinyl. All right, Europe is sold for $5, and that's sold to Patty Anderson Williams. Jeremy, this is a different version than what you're talking about. This is a music on vinyl pressing. Music on vinyl pressings are much more than the standard 180-gram Hendrix reissues that are in print. Those are much cheaper than music on vinyl pressings. Gentle Giant, the live official Gentle Giant album, 1977. This is reimagined, mixed, and mastered for Immerse Experience. That's a triple LP, $44.99 on Gentle Giant. And then Fear Factory. And we did sell a Fear Factory Aggression Continuum. Fear Factory Aggression Continuum is a 2LP, and that is on silver vinyl. And we have that sold to Mike Vandergits. Thank you, Mike Vandergits. That is sold to you. What is the Lightning Hopkins album? It's called Original Folk Blues, a legend in his own time. Lightning Hopkins. It's a mid-70s U.S. reissue. The exact year is unknown. This is most likely a 70s pressing compilation. John Durden has it for $15, and that's a final call. John Anderson's at $39 with John Robb. Nick Bargeron's out. Samantha Fish Paper Doll. Samantha Fish is on clear smoke colored vinyl, $33.99 on Samantha Fish. And this is $33.99. I've got one copy of that left. And Dream Theater, Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory. That's a 2LP clear vinyl. Dream Theater is $39.99. And Black Sabbath Tear. Black Sabbath is a remaster, a 2024 remaster of their 1990 album. $33.99 on that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and introduce another auction over here. And the next auction I have is a Japanese pressing. It's a soundtrack of Ruthless People. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. This is Ruthless People. It actually has promo markings on the label. So this does have promo markings on the label. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. There is the Japanese symbols for promo, essentially sample, promotion copy, whatever translates into direct music on vinyl, or excuse me, whatever translates to direct promotion copies, not for sale. On that. All right, we're about to sell those two auctions on the left, though. That was a great first crate. One more quick run here. We got Korn, Path of Totality for $44.99. Hendrix is a music on vinyl remaster, all analog, mono, $39.99. I still got both of those. I have probably sold any kind of version of that. I bet since I've been live streaming here on Facebook in the last, 6 years, I probably have sold in any kind of format hundreds of copies of that distributed all over the country. That is always a big seller. I've got 2 there. Stereo Lab, there for a while, we were selling the heck out of their albums. I guess everybody that got one has one by now. The Flaming Lips, you won't see too many OGs of those. Mac DeMarco. There's your Zeppelin remasters. Gentle Giant, 1 Fear Factory left, 1 sold. Samantha Fish, Dream Theater, and Black Sabbath. All right, so first of all, we're going to go ahead and sell John Darden, the Lightning Hopkins, for $15. And we're going to go ahead and sell John Anderson, and that's sold to John Robb for $39. And that was a sealed original. I've got some other stuff like that to put up. First thing we have, though, is Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman. Fleetwood Mac is a 1971, and this is an OG pressing, a yellow label compilation, or yellow epic label. It is a compilation of early Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman, the original version. VG condition, a $15 start. Ruthless Peoples, a $15 start. And that's where we're at right now. And let's slide over this other crate very quickly. And it has a lot of other stuff that got sold because it was the new stuff from yesterday. But that was a great bin there. We took out about half of those. Appreciate that. I'd say on my top best-selling albums of all time on new vinyl, of course, Warrant Cherry Pie's got to be on there. I don't know how many we sold of those, but probably Dark Side of the Moon, Fleetwood Mac Rumors. There's a lot of new copies, and there for a while, we were selling the heck out of Forrest Gump soundtracks, and I lost count how many we got to at some point. But there for a while, for the Forrest Gump soundtrack was one of our best-selling albums. Of course, I think it's almost $10 more now than what it was about 5 years ago. Wherever you can put crates. You can put it on top of Laura's there if you want to on this side. Yeah. Paul, would you say I'm surrounded by records right now?
We all are.
Yeah, we were all surrounded by records and Purple Juice. Great crate here from Paul. Great crate from Laura. Great crate from John. 6 crates from John over here. I had to walk over here. I laid down my Purple Juice somewhere. I was like, oh no, what did I do with that? All right, feeling better every day. That's a Paul McCartney. That's a Beatles song. No, getting better all the time. Yeah, Sgt. Pepper's. The Flaming Lips was Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robot. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robot, and that is $33.99. New and sealed right over here. All right, first thing we have is Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer is $34.99, South of Heaven. And we do have Korn, $46.99. Korn, $46.99. A lot of people don't know this. Paul used to play bass for Korn. $46.99. This is available. It's a 2LP music on vinyl press. That is available. Fleetwood Mac has a bid for $15. No bid on Ruthless People. Let's go ahead and make that a buy it now. Ruthless People. That's now a buy it now for $15. And I got some singles over here by The Who, The Police. They Will Arrest You. Ruthless People is also a promo copy. Lots of big names on that. Fleetwood Mac's A Final Call to Jason Boxell for $15. Speaking of that, I have a few more country autographs over here I'm going to try to slip in tonight since it has been the week of the autographs. Corey Ross says he will take the Flaming Lips. Thank you. We're now sold out of those again. I probably need to order more of their discography. I'll probably have to revert to Paul or Laura to suggest other albums from them, though. And then we have Junkyard, Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. Junkyard is $29.99. Now, several people claim these. The first one goes to Brian Jones over from the Facebook video. These are on red vinyl, $29.99 on Junkyard. The first one goes to Brian Jones. And then over here also for Junkyard is Clay Moore. Clay Moore also gets a Junkyard. That's sold to Clay Moore on the YouTube flip video. That may leave us with one extra copy. I think it does. Yep. It leaves us with one extra copy there because Mike Vandergit's got one, and that leaves us with 0 copies. So Junkyards are sold out. I knew they would when I ordered 5 copies yesterday. If anybody wants on a waiting list, more Pablo Cruise. Here's Junkyard. Shut Up, We're Trying to Practice. If anybody wants on a waiting list for that. Okay, our next our next auction. Could be an autograph. Let's introduce this single here. Somewhere we got a bunch of cool picture sleeves here. John must have found these. Here's Every Breath You Take by The Police. This is from the album Synchronicity. Murder by Numbers 1, 2, 3 is the B-side. That's a $7 start for The Police. Wasp. This is self-titled. Wasp, 40th anniversary red marble vinyl, $38.99. And Dawkins, Breaking the Chains. Dawkins on red vinyl. Surely somebody needs a copy of that. Dawkins on red vinyl, $33.99. Let's go over here to my rack of autographs. And I see Jeremy Johnson watching. He was buying the heck out of these Louvin Brothers autographs. I'm getting low supply. and I've got a couple more here. We probably sold 20 signed Smother Brothers albums. Fred Goodwin got to meet them. I remember vaguely him telling me about that story when he met them and got all these signed. He had, heck, and some of these people even came over to Fred's house. You know, he was friends with them, and somehow he would, like, I mean, some of those albums, who did we have a bunch signed? I remember it was this one after another. It might have been Glenn Campbell's or wherever, some of those, but like, I'm looking through, we'd find photos in Fred's collection, going through all of his many files and stuff, and there would be people like in his room there, his main like dining room where a bunch of his albums were, and there'd be somebody standing there playing a guitar, and it looked like his friends were over or his family or something. So I had one authenticated though. We sold the heck out of these. I knew they were good, but I wanted to have one authenticated so everybody knows that bought a Smothers Brothers that they were good to go. So I authenticated one, but we had at one time probably 20 or 25 signed Smothers Brothers. And here is the songs and comedy of the Smothers Brothers. JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Also, Godsmack Faceless. Godsmack Faceless is $39.99. This is a 2 LP. It's new and sealed. Godsmack Faceless. I'm pretty sure we've maybe sold one. Yep, Cameron Lingefelt needs one. Thank you, Cameron. That's so to you. That was my last copy of Godsmack Faceless. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know, okay? And then I'm going to put up another signed album right quick, and we've been selling the heck out of Mr. Charlie Louvin. Here's one of his solo albums, Charlie Louvin, Less and Less, and I Don't Love You Anymore. It says, thank you, Fred, Charlie Louvin, JSA authenticated, and we're going to put that also up for a $45 start. So we got 4 live auctions right now. 4 live auctions right now. I've got 2 copies of a new release. This is called Star Wars, The Themes, $29.99. It is on colored vinyl, and I've got 2 of those left. That's a new release that came out yesterday. And also, speaking of new releases, this is also new. The Very Best of Screaming Jay Hawkins. 1 copy sold to Mike Vandergits. Thank you, Mike Vandergits. That is sold to you. And that leaves me with 2 extra copies. I don't think anybody else got one. But there they are, Screaming Jay Hawkins, and there's 2 left there if anybody else wants one. And then here was the other one, kind of up there with... this was kind of up there with that Junkyard album, Bullet Boys. And here's Bullet Boys on red marble vinyl, $38.99 for Bullet Boys. And this is also sold to Brian Jones. He got a Junkyard. I figured the same people buying Junkyard would be buying Bullet Boys. There's 3 copies left, $38.99, red marble vinyl for Bullet Boys. And I think that's the only 3 left. It is. So those are still available. Screaming Jay Hawkins. Screaming Jay Hawkins is sold to Fred Cardinale. And now let's update all these auctions, because since I've walked away, there's been a lot of activity. So we got Fleetwood Mac, Black Magic Woman, Smothers Brothers signed album, Charlie Louvin signed album, and The Police, Every Breath You Take in the original picture sleeve. Fleetwood Mac 15, Fleetwood Mac 16, Fleetwood Mac 18. The Police got bids for 7, 8, 8, and 10, and 10. And then Fleetwood Mac 19, Fleetwood Mac 20, Kelly Vlodarchek got a Star Wars, Fred Cardinale got Screaming Jay Hawkins, and then Jetstream is in on the Smothers Brothers at 35, and Fred Cardinale on Bullet Boys. Now, the details on the Fleetwood Mac is called Black Magic Woman. It's a 2 LP compilation in VG condition. And Black Magic Woman is with Jason Boxall at $20. Jason Boxall does have that at $20, so that's a final call to him. So is Smothers Brothers and Charlie Louvin, which are $35. And let's go ahead and make Charlie a $35 start too. Maybe they'll get it sold. Charlie Louvin also a $35 start. And Fred Cardinale got a Bullet Boys, and that means The Police is a final call to Lonnie Jolly for $10. And Lonnie, you are out on the Fleetwood Mac. We're definitely going to have a waiting list on the Godsmack When Legends Rise. Godsmack is $33.99. This first one is sold to Carla Brecky, and there was other people who claimed it. This one, When Legends Rise, Godsmack, $33.99. Let's also put on a waiting list on Godsmack for Tony Riddle. So Tony Riddle's also going to go on a waiting list for Godsmack, and I think I just had one, and yeah, that's gone. And then Fear Factory, I have another claim for Fear Factory from the last claim, Jerry Ferguson. We need to pull a Fear Factory for Jerry Ferguson. And now those Fear Factories are gone. So Fear Factories, I knew eventually they would sell. The first night I showed those, we had 5 and they didn't sell, and then I showed them again. Jerry Ferguson gets a Fear Factory as well as earlier as Mike Vander gets. The Smothers Brothers got a new bid, Bob Engel, for $50. Thank you, Bob Engel. That's going to you once, twice. Police is still getting bids, and Fleetwood Mac. Final call to get a bid on Charlie Leuven before I make it a buy it now. And I figured we'd sell a lot more Danzigs than we did, but this one is sold to Mike Vandergits. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It's called Danzig Skeletons. It's $29.99, limited to 1,700, electric blue vinyl. That is sold to Mike Vandergits. Thank you, Mike, on that. And let me make sure if anybody else wants a Danzig, we put them down for one. Cameron Lingefeld on the Danzig waiting list. That's Danzig Skeletons. So Cameron on a waiting list for Danzig. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Those will be in next week. Fred Cardinale also on the waiting list for Godsmack When Legends Rise. So that's another person on the Godsmack waiting list. And Front 242, Front by Front. Front 242 is $29.99, and I've only got one copy here of Exciter, and that's $29.99. Lonnie's out on the police. That's after Fred bid 11. He was the other bidder for the longest, so let's go ahead and sell that to Fred for 11. Let's go ahead and sell the Smothers Brothers to Bob Engel. Bob, if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, and I will get this, we'll get you set up, okay? But let me know if you are a first-time buyer. You won that auction on the Smothers Brothers. Thank you on that. And then Junkyard is $38.99. No. Let's see. Bullet Boys is $38. Junkyard, if you want to go on a waiting list, Brad, is $29. And let's put JK also on a Danzig waiting list. And then Fleetwood Mac, Jason Boxall went out. That's after Lonnie Jolly bid $22. So now we're moving that to a final call for $22. And I'm going to make Charlie Leuven a buy now for $35. Bob Engel is a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome to CollectCo. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to send us a message. Looks like you're on Facebook. So send us a Facebook message. You should be able to click on our profile and see a button that says Send Message. And we need your email address and mailing address. Now, this is the last night of the week for combined shipping. Tomorrow, we will be having another live stream, and it will be a new week. Tonight is the last time. This is a final call for $8 unlimited shipping. So, Bob, that one record will ship for $8. If you buy 10 more tonight, they will also ship for $8. No Danzig list for JK. He was just making a statement. I thought he was making a purchase. And this is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. Exciter. This is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. And the bids on the Smothers Brothers, Jetstream bid $35, and then Bob bid $50. So he has it for $50, and he got it for $50. Okay, and then Fleetwood Mac is because Jetstream set out, right? Yeah, he got it for $50. And then we got DMX. This is called the Legacy. DMX is $39.99. This is DMX Legacy. This is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Cameron Lingefeld, that is sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. And we have REM Santa Monica. And REM Santa Monica was sold over here to, let me check on that. Let's see over here. REM Santa Monica. REM Santa Monica. Let me find that right quick. $29.99. REM Santa Monica. This is sold to John Reed. And thank you, John Reed. That's sold to you. And appreciate that. Now I'm going to go through. We still got another crate. This has turned out to be a really good flip video. We're going to end up selling almost a whole new crate here. Plus everybody buying stuff live. Pretty amazing. How much is Front 242? It is $29.99. Chad, did anyone see my message? I have not personally seen that. Ed may, I don't know if Ed's, well, Ed probably hadn't seen it in the last 2 days. He's not here. But I did reach out to Jeff Marshall, who is blind, who was trying to watch the sale the other night. He's got a handicap for his vision. And I think I was talking to his wife the other morning, and he may be watching right now. The problem is they're in Canada and they're worried about the cost of shipping. I still don't have their address because George Samberez was going to pay for that record to be sent to him for free. And I've asked him a few times for their address. And I was talking to his wife and then maybe his grandson too. But I don't think they really want to share their address. So he's not going to be buying, is what they told me. So he's going to watch, but they're not going to be buying because I've asked for their address and they don't want to share it. So I wish I could get their address because he's got a free record, but they don't want to share it. So Travis Wade gets front 242. And that's sold to Travis Wade. And then Black Magic Woman is sold, and that was Fleetwood Mac, and that's sold to Lonnie Jolly for $22. All right, that's gone. Here we go. So let's go ahead and introduce some more auctions. And the next auction is going to be Elmore James, Southside Blues. And this is a 1971 US Elmore James compilation, VG++ EX. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Elmore James, Southside Blues with Eddie Taylor and Jimmy Reed. That's going to go up for a $25 start. There it is. And then anybody else, we got DMX The Legacy, $39.99. Bullet Boys is $38. Screaming Jay Hawkins, $33. Star Wars, $29. And I need to make sure I didn't miss some waiting list here. So Fred Cardinal went on that Godsmack Legends list, and there was one more too. Brad Waits on the waiting list for Junkyard. Make sure Brad Waits is on the waiting list for Junkyard. And I think we're good to go. Travis got 242. And also Doc and Breaking the Chains, Red Vinyl 33. Wasp was 38. Korn is $46.99. And then Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. And I'm going to move these right over here, actually. And the next crate is right here next to me, so I've got to slide that one over. Here's a Police picture sleeve I've never seen before. It's definitely foreign. It's UK. I've never seen this one before. Very nice. Wow, this one's pretty cool. Nothing Achieving in Fallout. That looks pretty early. 1977. Yeah, 77. So the Police is going to go up. That's a cool one there. $7 start on the Police. I don't know if I've had that one before. All right. There's that. And here we go. Let me slide this out. Let me put this right here. Let me put my two phones over here. And then we're going to slide these over. And we're going to keep going through this stuff right here. And a lot of stuff out of here is sold. So here we go. We have the band, Music from Big Pink. This is $36.99. The band, Music from Big Pink, $36.99 on that. The Globetrotters is $33.99. That's on orange vinyl. And Queens of the Stone Age, Songs for the Deaf. Queens of the Stone Age, that's a 2LP, $46.99. Foo Fighters self-titled. And I actually just ordered more of these because we had the autographed Dave Grohl copy that we sold. And I have more to put with those, but we're going to go ahead and sell this one to Cameron Lingefelt. Thank you, Cameron. That's so to you. If anybody else wants one, there's actually more already on the way. Final call to get a bid on the Police, and Elmore James is at $25 with Grog. That's going once, going twice. Our next auction is the London Muddy Water Sessions, and this is a 1972 U.S. original, the London Muddy Water Sessions. That's in VG condition, and we're going to put that up for a $25 start. The London Muddy Water Sessions, $25 start on that. Also, Metallica Master of Puppets Remaster, that's $33.99. And Bootsy Collins, Album of the Year, #1 Funketeer. And this was sold to Mike Vandergits. Thank you, Mike. That is sold to you, the Album of the Year, Funketeer. That's on yellow vinyl. I still have that. And we have Battery. Battery is $36.99. And Battery is sold to Mike Vandergits as well. He got Fear Factory, Battery, Dancing, Screaming Jay Hawkins, Bootsy Collins, and Junkyard. So that's everything Mike wanted. Thank you. That's sold to him. The Police is just a $7 start. And as of right now, it doesn't have a bid. Terry Gerhardt gets Metallica. And Muddy Waters is a $25 start. I'm definitely about to drop the hammer on Elmore James. Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. This is a Friday Music Pressing, $44.99 on hand-poured colored vinyl. And Kiss, Ace Frehley. Kiss is a 2014 remaster, black vinyl, has the poster and inserts just like the original. So there's back-to-back Ace Frehley albums there. And then one of our top-selling albums of all time, Nirvana Unplugged, because it's very difficult, of course, to get an original. Nirvana Unplugged is $39.99. So over here, we got Elmore James sold to Grog for $25. And thank you, Grog. That's so to you. And if anybody wants the 1972 OG London Muddy Water Sessions, it's a buy it now for $25. And that's available right now for a buy it now. It's a 72 US OG VG. Textured cover. Always like that cover. Now the Police is getting lots of new bids. Uncle Tupelo is sold, and this was on clear vinyl for $33.99. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. I'm going to definitely order more. This one sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. That's so to you. Appreciate that. Here we got Kiss Love Gun. Love Gun, another 2014 remaster. That will even have an original or a replica of the gun that they put in the original pressings. $36.99. Jetstream on Muddy Waters. That's so to Jetstream for $25. Sean second on that one. Little Feat Strike Up the Band is $39.99. So before I go any further, we need to put up some new auctions. And the next one over here is going to be a Japanese pressing. And it's going to be a Japanese pressing of Pat Benatar's Tropico. We Belong Together. This is going to go up for a $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Now, the high bid on the Police right now, Nothing Achieving and Fallout. Joe Delgado has it for $8. Rod Bryan, you're out. John Durden, you're out. Jetstream got Muddy Water. Sean was second. JK on the Uncle Tupelo Anodyne waiting list on YouTube. Darren Chrisman on the Metallica waiting list. Darren Chrisman on the Metallica waiting list. That's for Master of Puppets. Also, Wayne Chung, Big Hits and Near Misses. Clear Light, Dark Matter. Wayne Chung, that's a new release, a compilation, $29.99. And Rush, Hold Your Fire, that's $33.99. A remaster 180 gram. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $33.99. And Bon Jovi, Rockin' Live, and this is $29.99, March 1984. And the Beatles, Past Masters, $49.99. $49.99, the Beatles Past Masters. Now that crate was right back there for the longest, and everybody was asking about this every single night, and I was like, eventually we're going to get this sold to somebody. And then Iron Maiden Killers, this is $33.99, remaster of that. Terry Gearhart got the Wayne Chung. Thank you, and let's pull that for Terry Gearhart. And anything you see me sell that you was like, dang, I would have bought a copy of that, we can put you on a waiting list. All right. So speaking of waiting list, we have first on a waiting list is Cameron Lingefeld on a waiting list for Cameron Lingefeld was on a waiting list for Danzig. We should have already got that. He's also on a waiting list for Bathory. The Bathory that we just sold, he's also on a waiting list for that. That's under the sign of the black mark. So he's on a waiting list for those two. And then Tony Riddle on a waiting list for Godsmack, and Tony Riddle on a waiting list for Merciful Fate. Everybody else in the flip video got everything that they wanted. Plus, we took some live waiting list here. Iron Maiden is sold to Steve McGee. I've got one extra copy there on that. And we still, here's the records from the previous bin. Y'all just seen those. That was Slayer, Korn, Wasp, Doc, and Star Wars, Bullet Boys, DMX. I'm going to go ahead and slide this back over here. Let me just read those one more time. So Iron Maiden, Beatles, Bon Jovi, Nickelback, Rush, Little Feat, Kiss, Nirvana, Ace Frehley, Bootsy Collins, Queens of the Stone Age, the Globetrotters, and we have the band, $36.99. There's that right there. So there's those. I'm going to slide this over, and we have the Police, and this is sold to Joe Delgado for $8. Thank you, Joe. That's sold to you. And Pat Benatar is a $25 start. Let's put up some more auctions right quick, and let's make sure we hadn't missed anything. Yeah, shipping. So quick note on shipping. Let's put this in a new sleeve. I'm not going to put this back inside of this. So shipping, as of Friday, they were shipping, hold on a minute. Let me not misspeak here. The last time I said this, I misspoke, and Ed almost wanted to shoot me. Okay, let me think about this. Let me see if I can get Tanner over here, because I don't want to misquote this. I think on Friday, they had pulled Monday's orders. What does that mean? That means Friday, the last time shipping associates were here at this store working, they had pulled Monday's orders, which takes a lot of time. They basically find y'all's order, assemble it, check it off, and basically have it right there ready to be packed for somebody. As of on Friday, they had pulled Monday's orders. So on Monday, they should be shipping everything that paid last Monday. So that means they're 7 days out. Whoop, that needs to stay back there. So that's what the status on that is. So if they're pulling Mondays, that is $7. There are no Pablo Cruise albums for sale tonight. 0. The demand for those are through the roof. I've got something special cooking with them. There will be no Pablo Cruise albums sold tonight. Not even autographed, because the next autographed ones will be for a special occasion. Rubber Soul Mono. Mark, you're only the 7th person who asked tonight. This is Rubber Soul Mono. Now, just ask Tanner, make sure on that, because I know there's some new people, and they're probably very curious. I know it, like if you bought something on anywhere else with, let's say, like a large company with Amazon, you're probably expecting a tracking by the next day. We unfortunately can't do that. We're usually not this far behind either. They will get caught up and it will be back to normal. And I'm sure new people's like, dang, how often do they ship records? There is usually somebody here 6, sometimes 7 days a week packing orders. So it's not like we're just dilly-daddling. There's usually somebody here 6, if not 7 days a week packing orders, or at least what we call pulling orders, which is almost just as time-consuming. Finding the stuff is almost as time-consuming as packing it. We have the Rubber Soul album. This is in mono. This is an original 1965 mono Scranton copy with company inner sleeve, a strong VG copy. That's also a $25 start. Now, up here at the top, we sold Iron Maiden, info on Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley is new and sealed. 2014 remaster, $33.99. Ace Frehley is new and sealed, hand-poured colored vinyl, $44.99. 2 different Ace Frehleys, $33 and $44. Now, the Pablo Cruise here, so if y'all missed that earlier, I've been stockpiling those forever to do basically some sort of possibly Coletco scholarship. So I've been stockpiling them because I think we're going to sign them and sell them and use that money. I've told everybody the store is going to match the money. I'm going to match the money, whichever way you want to put it, and we're going to have a Coletco scholarship by next year. So that's why I don't sell Pablo Cruise albums. John tried to slip one in the bins tonight. I've already pulled it out. But there will be a special occasion, one night or maybe one big post, where I show y'all what we're going to do with those, okay? And it's going to be a special event. We're going to sell them signed by Coletco members, either me or everybody. It's going to be a cool deal. That way we can have, that'd be really cool, a Coletco scholarship. Jetstream on Past Masters. Between y'all, our amazing customer base, there's no telling how many thousands of dollars we'll be able to raise. It'll probably pay for a huge amount of something for a high school, athletics, fundraiser, whatever. We'll be able to find something really cool to do that with. Okay, here's our next auction. This is a 12-inch single from Stevie Ray Vaughan, a promo. This is from the new collection. And then, let's see, Jetstream got Past Masters. And I was worried. Yeah, for anybody new, I promise, we will ship you your orders. I know some people buying from a new site, they're like, hey, are these people actually going to ever send me my records, or did I get scammed? There's plenty of people watching right now. They'll vouch for us, okay? I promise they're coming. We have Look at Little Sister. And then we have Say What. We have Look at Little Sister and Say What. This is a gold stamp promo. Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's a 12-inch single, and it's a $15 start. Look at Little Sister and Say What. That is a 12-inch single promo, a $15 start. A $15 start on that. Okay. There we have it. So, Beatles, Pat. Now, Pat Benatar didn't get a bid. Let's bring over a crate of brand. We're going to get right into brand new stuff tonight, okay? It's already 6:30. We're getting into brand new stuff. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Do I still have Mark's album from last night? I'm not for sure what we're talking about. Mark's album from last night, Beatles Past Masters, Beatles out, and then SRV and Terry Gerhardt. Yeah, this is a buy it now. And this is sold to Terry Gerhardt for $25. Okay. I've also did an absolute nightmare for Laura and Paul and John. I posted a flip video of records, unprocessed, and it's going to be probably the worst nightmare for John, Laura, and Paul, because I posted about 2 hours ago this amazing flip video of a random tub of records from the collection, and that's their worst nightmare because it's going to be impossible to get all that stuff out and sold tonight, but we will try our best to get those in the next 3 sales. Some of the straight price stuff will be tonight. Some of the big ticket stuff will be auctioned on Monday, and that's probably their worst nightmare what I did. I try not to do that too often because usually if I post a whole tub, it's nearly impossible for us to get all that out and ready in one show, especially by the time they're here already working on stuff, and then I post a video and they're like, oh no, why did you do that for? We've already marked everything. And I'm like, oh no. So tonight is going to be a lot of surprises, but most of it is from the new collections. And the first crater I have right here was on top. We're going to start with this Paul crate. We're going to do a Laura crate. John's got 6 crates up here. It's all going to be new stuff from the most recent collections that we've acquired. Just saying. So it's going to be a fun night. It's going to be all new stuff. May not be exactly what was in that video, but it's all going to be all new stuff. The element of surprise. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Now, let's update Rubber Soul, because while I was talking and giving off tonight's updates, if you missed all the updates, I'm sorry. That was it for tonight. Next updates will be given on Monday about 6 o'clock. We have Rubber Soul Original 65 Mono Scranton Press. This has the original company inner sleeve. So this is a mono original with the original company inner sleeve. It's a Scranton. It's a mono Scranton press, OG. It's up for bid. The albums that lay back here in the back are always auction items. And the Mike Torres has that for $40. Mike Torres has that for $40. Stevie Ray Vaughan has bids for $15, $16, $17. $15, $16, $17. Rubber Soul's at $40. The high bid's at $40. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $18. No, I was just joking about the updates. Because if you ever have anything, as always, make sure you reach out to Ed. Shipping is in process. Okay. The Police, Can't Stand Losing You. The Police is another, man, we got some cool Police picture sleeves here. Wow, this is on blue vinyl. This is another Police single I've never seen before. The Police is on blue vinyl. Look at that cover, too. Oh, my gosh. What a Police single. Blue vinyl with a pretty odd cover for a Police. Can't Stand Losing You. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Let's get started. These are new arrivals priced as marked. Julian Baker is $21.99. This one's called Little Oblivious, $21.99. If I don't say anything about condition, that means everything in here is EX plus or better. And we have Blue Oyster Cult Spectres. Blue Oyster Cult is $24.99. That's BOC. And Kings of Leon, Because of the Times. The Kings of Leon's a 2011 pressing, $34.99 for Kings of Leon. By the way, this BOC album has Go Go Godzilla on it. Great song. Tom Petty, Hard Promises. Tom Petty is sealed, $34.99, a 2017 remaster. And the Black Keys Rubber Factory. Right off the bat, a great crate of new arrivals. The Black Keys is $21.99. The Police is already at $20. Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $19 with Brandon Lack, and Rubber Soul is in VG condition. Rubber Soul's in VG condition. I was actually taking a breath to sell it to Mike Torres for $40. It's a mono OG VG. Brent, you can bid. If you say pass, I'm going to sell it to Mike Torres. Now the Police is at $22. We have Camel, the Snow Goose. Camel is $24.99. Adam Bernardi on the Black Keys. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Third Plane, Ron Carter, Herbie Hancock, and Tony Williams. That's a German import, $29.99. Kenneth Blair was second on the Black Keys. And this looks like King Gizzard. It is King Gizzard the Lizard Wizard. It's on Toxic Landfill Green Marble Vinyl, $24.99. I don't think Paul, did you have new vinyl come in? I don't. I will ask him. He's still here. I don't think Paul had new vinyl come in though, Sean. So this is sold to Mike Torres for $40. Thank you on that. Monty Reed gets the Kings of Leon. Great crate here. I love getting new collections in. Always incredible stuff. Stevie Ray Vaughan's about to sell. That's less than what John had it priced for. I actually pulled out of a crate to auction it. Brandon Lack has it for $19, and we're about to sell it. The Police. What a bizarre one here from the Police on blue vinyl. Can't Stand Losing You. That is up for bid, and it's a final call to Jeff Halsworth for $22. Actually, going once, going twice. He just recently outbid Kim. Haven't heard back from Kim. We sold the Black Keys. We sold Kings of Leon. Romelu on the Herbie Hancock here. And then Kim Johnson, first on King Gizzard, then Kenneth Blair, and Richard Bradshaw on Camel, and Todd Fisher next on King Gizzard. And that so far just leaves Julian Baker, BOC, and Tom Petty. We have Wayne Cochran, Chess Records, an original 1967. Boy, look at old Wayne Cochran there. $19.99 for Mr. Wayne. And we have Strange Trails by Lord Huron. And that's an original 2005 US. I was about to say, I've never seen that one before. $69.99 on that. Out on Police, going once, going twice for $22 to Jeff Halsworth. We're about to sell it. Here's our next auction. It's another Fleetwood Mac. It's called Deluxe 2 Record Set, The Vintage Years. And this is a late 70s, early 80s US reissue. The exact year is unknown, but it is a Sire label reissue, and this is in VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Kenneth Blair says, I was first, please review. You were, in fact, second on King Gizzard. You're probably looking at your Facebook chat and not actually what's on the restream. Kim Johnson was first on King Gizzard, then Kenneth Blair, and then Todd Fisher. So always make sure if you're relatively new, don't look at your Facebook chat, because you can only see half of what's going on there anyways. There's actually another 83 people watching right now on YouTube, and right here is the master chat. So if you're looking on just Facebook chat, you're going to miss half the comments. YouTube comments do not show up on the Facebook chat, but they will show up here on your screen. Now, when a Facebook comment pops up, it will be over here. When a YouTube comment pops up, it will also be over here. So over there on the right side of the screen, that's the embedded feed. Everybody's seeing the same thing there on the right. For anybody that's relatively new, everything here on the right, everybody that's watching sees this exact same thing. It's mirrored and embedded on everybody's feed the exact same. Now, your YouTube chat and your Facebook chat, it could look different for everybody. You could look different for everybody. And Kelly Vladerchek on the Lord Huron. You can. This is so do you. Lord Huron, that's so do you. Now, there's no YouTube chats on the feed right now. Anybody on YouTube out there? Let's sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's sold for $19. I should have just left that one in the bin. That's sold to Brandon Lack for $19. Just slightly less than what we had that one stickered for, but I have seen those get into some pretty heated auction battles. Anything Stevie Ray Vaughan, I always throw up for auction. There it is. We have a YouTube comment. There it is. Yeah, they're quiet over there today. YouTube needs to wake up. Where are you? How about Muddy Waters, Hoochie Coochie Man? Muddy Waters is a 1983 UK original EX edition, a $25 start. Muddy Waters, Hoochie Coochie Man. EX, a $25 start. Here we go. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. The Reverend Horton Heat. It's on clear vinyl, $24.99. The Reverend Horton Heat, $24.99. And we have Colors. Colors is a 1969 Psych Pop album on Dot Records. It's called Atmosphere, $14.99. And we have Neil Young, Earth. Neil Young and Promise of the Real, Earth. That is a 2016 pressing, sealed, $39.99. Final call on Fleetwood Mac, and that is at where? Lonnie Jolly, just one bid for $15. Muddy Waters is a $25 start. Brian Call gets the Reverend Horton Heat. He was first on that. Reverend Horton Heat sold to him. Guess what? We got another Police single. We got another Police single. Boy, this one's really cool too on green vinyl. Message in a Bottle. I've never seen these before. Look at that. On green vinyl. Message in a Bottle, an original. Police. Put that up for a $7 start. Never seen that one before either. What a cool collection of Police singles here. Also, we have Boy Genius, the record. Boy Genius is on Orange Swirl vinyl, $19.99. Anthony, you were second on Reverend Horton Heat. And the Dead Kennedys, this is a remastered, it's sealed. It's only $24.99, includes a double-sided poster. And we have Jimmy Campbell, and this is a 1971 U.S. Vertigo Swirl, $49.99, Jimmy Campbell. And this one's called Half Baked, $49.99 on that. Okay, so let me update what's going on here. We have Reverend Horton Heat. Chad, John bid 23 on the last Police single. John bid 23 on the last Police single. John Darden gets, I think I said Jeff Hallsworth. I meant to say John Darden. John Darden gets the Police. Make sure John gets this one for $23. That goes to John Darden. I can't stand losing you for $23. We got it fixed now. All right, over here is OIKUXGREEB for $8. And then the Police is at 7. Robert Barnett on the Dead Kennedys. And then Kim Johnson second on the Dead Kennedys. Tim Colino on Boy Genius. That's sold to Tim Colino. Jerry Ferguson next on the Dead Kennedys. Police 8, Police 9. So Muddy Waters did not get a bid. It is a $25 buy it now. And Lonnie Jolly gets Fleetwood Mac for $15. The Police is a UK edition. This is sold to you for $15. Never seen that before. Probably because it's a UK edition. Yeah. Let's see here. So we just had one on blue. This one's on green. Definitely UK. Yep, there's that. All right, Sean gets Muddy Waters for $25. Going through a great crate of new arrivals here. Wow. Slinging some vinyl out of the bins. I've almost filled up a first crate. I feel like we just got started. Over here's another auction that's going to go up for bid right now. This is sealed. It's called Hank Aaron, The Life of a Legend, narrated by Kurt Gowdy. It's a sealed Magnavox promotional record. There's his home run record when he surpassed the Babe Ruth. That's going to go up for a $10 star. The Police is at 15 right now with Todd Fisher. Camel, Mirage. Camel is $24.99. Also, Charlie D and Milo. That's a 1970 folk rock, country rock album. It has a rubber stamp demonstration promo sticker on the back. Beautiful looking vinyl, no condition notes. Charlie D is $19.99. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. This is sealed on yellow vinyl for $24.99. Now, what is this one called? Flying Microtonal Bonanza or Banana. I think it's Banana. Banana, $24.99. Also, Switched On Bach. Wow, with hop stickers. I've never seen a Switched On Bach with hop stickers. That is in shrink wrap, $14.99. And Coldplay, Viva La Vida, $29.99. Of course, that does have the song Viva La Vida on it. Okay, now the Police. We are moving that to a final call. The high bid is with Todd Fisher for $15. That's on green vinyl, Message in a Bottle. Hank Aaron's a $10 start. Mark Riley on King Gizzard. Brian Call second on that one. And now we're going to introduce another auction. And that is going to go up right now. And it's going to be Led Zeppelin Presents. And this is an original. That is OG, original. PRC Richmond with the original on her sleeve. Led Zeppelin Presents. Achilles' Last Stand. For Your Life. I keep smacking the camera. This is a $35 start. There it is. Next is Richard Bradshaw on Camel. That was back here. Camel Mirage. So to Richard Bradshaw. Darren Johnson on Coldplay. And Sean asked, does it have Fix You on it? Not on this one. Already sold, though, to Darren Johnson. Also in here, I've got a sealed copy of Justin Bieber Justice. A Target exclusive on silver vinyl. That's $29.99. And Bobby Hatfield, Messin' in Muscle Shoals, a 1971 promo, VG Plus, recorded at Fame Recording Studios, Muscle Shoals, Alabama, VG Plus, $19.99. We have the Police, that is officially sold, green vinyl. I thought that was really cool. Todd Fisher, that's sold to you for $15. Thank you. Hank Aaron's a no bid, that's a $10 buy it now. And there is Led Zeppelin. Wow, Presents. Final call for a $35 start on that. Chad needs some purple juice, and Chad needs to put up all new auctions. Let me do that right now. Purple juice coming up. All right. Now, we have our next auction. It's going to be, without further ado, I don't know. Oh, we got some Taiwanese bootlegs here. These are always fun. We have the Shirelles Great Hits. These are Taiwanese unofficial pressings. A lot of them are on colored vinyl. This is really clean. The Shirelles is on orange vinyl, a Taiwanese. That's a $15 start. $15 start. Led Zeppelin at $35. We have Chrysalis Definition. That looks interesting. I can tell I'm in a Paul crate because the note on the back says Great Psych, 68 US, VG 29.99. And that's very interesting looking. Those people look pretty psyched out. $29.99 on Chrysalis and Clear Lights. I've seen that one before. This is a 67 US, another one that's marked Great Psych, VG 19.99. And No Pointer Direct Hits, VG Plus $14.99. Tanner's still here. There's Tanner. And our next auction, we do have some more Police singles. I have one here called Spirits in the Material World by the Police. That's another great one here. Let's see, it's on black vinyl. It's another UK edition made in England. The Police is going to go up for a $7 start. Very cool there. Spirits in the Material World. Also, we have Red Queen to Griffin 3. That is Griffin. Or Griffon. I've always said Griffin. VG Plus $19.99. Mike's in on Led Zeppelin at $15. And Alexander Spence, or this is a 2000 Sundays reissue. Prepare to open your wallet and checkbook if you want to buy an original. They're pretty pricey. This is a Sundays reissue, $42.99. $42.99. And Moki Cole is a 77 US rock album, VG Plus $11.99. All right, we're about to sell Led Zeppelin. I'm about to make the Supremes. I buy it now for $15. And our next Police single is a $7 start. Just saying. Sean says he's out on Led Zeppelin. That means we can expedite it to Mike Torres, who has the high bid right now. We also got a bunch of Beatles boots. I actually didn't post the hot pictures that Laura sent me. I just posted a video of a tub to give you an idea of some of the records that's coming up in the near future from that collection. So some of those may pop up tonight. And so most of the auctions tonight are pretty much going to be all surprises. I love the element of surprise here. Let's go ahead and show a couple more records. Then we've got new auctions. Love Revisited. Love is VG Plus $24.99. There's also a note on the back. Fantastic. Fantastic. And the Mamas and Papas, that's a bizarre looking one. Wow, it's from the UK in mono. Nice. I'd like to listen to that. I've never had a UK mono. Mamas and Papas, if you can believe your eyes and ears, $24.99. All right, now Led Zeppelin is sold for $35. That is for presents. Thank you on that. That's sold to Mike Torres. The Shirelles is a Taiwanese. It's called Great Hits. Now, this is a $15 buy now. If I'm going to be selling a bunch of these tonight, let me give you an idea of what's happening with Taiwanese. Taiwanese records were pretty much made unofficially back in the day. A lot of them were distributed to, I've seen them, a lot of people tell me they saw them relatively available at like GI stores, especially like over in the Vietnam region back during that era. So they're pretty much unofficials. They're kind of known for having pretty low sound quality. I've listened to some of them and they're not bad. They're more of a novelty item than anything, but I like them because there are a lot of them made on colored vinyl. So this is a $15 buy now. You do see some like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones on colored vinyl that can fetch pretty big money. It's not like when you put them on, they sound horrible, but don't expect like an RTI, QRP, Analog Productions, MoFi quality, but it's still a listenable tool record. It's a pretty cool novelty. But most of those were made illegally back in the day. The Police is at $7, and so we have crates full of those. Laura's got me a whole crate over here, and there should be another crate over here that I've had forever. We were selling the heck out of them, and I kind of took a break because I had sold so many. Seems like I was putting them up like every night there for the longest, but we got some cool auctions here for them tonight. Here's the Archies. Everything's Archies. Jingle Jangle, Sugar Sugar. Those should be on here. Everything's Archies. Now, here's one as an Archies collector. I don't think I've seen a Taiwanese before. This is pretty cool. So if y'all don't want to bid on this, that's okay. Sugar Sugar is the first track, yeah. And these actually are in really good shape. Some of them are pretty trashed. Everything's Archies to Archies. But I think the market for these back in the day, Taiwan was really marketing them. And I think a lot of them were sold over there at somebody, a veteran, can help me. What's the GI stores called? They have kind of a name over there, or they all have names, but especially in that era, in maybe the Vietnam region or the whole area there. What's I'm looking for? Southeast Asia or East Asia, whichever. Okay, the police is at $7, and a lot of veterans or soldiers stationed over there during the late 60s, early 70s in combat and serving. Jeff Hallsworth on the police for $7. Jeff Hallsworth, that's sold to you for $7. Thank you. You get the next police single. Okay, there's that. All right, now the Supremes is sold to Duke Norman. That's sold to Duke Norman, and Romelu, you were second on that one. Romelu, you were second on that one. Commissary MCX, there we go. And then PC was, Brian called PC was, what was PC, Brian? Was that something I missed there? Let me know if I missed something there. The Archies is the next one, a $15 start. Manfred Mann's Earthman. This is The Good Earth. Manfred Mann's a promo. EX $16.99. Ooh, I like the song The Mighty Quinn from Manfred Mann. That is VG $16.99. There's some of the terms I was looking for. I was looking for PX, Commissary, Exchange Store, Commissary, MCX, PCX, whichever, PX. Yes, that's some of the terms I was looking for. Okay, I actually seen a video one time, and I have it saved, where somebody's like in one of those stores back, it looks like maybe in that region, and you can see some of those Taiwanese records like in shelves. It's really cool. And there's like soldiers in there buying them. So there you go. Dennis says, I bought a lot of them. Spent $69 and $70 in SEA, PX and Army, BX and Air Force. There you go. And Dennis bought a bunch of them. But yeah, that's kind of where they were marketed. So Taiwan kind of bootlegged them, so they could sell them to a lot of Americans in that region. All right, and we have Booker T set, and that's how they ended up back over here. They were probably brought back for that. They were probably brought back. Okay, so Booker T T set. Booker T is a 69, and this is actually for a Booker T. I feel like we've been putting up a lot of VGs and VG minus. This is actually EX. So an EX Booker T T set in shrink wrap. In shrink wrap, that's a $15 start. Archie's $15 start. Booker T $15 start. We've got a great crate. This is definitely going to be worthy of a recap. Toshio Yakoshi Lu Tabakan Big Band Insights VG Plus $9.99. Stanley Clark. It is in VG. Also looks like a VG cover with ringware and a sticker up there on the top left. That's $9.99. Ron Carter, all blues. Ron Carter is VG $9.99. And Little Feet, Hoy Hoy. It does have a booklet with it. VG Plus $21.99. And nice. MC5, High Time. And original too. A 71 PRC Richmond. VG $24.99 on that. Awesome. And what's our next single over here? Nice. Phil Collins, Another Day in Paradise. Got some cool singles here tonight. Here's Phil Collins, Another Day in Paradise. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Phil Collins, that's now up for bid. All right, so this is a new arrival crate that we just marked for today. Everything in here is from some of our most recent purchases. I think when maybe everybody realizes some of those psych records got overlooked, they're probably going to buy them. So hang tight. We're about to go through it again. And final call on those back two auctions. And we have MC5 is right here. And let's go ahead and go through this crate again. Phil Collins 7. Phil Collins 7. Did I miss the answer on whether you have some OG or early represses of punk or hardcore tonight? I will be selling hardcore and punk singles like I normally do. I'm about to get into that. As far as LPs, that is we always keep that to the unknown factor. We always keep that to the unknown. So I honestly don't know what they've marked tonight in the bins. I haven't been here but for about an hour here in this store. There's probably going to be about 10 new crates we go through. There's no telling what could be in those. But yes, I will be selling some of the hardcore punk singles again tonight. Most of it's like hardcore. As far as albums, we always keep that element unknown and almost a surprise. The Booker T and the T set, this is new arrivals. We call these new arrivals. You ever walked in a record store and you've seen bins that say new arrivals? Most stores put their stuff they just marked. We do that live right here every night so everybody can see them at the first time, at the same time. And so I like it like that. Kind of keeps everybody interested in what we've put out for the day. And then if it's something we've already shown, it will be discounted. Booker T is sold to Paul Redfern for $15, and the next Taiwanese is the Archies, and that's everything Archies, and that's going to go up for a $15 buy it now. I'm going to try to fix this dog ear. The bottom corner of the jacket's kind of dog-eared. There we go. Let me flatten that out. And if no one buys this, I may keep it. I kept a record last night out of the bin. Y'all be surprised at what I end up keeping out of the bin. So here's a record. Here's the kind of stuff I'm willing to keep. Starbuck with hop sticker. That's like an upgrade for me. At this point, I'm looking for like hop stickers and shrink wraps in my collecting journey. So Archie's is about now. Let's put up Pink Floyd Relics. Pink Floyd Relics is a 1971 U.S. original Winchester. So, Brandon Lack, you're out on Phil Collins. David Tate bid first at $7. Phil Collins is a $35 start. A 71 U.S. Winchester VG Plus. A 71 U.S. Winchester VG Plus, okay? Now, here we have Julian Baker. And Julian Baker's $21.99. Quick run through here. Blowest Occult Spectres, no condition notes. Godzilla, $24.99. Tom Petty, a sealed remaster of Hard Promises, $34.99. Hard Promises. The waiting is the hardest part. Nice. Tom Petty. Look at that double neck Rickenbacker. Hold on a minute. Wow, double neck Rickenbacker, $34.99. We have Wayne Cochran, an original 67 US, $19.99. Colors, Atmosphere. Colors is a psych pop album in shrink. That is $14.99, 1969. A lot of psych and a lot of psych pop happening in that era. Neil Young and the Promise of the Real Earth, sealed for $39.99. New bid on Phil Collins for $9. No bid on Pink Floyd. I'm about to make it a $35. It is a $35 start. It may end up being a $35 buy it now. Let's see what other sealed records that John brought me. Check all this out. It's amazing how many sealed records he finds on a daily basis back there. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. I see Waylon Jennings. Let's see which one that is. Ah, cool. It's a great compilation. So everything I see here is sealed. We're probably going to put a lot of these up for $10 starts tonight and see where they go. So Waylon Jennings is the Country Music Time Life Collection, and this is sealed. It's going to go up for we'll do a 10, I should say 15, but we'll put Waylon up for a $10 start on that. And then we also have Jimmy Campbell, and that's on the highly collectible Vertigo Swirl label. That is $49.99, 71 US Swirl. Phil Collins is at $9. Brandon Lack, you're out. Charlie D and Milo, and that was a folk rock, country rock album. That was $19.99. Switched on Bach and Shrink with the hop stickers, $14.99. That would be an upgrade for my copy. Yes, I do have that in my collection. We have Justin Bieber Justice. Justin Bieber sealed, a Target exclusive with alternate cover and additional song, $29.99. Waylon's at $10. Phil Collins at $10. And now Pink Floyd does have a bid with Juanita for $35. Bobby Hatfield. I'm surprised no one bought this. Messin' and Muscle Shows, because it's a promo that looks like it was recorded at the Fame Studios in Muscle Shoals. And that is VG Plus $19.99. I'm looking for the name Jimmy Johnson on here. It doesn't look like he played on this one. He probably was in the room, though, or somewhere down there when that was being recorded. Chrysalis. This is VG $29.99. Chrysalis, VG $29.99. And Clear Lights. Clear Lights is VG. So that's a psych record, VG $19.99. And Chrysalis was a psych record, VG $29.99. And No Pointer Direct Hits. No is VG Plus $14.99. So Pink Floyd does have a bid, Danny. Juanita did bid $35. Waylon has a bid, just one bid for $10 sealed with David, and he's out on Phil Collins, so go ahead and sell that to Brandon Lack for $7. Two more records. I'm going to put up another single, Red Queen to Griffin 3. You can consider this prog. Griffin's a prog album, VG Plus $19.99, and Alexander Spence, like I said, OGs of this, very pricey, EX $32.99, and Moki Cole, that was VG Plus $11.99 on Moki Cole. Let's put up another single right quick, and that's going to be Chris Cornell. Wow. Chris Cornell single. Thank you, Laura, for the water. Wow, where did this come from? Wow, it's got Sun Shower on it, too. That's a great song. Let's put this up right now. Holy moly. Let me see if I can get this sticker off the cover. Oh, nice. It popped. Look at that. There was a sticker, and it just flaked right off. Wow, I've never seen that before, and that's one of my favorite Chris Cornell songs, Sun Shower. That's a great one. And Flutter Girl from the Pointer CD. Anybody ever seen this before on green vinyl? I'm going to say a $10 start, and I really don't want to sell it. Chris Cornell, a $10 start. I was just as surprised as I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. VG Plus, $24.99 on Love. The Mamas and Papas was a UK mono. VG Plus, $24.99. Man for Man's Earth Band, The Good Earth. That's EX, $16.99. The Mighty Quinn, Manford Man, that's a 68 US, VG $16.99. If you want to rustle up some feathers, mention one name, Chris Cornell. And as you see in the chat, the feathers have been ruffled. We have Toshiko Akiyoshi, Lou Tabakan Big Band, VG Plus $19.99. So yeah, can I bid? I'm putting in a bid myself for $150. Stanley Clark is VG $19.99. If I kept everything that I like every night, I would, well, it would be bad. VG $9.99, Ron Carter. I'll let y'all enjoy them. If I have to make a tough decision every night what to let go of, I've already seen several things tonight. I'm surprised no one's bought the Archies. It's starting to stare at me because I collect all kinds of different Archie stuff. There's certain 60s things that I just really like. I like the Munsters. I like the Archies. I like Star Trek. And, of course, I've kind of watched them, the comics, the toys, and all that. But there's just certain things I like. And the Archies is up there on my list. I tried finding a shirt like that one time, an original. They do make remakes of them. But those sweaters, I'm still trying to track down an original. But I haven't found one yet. I'm sure that would be very pricey if one come up for sale. All right, we have a full crate. So let me swap this out right quick before I go through the Laura crate. There's already a crate over here from Laura. This could be very interesting. She might have pulled some stuff from that tub that was in the flip video. We're about to find out. Let me step over here and grab a new crate. Hopefully my mic's still connected and they can hear me. And let's see what's going on here, okay? So first thing we have over here was Waylon had one bid for $10 with David Tate. Juanita bid $35 on Pink Floyd. Dennis said $15 on Bobby. Now, if you're making an offer on something in the bin, these are all sticker price. Dennis, everything in the bin is sticker price. So if you're making an offer on something, Bobby, these are all sticker price. Then Waylon got a new bid for $11, and Pink Floyd got a new bid for $37. And that happened right when I put down Chris Cornell. So, David, you've been outbid on Waylon. John Darrington bid 11. And then Juanita, Danny bid 37 on Pink Floyd. And then I introduced Chris Cornell. And Chris Cornell got bids for 15, 15, 10, 20, 15, 18, 15, 10, 18, 18, 22, 25, 25. Ron Burns on MP. That's for the Mamas and Papas, that UK mono. Flip back cover. Nice decision there. That's something else I would have kept. We're into some cool stuff here. I think I've already said 8 times tonight I should keep that, so that means we're in some good records. Chris Cornell, 28. Waylon's at 12. Guy just got his tracking number. Great. Glad to hear that. Chris Cornell, 26. I think Tanner's awfully quiet, but I think he is around the corner packing up some orders. 26, 29, 30. Pink Floyd, 38. Mark Rendon got Clark and Carter. Clark and Carter right here, so to Mark Rendon. Chris Bachek, a close second on Ron Carter. And then Joe Delgado put Joe. Was that a claim? Joe put Joe. And then Waylon Jennings, another bid for 11, but there was already a bid for 12. And then Chris Cornell, 38. Chris Cornell, 40. Waylon Jennings, 12. And Tawana Bennett wants colors. All right, yeah, let's sell this to Tawana Bennett. And this is colors over here. Tawana Bennett. All right, so what a great first crate. And now a quick update. So Pink Floyd, Juanita's back in at 38. Danny, you're out. The Waylon is tied at 12. The first bidder at 12 was David. And Joe, you tied. And if y'all are curious on Chris Cornell, this is an original 1999 single. 1999 on green vinyl. It is Flutter Girl and Sun Shower. I don't know if I'm familiar with Flutter Girl, but I definitely know Sunshower. And the reason I know that one, I think it's on that Chris Cornell anthology 2 LP deal we get sometimes, which is one of his best solo songs, in my opinion. All right, anybody else? Great Crate, Little Feat, Toshiko, Man for Man, Love, Moki Coast, James Spence, Griffin, No Pointer, Clear Lights, Chrysalis, Bobby Hatfield. Now, that was VG Plus. Okay, yeah, that's the one. That would be a sticker price record, David, if you want it for $19.99. Bieber, Bach, Charlie D, Jimmy Campbell, Neil Young, Wayne Cochran, Tom Petty, Bloyster Cole, and Julian Baker, okay? And let's go ahead and go through a new crate. I'm going to keep those over here next to me. I think some people by the end of the night, because they know there's about 10 more new arrival crates to go through, probably a second read to those later, and a bunch will sell. But let's see what's in this next crate. And we got 4 crates over here from John. 6 crates. And it looks like he's marked some cool stuff. Here's the Laura Crate Hop sticker. So here's how this works. Here's how this works. If you claim something out of here, the first person to claim something, the first person who claims something gets that hop sticker. I have not even looked to see what's in this bin. We're about to find out. And let me see what's over here. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to try to show 5 records really quick. Chris Cornell's at 45 with Nick Bergeron. Pink Floyd's at 39, now 40. And Waylon Jennings is at 13 with Jeremy Dalton, Final Call. I try to show 5 records as fast as possible, so everybody gets a clear shot at the hype sticker. All right, first thing is Tom Waits, The Early Years, Volume 2. Tom Waits is sealed, $29.99. Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass, 2 LP, $22.99. Also, Cattonia, City Burials, Prog Metal, $24.99 on Cattonia. Tame Impala, live versions, a record store day exclusive, limited to 5,000, $39.99. Tame Impala. And this is, I'm got to go to the spine, All Them Witches. Dying Surfer meets his make. I think that's what that says. Dying Surfer meets his maker. Excuse me. Clear with pink and black smoke. Stoner Rock. That's what we like to hear. Stoner Rock, $39.99. All right, Chris Cornell is about to be sold to Nick Bergeron for $45. Waylon Jennings is sold to Jeremy Dalton for $12. That sealed copy. Let's please get that in a new sleeve. He's out on Pink Floyd. We're about to sell that then to Juanita for $40. And the first 5 records, the first claimer was Jerry Ferguson on Tom Waits. And thank you. And now you also get the rare, highly desirable, very iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate hop sticker. That's so to Jerry Ferguson, the lucky winner. And he gets a Tom Waits record at boot. We have All Them Witches. That was right here, and that's so to Bob Riger. Thank you. It looks like we're going to have some cool stuff tonight. Very cool. Let's go ahead and introduce Between the Beard and Me, Alaska. I've never seen that one before from them. Their 2005 album from Kraft, remastered, $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up another Taiwanese record. These are always really cool. And let's do Taiwanese Who? How about Crazy Elephant? Taiwanese. This one's on black vinyl. Taiwanese Crazy Elephant. Very nice. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on Crazy Elephant. This one actually may have a few marks on it. Let me flip it over here. Yeah, we might have to call this one like VG Plus. But that's already kind of a pretty, not highly desirable, but a pretty good selling album if you just had a US edition. $15 start on that. We have Bob Needs to Pass on All Them Witches. He already has it. So Ivan R, you're actually going to get them all. You're actually going to get them All Them Witches. That's hard to say. Ivan R, that goes to you instead of Bob Riger. And then how much was Cattonia? Cattonia was $24.99. 2 LP, City Burials. And then Brandon Lack gets Between the Beard and Me, Alaska. All right, very nice. I hate to see this thing go, but what a cool single there. Chris Cornell on green vinyl sold to Nick Bergeron for $45. They need to keep stuff like that in print because that other Chris Cornell single, that's Patience, we sell the heck out of those for new and sealed for $15 and $20. And I feel like if some artists would put other singles like this back in print, I know I would buy them. I'm sure y'all would too. Pink Floyd is Pink Floyd is sold to Juanita for $40. That is sold to Juanita for $40. And Crazy Elephant. And Crazy Elephant's a $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Next thing we have is Bruce Springsteen. This is a bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is live at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, California, October 13th, 1986. A vintage original Bruce Springsteen bootleg. A $35 start there for Bruce. Please take this as a token. I can't do that. I would feel really bad if you bought a record for me. I just can't do that. I appreciate your token, but I would much rather be sending it to you, Nick. That is a very kind gesture. But I would say thank you, Nick Bargeron, and about the only way I would take that is if you held a gun to my head. We have Jack Johnson as our next single. Jack Johnson is going to go up for a $7 start. Living in the Moment, Let It Be Sung. And that's a $7 start. Now, if you get mad at me if I don't take it, that's a different... I don't want you mad at me, but I don't know if I can be taking gifts like that. That would... I don't want to... We can't start any kind of crazy trend like that. Anybody else? I would say anybody else but me, I just can't do that. We have The Fix, Reach the Beach. One Thing Leads to Another. Nice. I hadn't seen one of those in a while. 1999. And the Beastie Boys, Ill Communication. 2009. We have a 2009 U.S. reissue, $39.99. And we have Jack White, Fear the Dawn. We have sealed on standard black vinyl, $19.99. Chad, when someone wants to do special, you should let them. If you don't take it, then you must hate Chris Cornell. Wow, now Nick, everybody's putting pressure on me. Now I'm going to feel bad. Next thing I have is Mike and the Mechanics Living Years. That's $19.99. Wow, that's a very pricey reissue because it's an import only. Those are like $50-something new. And then we have Counterparts, Nothing Left to Love. That's on mint and lavender galaxy colored vinyl with poster, $22.99. So Jack Johnson's a $7 start. Let's go ahead and make that. Oh, actually, we already have bids. So let me go back over here and see what happened. So we sold the Alaska. Nick got the Chris Cornell, and he's trying to gift it to me. And then Jack Johnson has bids for 7 and 10. Philip Holt first on JW for Jack White. Jerry Ferguson on the Beastie Boys. We're also right in the middle of an insane bin. And then Carla Brecky on Mike and the Mechanics. That's so to Carla Brecky. Crazy Elephant's a $15 buy it now. And the Bruce Springsteen boot is a $35 buy it now. Bruce Springsteen, you better not touch. Bruce is going to go up for a $35 buy it now. Over here, we have a Albert Collins. There's got to be a change. And Albert Collins is a 1971 USOG. This is the only time this was ever pressed to vinyl in the United States. It has the original inner sleeve. It does have a hole punch on the cover. It is EX edition, a $35 start. $35 start. Albert Collins, there's got to be a change. Now, who is that first bidder on Jack Johnson? Because you're out. John Darden, you're out on Jack Johnson. It's at 10. So let me know if you want back in. Bruce Springsteen, so to Danny for $35. And Japanese, I do have a few. David, you missed the buy it now section last night. We probably sold a dozen for buy it now prices that I had never put up for auction. So that's unfortunate, but here's one I'll put up for just a $25 start. And this is Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. Clapton is going to go up for a $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. $25 start on that. There's the insert. There's the gatefold. There's the Obi, which unfortunately is ripped at the bottom, but it's still on the cover. Nice jacket, just a few of those humidity spots down here at the bottom. $25 start on that. Hey, I don't see you not drinking Massey's V8s. That is very true. By the way, I need some more of those in the fridge. I may have to ask my sister Jill, because I know my mom wasn't here today. We might need to go load the fridge up with some V8s up front, if you don't mind. Black cherry preferred. Black cherry. There's like 50 dozen up there for Mike Massey. I'd appreciate that. Probably by 11 o'clock when I'm ready for one, they'll be cold. And then Jack Johnson is sold to Carla DeRoche for $10. Sold to Carla for $10. And Eric Clapton has a bid $425. And then Albert Collins is a $35 start. 71 US original. And guess what? That's the only time that album's ever been pressed to vinyl. Albert Collins, blues legend. All right, let's keep going here. What a great crate so far. Tess Parks and Anton Newcomb. That is a 2015 original on orange vinyl. Brian Jonestown Massacre related. This is a shoegaze psych record. $39.99 on Tess Parks. And that is Post Malone. It's on pink vinyl. Hollywood's Bleeding. Yeah. Post Malone is $34.99. That's on pink vinyl. Posty, $34. The Call, Reconciled. The Call is $14.99. And Muse, Origin of Symmetry. Muse is $22.99. Origin of Symmetry. Final call to get a bid on Albert Collins. What's this next single? Is this Beck? This looks like Beck. Who is this? Yeah, it's Beck on Third Man Records. I don't know where these singles came from, but man, it's been a great batch, hasn't it? Beck is Blue Randy, and the B-side, or the A-side, is I Just Started Hating Some People Today. And that's on Third Man Records, and Beck is going to go up for a $7 start. Never had seen that one before. Philip Holt on Muse, and I say that a lot every night. I'm around records live here, flipping through hundreds, if not thousands, 8 hours a night, every night. And every night, I'm like, I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. And that's been going on for years now. So it's amazing. Philip Hope gets Muse. Eric Clapton has a new bid for $26. And then Carla DeRoche, second on Muse. Bob Riger, third on Muse. And PM for Jeremy Dalton is Paul McCartney. That is sold. And now we have Wilco AM. And Wilco is $22.99. Wilco AM. You okay, Paul? Can you get through here? Let's put it right there where the others were. This is my Sunday project. After you get done, well, I'll probably have to tidy it up for you before Sunday. Cool. But this is going to be my Sunday project. I did that room, I guess, 2 Sundays ago. That was Monday because I wasn't here on Sunday, or I did a sale on Sunday, so I couldn't do that. And so this is my next Sunday. I get 1 day a week, and if I don't do it on Sundays, I got to do it on Mondays and lose sleep. So, but yeah, we'll get it cleaned up. Thank you, Paul, as always. And he's delivered another new crate. Is Tanner still in this building? Okay, he left. All right, I figured he's been here most of the day. The store was closed today. Tanner hung out by the front door just in case any local people drove here and didn't realize we were closed. We were obviously closed for my nephew's graduation, and Tanner hung out by the front door while he keyed in records. We just kind of stayed closed, but there was a couple people that drove in from Nashville to pick up their orders. Shout out to, I think it was Buck Buchanan and Mike Massey. Luckily, Tanner called them because they drove all the way from Nashville, and they got to pick up their orders. So he said, that's why I had to hang out up front, just in case somebody I recognized come to pick up their orders. But there's that. Okay, back to selling. Sorry, and Post Malone has already been claimed. That's sold to Jeremy Dalton. Right? Want Post Malone. Jeremy, I've already got that for you. Post Malone. Clapton 27, Clapton 30, Beck 7, Beck 9. Bill Samus got Wilco. Eric Clapton 31. Yeah, last Sunday I was doing the sale. That's right. Man, it's been a long week. Gosh, that seems like that was forever ago. And that's on this week. That's on this week's cycle. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. Albert Collins, $35 on that. That's what I was doing last Sunday. That's why I couldn't help clean up in the back. Man, I forgot about all that. We've had 7. This is the 7th consecutive live stream this week. It has been a heck of a week. We've got to be near record-setting numbers. We have sold so much. Here's our next bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. The Beatles Singing the Blues. What a bizarre bootleg here. This is an unofficial compilation from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. The Beatles Singing the Blues. VG Plus, a $35 start. VG Plus, $35 start. Let's keep going through this bin. Great stuff here. Hey, there's Coldplay again. This is on pink and blue vinyl with poster, $39.99. It's a 2015 U.S. limited edition. That's a head full of dreams. Coldplay is $39.99. We have Drive-By Truckers, American band. Drive-By Truckers is sealed for $19.99. And The Eraser by Thom Yorke. And Thom Yorke is the Radiohead's lead singer, $34.99. Good batch of records there. Speaking of something to drink, I'm going to drink some purple juice here. I definitely need it. And thanks, everybody, for spending your Saturday night with us. What an incredible week it has been. So the next thing we had was Beck was at $9. Kenny Stanley, just so you know, you got outbid. Kenneth bid $9, so he has it. Clapton, $31.32. Carla DeRoche on CP, that's for Coldplay. The Beatles did get a bid with David Tate for $35. Bill Samus on Drive-By Truckers. Danny Thomason, second on Drive-By Truckers. And Dennis Jackson, third on Drive-By Truckers. And Thom York to Craig Sweden. And Craig, I think it's that time of the week. You need a record, don't you, Craig? Wow, I usually don't see you buy anything out of the bins. Thank you, Craig. Let's send this to Craig Thomas. You hadn't bought a record this week, have you? Craig is an unpaid volunteer out in California. He watches every night and saves me no telling how much time sharing track listings for a few hours every night. Let's sell that to Craig for $0.00, and let's mail that to California. Let's mail that to California. Thank you, Craig. Free record for Craig. Thank you. Shout out to Craig for spending hours every night, unpaid, all the way out in California. I'm glad he found our page. Craig's been watching for years. I'm glad he found us because he helps us out tremendously, and he needs a record. I think that was his first of the week. We try to get him at least one a week. I mean, a $20, $30 record for probably what, Craig? 20, 30 hours of work every night? That's a pretty good bargain in my book, at least on my end, and Craig gets a free record. Hopefully he gets a little bit of entertainment watching too. How about the XX, self-titled? We have a 2009 USOG with poster. Yeah, Craig Sweden. Did I say Thomas? Craig Sweden. Craig Sweden, yeah, not Thomas. Craig Thomas watches every night too. And he's probably watching right now. Handmade Cities. Handmade Cities is band Pellini. Album is called Handmade Cities. So the band name's Pellini, P-L-I-N-I. It's a 2021 Canadian, limited to 1,000 on purple marbled. Math Prog Rock, $59.99. All right, so let's go back up to the top. And Kenny Stanley, let's see if he bid again on Beck. He said out on Beck. So this is sold for $9 to Kenneth Blair. Thank you, Kenneth. That's sold to you for $9. All right, and then the Beatles just got one bid, and that's sold to David Tate for $35. And I think they're still bidding on the Eric Clapton over here, Behind the Sun. This was a Japanese pressing of Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, and this was with Brad Waits at $32. I got to make sure Jeremy Merck doesn't want back in. Brad does have this for $32, okay? Now, let's purge some of these comments because some stuff definitely sold here. As soon as I catch my breath. David Hoy wants to know how much XX was. It's $24.99. And David Hoy, if you don't want that, then Tim Colino does. And then Tim Colino asked how much was CC, but I think he meant XX. And then over here, if Crazy Elephant is buy it now, I'm in for, that's how you accept a gift. Okay. Yeah, Craig does a good job accepting free gifts, doesn't he? That's how I should have done that when Nick offered me that Chris Cornell. Crazy Elephant is sold to Darren Chrisman for $15. Yes, we got a heck of a no-bid pile over here already. I'll go through those in just a second. But right now, we have what? We have Two Dreams. This is $29.99. This is Circa Survive. That was in that flip video I posted. Circa Survive is $29.99. And David Hoy XX. You know what? Something just hit me. Somebody asked earlier about the Firm. I read it in my head, but I didn't answer it. Who asked about the Firm? Sid Blair. The Firm is a new or an original pressing. $19.99. It's OG $19.99. Now, you asked if it's colored. Friday Music has colored pressings of this in print. They're like $40 though. They're expensive. Or they're twice as much, I should say. That's really not expensive for a new LP. That's about the average price. $19.99 on the fix. Clapton is still getting bids. Let's introduce some more auctions. The next auctions are Thelonious Monk, Always Know. Monk is going to go up for auction. It's a 2 LP white label promo. A 1979 US Santa Maria white label promo. EX Plus. EX Plus on disc 1. Disc 2 is VG++ EX. Monk is a $25 start. One thing leads to another. That's sold to Sid Blair. Beautiful OG copy there. Circa Survive This is also from that video, Interpol, Our Love to Admire. I remember these covers. Interpol is $24.99, and it says, Laura loves Interpol. That's the note on the back. A 3-heart rating, $24.99. Laura loves Interpol. I have another single over here. Let's see what's going on with this other single. First thing we have is this. What is this? It's in the same pile as all the other ones. It's the Ramones. Sheena is a punk rocker live, and Husker Du, Sheena is a punk rocker live. It's on orange purple split. It's a mystery. I think that's originally sold as a mystery record. Is that from Record Store Day maybe? I'm not for sure, but that's a $7 start. Jeremy's out on Eric Clapton, so final call to Brad for $35. Nice. Dire Straits is sealed, a 2LP. $29.99 on sealed Dire Straits. And the Alan Parsons Project, I Am the Eye in the Sky Looking at You in shrink with hop sticker. Nice. And that does have Sirius on it. You may know Sirius if you've ever watched the Chicago Bulls starting lineup. And now here is your starting lineup for the Chicago Bulls. Thank you for chilling the V8s. Dun 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 dun. It's that is the Chicago Bulls theme music on there, $19.99. Also, we have Coolio, Gangsta's Paradise, I Walk Through the Valley of Death, $34.99, a Record Store Day exclusive on red vinyl, $34.99, and Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. Wow, a sealed original club copy for $24.99. A sealed original club copy. Thelonious Monk, I'm looking for a $25 start. By the way, Clapton got a new bid for $36 with Christopher Dean. Brad Waits, you've been outbid on Clapton. The split single has a bid for $7, and now $10, and now $12, and now $12, and Jerry Ferguson wants Coolio. Wow, a lot of great stuff in here. I can't wait to recap this one, plus the other crate that Paul put out. We got John Crate coming up next, and I think he's marked some killer stuff. They're all pulling from the same batch. Bryan Adams and the Cardinals, Follow the Lights. Bryan Adams is $14.99, and ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud. And ZZ Top is on the Blue London label, $34.99. And we have Neil Young, El Dorado. Neil Young is $17.99. The Ramones at $13 at 6'6". From North Carolina, Michael Jordan. Wow. Did anybody ever get to watch him play live? That would be one of my time machine stops. Watching Michael Jordan play live right there at courtside. Wow, I'd feel like I was in a dream. What you would be if you was on a time machine. Ramones 13, Ramones 15. Jetstream on the Dire Straits. That's so the Jetstream. Kim Johnson on Alan Parsons. We convinced Kim needs that Chicago Bulls music. Plus, it's just a great album. Alan Parsons, he produced an album. Alan Parsons produced an album called The Dark Side of the Moon. So anything he touches kind of turns to gold. Eric Clapton. Christopher bid $36, which outbid Brad Waits. I got to make sure Brad is done. Brad, you were outbid on Clapton. And we also have, yes, 90125, $17.99. Yes, 90125, $17.99. Wow, a lot of people got to see him. Nice. I guess if you lived in Chicago in that era, for sure. So I guess when he was retiring, I was like 4 or 5 years old. So I was obviously not attending, or I wouldn't have remembered it. Hey, 90125, Owner of a Lonely Heart. The Contourist Language Rediscovered Edition. This is prog metal, limited to 500 on mint green vinyl. The Contourist is $49.99. The Contourist is $49.99. Well, I should say retiring from the Bulls, and then when he went back to the Wizards, I guess I was a couple years older, but we don't count that. Okay. We have Eric Clapton got a new bid. Clapton got a new bid, so Christopher Dean, now you're out. Brad's back in at 37. Nobody bid on Monk, and I was waiting for one to come in maybe after somebody's done some research. But Monk's a white label promo, and that's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on that. $25 buy it now. So first thing we have is 2 auctions left. The Ramones got bids for $15, $16. JK bid $20. JK bid 20. Kenny Stanley's out. And then Eric Clapton got that new bid for 37. And we have Monk is being sold to Sean for $25. And then Romelu C was next. Romelu C was next. And we have You Can't Lie. This is sealed, an R&B record, $29.99. And this is 070 Shade. Is that what that's called? 070 or 0 Shake. You Can't Kill Me. I think that's what that says, $29.99. So this is an interesting single here. This is half purple, half orange. The Ramones, Sheena is a punk rocker. And the flip side is Husker Du. So Husker Du, Sheena's a punk rocker. And we have the Ramones, Sheena's a punk rocker. It's a split. Originally a Record Store Day mystery record. A Record Store Day mystery record. And the high bid on that is, I think JK's still at $20. We're making sure Christopher Dean is out on Eric Clapton. He is. So let's go ahead and sell this to Brad Waits for $37. How old am I? I am 29. So yeah, when 95 birth year. So when Michael was retiring from the Bulls, I was around 3 or 4 years old. So yeah, I definitely don't remember him playing. I was around 3 or 4 years old when Michael was retiring, at least from the Bulls, that is. A few years older, I guess, when he officially retired. And definitely not when he was a rookie or any of his early years. That was 10 years before I was born. All right, thank you. That's sold. And over here's that. So yeah, I didn't get to experience that. I am, nostalgic enough watching Brady play. I was taking that in, especially late in his career, because I'm nostalgic enough. I'm like, I better watch Brady play as much as I can when those last several seasons, because I was like, I better pay close attention to this. John Lee Hooker is a sealed French import compilation, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. This is John Lee Hooker, Get Back Home, the Blues Singers and Players Collection. John Lee Hooker, Get Back Home, sealed, a $25 start. John Lee Hooker, that is up for bid. That's Get Back Home. That's a French compilation there. Let's go ahead and put up another LP, and that's going to be a Japanese pressing here of the Beatles White Album. Now, last night, we had an Obi-less one that I think was a steal, and I found this one just a moment ago, flipping through the rest of these Japanese. Let's try another opportunity for a Japanese pressing here of the Beatles White Album, and this is a beautiful copy. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has 2 LPs. It has 2 inner sleeves. It has the John photo, the Paul photo, the George photo, the Ringo photo. It has the insert, no poster, gatefold, the Beatles White Album, a $45 start. JK gets the Ramones for $20. JK gets the Ramones for $20 on that. And let's make sure I didn't miss any of the claims or anything else there. JK gets that for $20. There's the White Album. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything else here, okay? We're good to go. All right. Now, let's finish up this crate. Next thing is Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, an original label, 1979 OG Pinckneyville, beautiful copy, $49.99. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. Wow, that is a beautiful copy. $49.99 on that. We have Lady Gaga, sealed, $19.99. Lady Gaga's on clear vinyl. It's one of the remixes on here. One of the remixes on here is by Charlie XCX, so Laura highly recommends. There you have it, with a remix with Charlie XCX. That's $19.99. The Beatles is at $45. John Lee Hooker is a $25 start. No bid on that. Great crate here, amazing. Definitely going to be worthy of a recap. This is sealed on red vinyl for $19.99, and this is Youngblood, sealed $19.99. Target exclusive with poster, $19.99. Jack White, Entering Heaven Alive. Jack White is sealed on standard black vinyl, $19.99. And this is Mac DeMarco, Here Comes the Cowboy, $17.99 on Mac DeMarco. Awesome. Now, we need to empty this crate. So how's that going to be possible? We have a read-through one more time on these coming up. That little stack of singles I was selling of, that was the last one. That was a great batch, I know. I wish I had like a whole box full of that kind of stuff. Those are gone, but I am going to start pulling up like I told, I think, Jeremy earlier. I'm going to start trying to do some more hardcore singles. And I was pulling out of a batch of New Orleans stuff last night. And we'll start trying to dig into those, but there's only a handful of those over here. But I am going to grab 2 or 3 hardcore singles at a time and put them up for a $10 start. And here's the first one. Udissic, Ugly, Udusic, Teddy and the Rough Riders, and True Vision, Against the Grain. Those 3 singles, $10 start. She said those were all the 45s I found from Wisconsin. There you go. So actually, Laura found those that she brought up here. There it is. We can thank Laura for those. And I'm going to take a drink of purple juice, and let's figure out what else we need to sell out of this crate. All right. So, first thing we have, Jeremy Dalton put LJ. And Jeremy Dalton, LJ was for Lady Gaga. That's so to Jeremy Dalton. The Beatles got a new bid for $46. Mike Bartlett wants to know the price on 90125. 90125 is $17.99. There's some cover damage, is the note. Maybe this little crease here, and there is some writing down here on the bottom, very small. Let's see if it's mastered by RL. Sometimes they are. Yeah, this is mastered by Bob Ludwig. That's RL and the Dead Wax, $17.99. And then we have Tawana Bennett got Youngblood. That's so to Tawana Bennett. Joe DeGaldo wants to see the Call album again. Joe DeGaldo, the Call is right here, reconciled, $14.99. It has the original Electra inner sleeve, very clean, $14.99. Laura just delivered another crate. Paul delivered another crate, and there's still 6 crates over here from John. Holy moly. Mike Bartlett said sold, and that was on yes. Chris Ridlings wants to see all the no bids. Well, right here's one of them. John Lee Hooker did not get a bid. He's a buy it now for $25. Get Back Home, the Blues Singers and Players Collection, Volume 14. It is sealed, a French compilation or a French pressing. John Lee Hooker's a $25 buy it now. Number 2 buy it now. Albert Collins, There's Got to Be a Change. A 71 U.S. original, only time ever pressed to vinyl. EX, original inner sleeve, $35. $35. First, Joe Delgado says he'll take the Call. That's so to him. Sean Lee Hooker gets... Wow. Sean Lee Hooker. Sean Fairweather gets the John Lee Hooker. Sean, I just called you Sean Lee Hooker. Albert Collins is sold to Brent Robley, $35. These 345s have one bid for $10. Joshua says he wants Ryan Adams and the Cardinals. Is that still in here? It is. Ryan Adams and the Cardinals is sold to Joshua Cross for $14.99. We have a Taiwanese pressing. A Taiwanese pressing of the Archies. Everything's Archie. The Archies is a Taiwanese pressing. $15 buy it now on that. Sealed Hank Aaron, Magnavox promotional record, The Life of a Legend. It's a Magnavox promotional record commemorating when he surpassed Babe Ruth's home run record. A sealed original, $10. Charlie Louvin, Less and Less, and I Don't Love You Anymore, signed from Fred's collection by Charlie Louvin, JSA authenticated, $35. And Ruthless People, a promo Japanese pressing. And this was, boy, I forgot. I'll say $35 or best offer. I can't remember what I put that. I feel like $35, but I don't remember. So, Ruthless People, and that's all the no bids, okay? The Beatles is at 60 with Sean Fairweather, and we're about to sell those 345s for 10. And here we go. And we have another crate from Paul, another crate from Laura, and 6 crates from John. And Jill's working on a crate too. No, she said no. She's leaving. She's been keying in records, so invoices can go out. I'm good to go. Actually, I'll take 3 double cheeseburgers from McDonald's. No, I'm joking. I don't need 3 double cheeseburgers. I could scarf them down very quickly, though. Oh, my gosh. Those things are less like, ah. All right, next thing we have here, Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass. Some great stuff here. Check out the song... let's see, what's the one? I Don't Mind is good. What's the other one on here I really like? Oh, Sarah's on volume 2. Oh, Sarah's a great one. But Sturgill Simpson, great Americana bluegrass stuff, if you've ever listened to that. When Doug worked here, Doug was very high on Sturgill Simpson. Never had heard of Sturgill Simpson probably till when Doug started working here, and that's about the time this album came out. And then I developed a love for Sturgill Simpson's music. Cutting Grass, $22.99. I've even got some framed Sturgill Simpson's posters up front. These 3 singles are sold to Robert Warner for $10. This is a fantastic Beatles Japanese pressing at $70. Jared McLaughlin's going to get the Archies for $15. Sell that to Jared McLaughlin for $15. That just leaves a few no bids now. I was claiming, you know why I've got Cheeseburger? When I came off the interstate, because I went to Smith County today, I went to a side of Lebanon that I don't get to very often. I usually go to my house and here, which is just like a straight shot. They're building a new In-N-Out here in Lebanon. They're building an In-N-Out burger. And In-N-Out, I passed to the construction. I went, cheeseburger. That sounds good. Here's our next auction, the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. This is a 1971 U.S. Monarch original. The jacket and disc seem to be Frankenstein. The jacket indicates a Record Club of America. Discogs does not list any Monarch pressings as club copies. So the disc is an original Monarch, and the cover is a club jacket. It's VG minus a $15 start. It is VG minus. It's an original Monarch disc and a club jacket, but it's still an original zipper cover, $15 start on the Stones. Yes, today's purchases are part of $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping. That was Sunday when I did the big sale. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and tonight. 7 nights. 7 nights. The Beatles is at $75 with Jeremy Gallagher. We have Tame Impala live versions. Tame Impala is $39.99. We have a 2014 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 on translucent green, $39.99. There's Sturgill Simpson. Brent said Sturgill's great live. Tell me about the posters. It is posters that he sold on his website. They're matching. It's like part 1 and part 2. I've got them framed in a barnwood frame, and I'm asking $499.99. So they're 2 posters. It looks like him sitting on the lawnmower. One is green and one's blue, and they're half and half, and they match. They're numbered artist print, and it's in a beautiful barnwood frame. It's all the way up front, and I honestly can't get to it. It's hanging behind the giant Frankenstein statue, but I can get you a picture of it later. Tame Impala, great stuff in here. Cattonia is still available. Surprised no one's grabbed this for just $24.99. Prog Metal, Cattonia, and Counterparts, Nothing Left to Love. Counterparts is $22.99. Tess Parks and Antoine Newcomb, I Declare Nothing. Brian Jonestown Massacre related, Shoegaze Psych, $39.99. And Mandate Cities, this is Pellini, Handmade Cities. So the name of the band is Pellini, P-L-I-N-I, Handmade Cities, $59.99. Also, we have Bradley Smith on Cattonia. That is sold to Bradley Smith. Ivan R. on Tess Parks, and that's sold to Ivan R. And Brent, I bought those posters through his website. Most of that value, I took that to my framer, Kim. Kim's Framing Art. She's done all my framing. That barnwood frame was a majority of that value. I think I paid $289 for the framing. So it's beautiful, though. It's in a really cool vintage-looking barnwood frame, which matches up really well with the Sturgill lawnmower theme going on there. So, but yeah, I think I've got nearly $300 in the framing. We have Circa Survive. This one's called Two Dreams. That's $29.99. Circa Survive. And we have also here Interpol, Our Love to Admire. Interpol is $24.99. Okay, I need to update these auctions because there was a lot going on. And the Beatles is at $75 with Jeremy Gallagher. $75 with Jeremy Gallagher. Did Sean Fairweather say out? Sean, you have been outbid on this, just FYI. It's at $75. Final call to get a bid on the Stones. It is VG minus. It's been Frankenstein, but if you don't have a starter copy, if I had a true near mint minus OG Monarch of this, you're probably talking close to 100 plus, especially one near mint, because that would be very rare finding that near mint. Just saying. So that's a great starter copy. It is playable. 15 on that. Next thing we have is Tim Colino on Interpol. That's sold to Tim Colino. Now, David V put double animal style. Is that a burger or is that something else? And then Ivan R got Tess Parks, right? Yeah, Bradley Smith got Catonia. Ivan R got Tess Parks. I told y'all this was a great Laura crate. And we have Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. Bruce Springsteen is sealed. That's an original club copy. An original club copy, $24.99. ZZ Top is $34.99. And then I got to make sure if Sean's done on the Beatles, I'm going to say going twice. I'm about to drop the hammer. Jeremy Gallagher has it for $75. UK Flag Series number 10. I'm about to sell it. Let's go ahead and get a third auction going. I do have some sealed stuff here to put up for starting bids, and along with the Taiwanese, which are right here behind me. So let me put the sealed starting auctions, or I call them filler auctions. But some of this stuff is not really filler. They're pretty good stuff, like Jimmy Reed, sealed. It is a compilation from Trip. It's 16 Greatest Hits by Jimmy Reed. It's sealed, and we're going to put that up for a $15 start. Next is Neil Young, El Dorado. I don't remember showing that the first time. I think I skipped that one. Neil Young is $17.99. And then the Contourist Language, that's a limited edition 500 on mint vinyl Prague, $49.99 on that. All right, the Rolling Stones is a buy it now. VG minus, an original Monarch disc. Club jacket, $15 buy it now. And then Jeremy Gallagher, you do get the White Album for $75. Thank you, Jeremy. That is so due for $75. Nice. Rocky Raccoon fell into his room only to find Gideon's Bible. Is ZZ Top a reprint? Is it original? Is it sealed? It's not a new pressing. It's not a new pressing, but I can't confirm it's like OG first pressing. It's on the right label. That is the first label. It does say FS Bell Sound. I bet that's OG. It should be. It's definitely not a modern pressing. It's very nice. $34.99. If you want me to run the Matrix, I could. Adam Bernardi got the Neil Young El Dorado. Brandon Lack gets the Stones for $15. Duke was second, and then Ron Burns. That's sold for $15. And then here is You Can't Kill Me by 070 Shake. Not too familiar with them. It's an R&B album sealed for $29.99. Tom Petty's a beautiful OG top copy, $49.99 on the original label. The sealed Jimmy Reed does have a bid for $15. Let's put up another Beatles record from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And this is the Beatles Sunday Night at the London Palladium, October 13th, 1963. And it actually is the Beatles at a Sunday, doing a Sunday night show at the London Palladium. But actually, it's 1964. It's January 12th, 1964. And side B is Big Night Out, October 23rd. So this is actually the Beatles live. Very cool green bootleg cover there. Nice EX vinyl, $35 start on that. And then before we get a new crate, here's Jack White. He is sealed on black vinyl for $19.99. And there is Mac DeMarco. Here comes the cowboy. Mac is $17.99. Great stuff there. How about another new crate? We've got, what we're going to be doing is new crate after new crate of new arrivals all night while we auction off all this new stuff. And I wouldn't go anywhere. Thanks for spending your Saturday night. $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy all night long. And this is the 7th and final night to get unlimited shipping. It concludes tonight. There will be one other opportunity. I will be posting a video, especially of all these new records from tonight. I'll be posting a final call video. And that will be posted in the morning. And that's kind of mostly new vinyl and leftovers from tonight that are sealed. And that will be the last call. And then invoices go out on Monday. Invoices will go out on Monday. I'm very curious what's over here in some of these other crates. Paul flipped through John's stuff and he said, man, there's great stuff in here, which I would assume. Right after we buy new collections, it's always a great time to be watching. They usually go for the throat. They usually put out great stuff because they're flipping through tubs and they're pulling out the best stuff that they know is going to sell, the best looking titles. They're pulling them out, they're marking them, they're cleaning them. We're pulling stuff for auctions, And that's usually some of the first things we have here. This crate, the beginning of it has a lot of comedy and like bizarre miscellaneous, and then the rest of it's some really good titles. So let's go through that, or I could go through this one. Let me see what's over here too. Looks like you got into some, I love these miscellaneous kind of records though. That's stuff I love. I don't know which one to go through. Let's go through this one. Ah, man, I don't know. It's going to be tough. Let's go through this one. I mean, it starts with a Moody Blues record. I mean, that means I need to go through it. If we're not putting out Moody Blues records, we're not doing our job. All right. Putting a pork shoulder on the smoker. That sounds good. That sounds really good. What am I going to eat tonight? I may need to order some food. And then to have it after the show, not during the show. I think I'll be good till, but I probably need to order some Mexican food. That sounds good, doesn't it? Mexican food. All right, let's go back over here. And so we had Jimmy Reed 15, Jimmy Reed 17, Jimmy Reed 20. And then can I see the Jack White? And I'll take the ZZ Top. I like those statements, so let's pull that. And so Jack White is called Entering Heaven Alive. It's sealed, and it's $19.99. And then ZZ Top is sold. ZZ Top is sold to Scott D. Roche. Publix, they made me a sub today. I got a half of a sub up front. Actually, probably around 11 o'clock when I do my V8 run, I'll scarf down that other half of that sub. Half of the other half. But I had to stay up all night, basically, to go to my nephew's graduation. My body just won't let me sleep, you know, at that early time I tried to go home last night. So I got back at like noon. I got my Publix sub, and I've took about a 3-hour nap, and I'm back here selling records. And I feel pretty good because I knew we was going to have a bunch of great stuff. I get excited. I can run on adrenaline knowing we've got great new stuff here. Here's the Moody Blues. Here we are, $14.99, A Question of Balance. A nice looking copy too. No condition notes on any of these. The Moody Blues is $14.99. Elton John, Too Low for Zero. I'm Still Standing. Elton John is $19.99. It actually needs to go in this way. That's a nice die-cut cover. What a clean jacket, too. Elton, $19.99. That album's not in print either. Wow, this is a bizarre one here. Oh, it's foreign. $19.99. J. Giles Freeze Frame. We had a Japanese pressing last night. It also has their hit song Centerfold. This is like a German, it is a German press on Fame. A German press, $19.99. Jerry Reed is officially sold to David V for $25. And the Beatles boot's a $35 buy it now. The Beatles boot live in London, that is a $35 buy it now. We got the top copy, Tom Petty from the last crate sold. Great decision there. This is sold to D. Kong. And then we got Jay Giles sold to Brent Robley, and Elton sold to Lily McCurry. And we got the Beatles sold to Mike Torres for $35. You know what that means? We just got to get somebody bought in on the Moody Blues. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Pink Floyd. Here's the notes from Paul. The notes from Paul say original 1977 U.S. Pittman with the original undersleeve VG+, their best album, question mark, question mark, question mark. It's my favorite. I think this is one of the greatest recordings of all time. Pink Floyd, Animals. The song Dogs, oh my gosh. What an epic journey that takes you on. $35 start. An original 77 Pittman. It is VG+. $35 start. Wow. I love this ending here. Look at all this. Just absolutely incredible. There it is. $35 start on that. Here we go. Robert Barnett says he'll take Jack White. Let me make sure that, who asked about it? Somebody asked about it earlier. James Hicks. James, if you don't want Jack, Robert wants it. So we got to hear back from James and Jack to figure out who gets Jack and Robert gets Jack. Next thing is Jefferson Starship Spitfire. $14.99 on Jefferson Starship. Jason and the Scorcher still standing. So Elton was, I'm still standing. And then Jason says he's still standing. So they're both still standing. John Kay, Forgotten Songs and Unsung Heroes. He was the lead singer for a band called Steppenwolf, $19.99, and the Jan and Dean Anthology album, which is a Gatefold 2 LP, $19.99. Let's put up another auction. This time we're going to move over here to some jazz. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is a 1956 US Mono original. The bottom seam is completely split. It's VG minus, a $55 start. But here's what you got to understand. This album, in VG Plus condition, has sold for as much as $600. And the cheapest copy on Discogs right now is $500. Oh my gosh. So this is extremely rare and desirable. It's called the Unique Thelonious Monk. We have graded it VG minus. It is a VG minus record. A G Plus copy sold for $88. Nicer VG copies, VG Plus copies have sold for over $500. Wow, I've never had this one either. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. No wonder. The Unique Thelonious Monk. Now, the jacket is also probably G Plus because it's completely split. A $55 start. So buyer beware on the condition. But man, if you don't have that one, rare. $55 start on that. Pink Floyd is $35. Melanie, I've already sold Elton. That one went to Lily McCurry, and now the Jack White is sold to Robert Barnett. Thank you for letting me know on that. Okay, let's keep going here. Next is Kansas Monolith. Kansas is $19.99. So far, I'm liking the condition of these. No condition notes on anything in here. Kansas is $19.99. Final call on Pink Floyd. Just one bid with Troy Overmeyer for $35. I'm about to sell it. Genesis Abacab. Some great songs on here. No Reply at All. Man on the Corner. Put Another Record On, $19.99 for Genesis Abacab. And George Baker Selections, Paloma Blanca. Never seen this before. $9.99. That looks interesting. David Geddes Run Joey Run. That is $9.99. Now, John's told me multiple times he believes that the song Run Joey Run is the worst song of all time. That's why he puts these out. He's told me dozens of times he believes that's the worst song of all time. David Geddes, Run Joey Run. And you can own that for just $9.99. Charles Owens gets Genesis. That's sold to Charles Owens. Monk has a bid for $55. And Pink Floyd has a new bid with Juanita for $36. Let's go over here and put up 3 new hardcore singles. We have Udiusic. What a bizarre cover that is. Unknown to God. And the 22 Surrender. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. We have Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind. That's $9.99. Monty Wants the Worst Record of All Time. That's so to Monty Reed. Troy, there is a new bid on Pink Floyd, and he's back in at $37. Bobby Goldsboro, Broomstick Cowboy. There he is. $9.99. $9.99. Also, we have Jimmy Reed, and Jimmy Reed is $19.99. This, the Neil Young Eldorado is already sold, and it was a official release, Eldorado. The singles has a bid for $10. Final call on that Monk record for $55. We're about to sell it. John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusions. That is $26.99. Jazz Blues Fusion and Collection, Emmylou Harris. I've never seen this before. It's got to be a foreign copy. It is. It's made in Germany. This has got to be great sound quality on this. Emmylou Harris, $19.99. Beautiful vinyl. That is a German pressing. Brent Robley on JR, and that's for the Jimmy Reed. And then John Mayall is sold to Charles Owens with Lily in second. And Richard Bradshaw wants Kansas Monolith. Very, very nice. We have Chet Atkins, Nashville Gold. Chet Atkins is $9.99. And Gene Autry sings South of the Border, a 2 LP Gene Autry compilation, $16.99. And Glenn Campbell, I'm a Rhinestone Cowboy, $9.99. Well, Glenn Campbell, we've got some of his autographed albums in stock for $155 if anybody wants one. Now, what about, here's some updates. So, Juanita Gagney, you're out on Pink Floyd. Troy did bid $37. And then David Hoy did bid $57 on Monk. So, Rick Berrien, you're out on Monk. David did bid $57. And now Pink Floyd has a new bid with Juanita for 38. So new bids on those, and these are a final call. Those 3 records are a final call for $10 with Ivan R. Those 3 hardcore singles there. How about the Bellamy Brothers, Plain and Fancy? The Bellamy Brothers is $9.99. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen this one before. $9.99 on the Bellamy Brothers. Also, we have Wanda Jackson, I've Got to Sing. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen this one before. John goes for the records we never have put out before in a new collection. It's always artists that we have, but it's albums that we never see by them. And there's a prime example back to back there. Waylon Jennings, It's Only Rock and Roll. I know this album well. We've sold hundreds of these. Waylon Jennings, Very Nice, $24.99. It's Only Rock and Roll. And Paul Cantor, Gray Slick Sunfighter, Gatefold, $14.99. Ivan R., you get the 3 singles for $10. Pink Floyd, $40. And Monk has a new bid for $58. So those are still getting bids. How about another quick 3 singles right quick? We have Wax Idols, we got Wellington, and we got Witchy Poo, Mixed Metaphor. So Waxed Idols, Wellington, and Witchy Poo. 3 singles there, a $10 start. We have Keith, Out of Crank. Now, I always see the Keith 98.5 album, or whatever that one was called. I've never seen this Keith record before. $9.99. And the best of Jan and Dean, $9.99. Palisades Park. All right, Pink Floyd, 40. Monk had a new bid for 58. So Troy on Pink Floyd for 40. Rick Barry and Monk, 58. Lillian on the WJ, and that's for the Waylon Jennings or Wanda Jackson there, Lillian. And then Duke wants to know the price on Wanda. Wanda's 14, unless that's what Lillian was buying. There, we unfortunately had back-to-back WJs there. Jim B wants the Mac DeMarco from the previous crate. That was Here Comes the Cowboy. That was easy because it was right in the front. Juanita's out on Pink Floyd. Monk's at 60. And these 3 singles are a $10 start. All right, and we have Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's. This is an early 80s pressing on the black RCA label, $24.99. And we have Melanie Jennings, or excuse me, Lily McCurry getting the Waylon Jennings. That is sold to Lillian, and that means if you do want Wanda Jackson, it is available for $14.99, Mr. Duke Norman. So yeah, this is available. It's on the green Capital Target label, which is a pretty collectible label there by itself. And then Jason and the Scorchers, Golden Ball and Chain. That's one I don't see as often. Is this a single? It's got to be a single because I think that's on one of his albums. Yeah, $14.99 on that 12-inch single there. So Duke does take the Wanda Jackson. There's that. And then Thelonious Monk. Let's go over Monk again. So David Hoy has the high bid at 60. Monk is a 56 US mono original. Yeah. Riverside 12-209. And it's obviously a scarce and very desirable album. The cheapest copy for sale right now is $500 on Discogs. VG Plus copies have sold for as much as $600. Damaged loose disc have sold for $10. So, and then a G Plus copy sold for $88. We're grading ours better than that, VG minus. But yes, it is in mono, and there's new bids coming in on that. And because he's out on Pink Floyd, or she's out on Pink Floyd, it's looking very good for Troy for $40, okay? There's that. And we also have Jelly Bishops, Kings of Barstool Mountain. Jelly Bishops is $9.99. What is that? I'm not too familiar. I don't have a genre for you either, but there's the Jelly Bishops. They're $9.99. They look kind of rockabilly, but I can't really tell. Usually I can look at the way these people are dressed and their haircuts and tell you. Crushed Armadillo, Jelly Bishop Walk. It sounds like rockabilly, but I can't tell. $9.99. And the best of B.B. King. $24.99 there on the best of B.B. King. All right, these 3 singles are a buy it now for $10. No bid on that, so you can grab those for the buy it now price. Let's go ahead and sell Pink Floyd then. Troy was the first bidder, and he was the last bidder. That sold to him for $40. Going through a new arrivals crate here from the new stuff. And yes, very cool stuff in here. Monk is still getting bids. There is that. And there we have it. The worst songs. Now, I have all respect for all music, But have y'all ever heard those songs of Yoko Ono where she's just screaming? I don't know. It's supposed to be art, but I don't know if it's art or not. I don't know. That she's got a different definition of art than I do. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's put up another Beatles boot or an actual Beatles record. This one looks very psychedelia. Here is the Beatles. This is an unofficial. Side A is different versions of Strawberry Fields. Wow. So side A are different alternate takes of Strawberry Fields, and side B is a compilation of different versions of various tracks. That's EX edition, a $35 start. That's EX, a $35 start on that. The high bid on Monk is at 66. We got 3 active bidders. We'll see where that thing goes. Next we have is Julie London sings Latin in a Satin Mood. $19.99. Julie London sings Latin in a Satin Mood. Warm and Wonderful, Les Paul and Mary Ford. Warm and Wonderful is $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt, What's New? This is $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, What's New? Dolenz Jones, Boyce and Hart. That's 2 members of the Monkees and Boyce and Hart who wrote a bunch of music for them and other people as well. $24.99. And the Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. The second Moody Blues album, and this is another OG. It's $19.99. Textured cover, nice. $19.99. And Spankin' Her Gang, featuring Sunday Will Never Be the Same. $19.99. Now, I have heard some stuff by Yoko that's not that bad. She does have a few things, but not something I'm going to be playing at the gym when I'm bench pressing. Not going to throw on some Yoko when I'm trying to like get into a good mood. I will listen for experimentation and for the study of history. Charles Owens on Moody Blues. Thank you, Charles Owens. That's so do you. Archie and Edith side by side. Archie and Edith side by side. $19.99. Our local gym back in Carthage, where they used to let you play the music. I should have done an experiment one day and put on some Yoko and see what everybody did. They're usually listening to like, you know, the hardest metal you can think of or rap. And I should have put on some like Yoko one day and see how everybody reacted. W.C. Fields, the original authentic recordings, $19.99 on W.C. Fields. And Kickoff USA, hey, the University of Michigan Marching Band. Where any Michigan Wolverines out there, $19.99 on that. And we have Cats, original London cast recording. Cats is $19.99. All right, let's go over here to the top. And we got the Monk album is at $65.66. The Beatles got a bid for $35. We sold Moody Blues. The Monk has a bid for $70. Monk has a bid for $75. And Danny does want the Archies Taiwanese. Dang it. So did Danny, the Archie's Taiwanese record. No, somebody already bought that. Or are you buying something in here? He might have bought something here. Oh, he bought this over here. Somebody already bought my Taiwanese Archie's record. He wants Archie and Edith side by side. Thank you, Danny. I thought you were buying my Taiwanese Archies, but it looks like somebody already did. The Roadie soundtrack. This is $26.99. Alice Cooper, Cheap Trick, Blondie, Jerry Lee Lewis. Big lineup of names on that. And then Mike, you've been outbid by Duke on the Beatles at $36. So the Beatles just got a new bid. Speaking of Taiwanese, let me see what other ones I have over here. I hadn't flipped through the whole crate. And let's see what we got in here. Interesting. Okay. Let's see here. Is any more on colored vinyl? Oh, yeah, here we go. I like the ones on orange vinyl. Here is the Everly Brothers Best, a Taiwanese record on orange vinyl. And this is actually not bad whatsoever. Yeah, very cool. Orange vinyl, the Everly Brothers Best, a $15 start on that. And Lillian on Roadie. All right, Lillian on Roadie. And Beatles is at $40. Okay, so we're not done with this crate. Here's the agenda. Just filled up another crate. I'm going to swap these out. And just FYI, we still got a Paul crate over here, a Laura crate over here, and 5 more John crates, very similar to the one like we're going through, and we've already sold half of this one. So here's my plan. We're going to do the Paul crate next because we did his first earlier. We'll do another John crate, and then the Laura crate, and then another John crate, and another Laura crate, or whatever's ready, and then you get what I'm saying, okay? So here we go. so far. And you're going to be seeing nothing but great new arrivals for the rest of the night. Nothing but great new arrivals for the rest of the night. One second. I mean, crate after crate should be for the next several hours, plus auctions. Plus auctions, okay? Next thing we have is the new Celtics Pride. Hey, there's Larry Bird, 1999 on the Celtics record, and Nazareth, the full circle, and Nazareth is 1999. And then later tonight, the very first crate was Paul and Laura and everything. We'll probably show these again, so if you missed the very first part of the show, don't worry there. So Monk is at 80 with Romelu C. Mike Torres has the Beatles for 40. Duke's out. And then the orange vinyl Everly Brothers is a $15 start. Let's try 3 singles again. What's Eating Gilbert? White Metal. And For the Love of Jesus, Chapter 1, Elmore Williams. Those 3 singles, a $10 start. Brad Waite's got Nazareth and Kenny... hold on a second. Yeah, Brad Waite's got Nazareth, Danny Thomason on Celtics, and Kenny Stanley was second. All right, and I'm just going to read the titles in here, and if you missed one and you want to know a price, let me know. The Moody Blues, Jefferson Starship, Jason and the Scorchers, John Kay, Jan and Dean Anthology, George Baker Selection, Linda Ronstadt, Bobby Goldsboro, Emmylou Harris, Chet Atkins, Gene Autry, Glenn Campbell, Rhinestone Cowboy for $9.99. Also, that Emmylou Harris was a German press. Bellamy Brothers, Paul Cantor, Grace Lick, Keith, Jan and Dean, Jefferson Airplane, Jason and the Scorchers, Jelly Bishops, B.B. King, Julie London, Les Paul, Mary Ford, Linda Ronstadt, Dolan's Jones, Boyce and Hart, Spanking Her Gang, W.C. Fields, University of Michigan, and Cats. And if you want anything else in there, let me know, okay? First thing we're going to do is sell Mike Torres the Beatles for $40. The Monk is between 2 people, and that's between Romelu and David Hoy. So, David, it goes back to you. And Cody Wright on the Rhinestone Cowboy. And that is sold to him. Let's pull that out. And that's right here. And that's sold to Cody Wright. And now I am going to bring over this crate from Paul. Yeah. Let's see what he's got here for us. Does this say Paul crate? We need Paul making stickers, don't we? We need Paul doing hype. I know I could probably never get John to do it, but we need Paul doing some kind of doodle, right? We need some kind of Paul sticker. We got to get him on board with the stickers. All right. Here we go. Y'all ready? Everybody paying attention? Everybody locked in? Everly Brothers is a buy it now for $15. These 345s are a buy it now for $10. Here we go. First thing in here is Dinosaur Jr. Sweep It Into Space. That's on purple Ripple color vinyl, $24.99. Monk is still getting bids. I mean, if you want to go buy one right now, the cheapest for sale is $500. We're at $90 with Romelu C. Our next auction is going to be Bruce Springsteen, a vintage original bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is live at the Handover Club in New Jersey with house band, Midnight Thunder, July 16th, 1983. So a vintage original Bruce Springsteen bootleg, VG Plus condition. The Headliner Club in Neptune, New Jersey, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. There's that. Okay, so I've already shown a record, haven't I? I have Dinosaur Jr., and that's sold to Sean Fairweather. And then Kristen Barnett was second, and then Robert Barnett, and then Darren Johnson. U2 Pop, new and sealed, $44.99. I was about to say, these are not cheap. Like, even MSRP, I think, on that list price might even be more. U2 is $44.99, and I haven't seen them in stock in a while. There's Pop, and we have Mumford & Sons, Babel. Mumford & Sons is sealed for $34.99. Bruce is a $35 start. And Five Finger Death Punch, this is Decade of Destruction, sealed, $29.99. All right, so here's what I'm going to do with our singles. So the unsold hard chord singles, I've got like 4 lots. So these were 3 for 10, 3, 3, 3 each. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, some from last night too, 10, 11, 12. 12 singles there for $24. That's $2 a piece. All the different hardcore bands, and some of it may be hard punk or whatever you want to call it, just $2 a piece. Robert says he'll take them all. So these sold to Robert Warner for $24. Thank you. And that's everything from this Elmore Williams to the Brood. So those are all sold to Robert for $24. Done. Okay. Brad waits on Five Finger Death Punch. There was nothing before that, right, as far as the LPs? Nope. Still got U2 and Mumford & Sons. Next is Gorillaz Cracker Island on neon pink vinyl. Gorillaz is $24.99. Gorillaz is $24.99. And we have Lana Del Rey sealed, a 2LP gatefold for $29.99. Lana Del Rey. And Golden Apples of the Sun, Judy Collins, a 70s pressing, $9.99. So right now, the Monk is at $95 with Romelu C. David Hoy, it goes back to you. Final call to get a bid on Bruce for $35. I'm about to make it a buy it now. Let's jump back over here to the some of the sealed records maybe. Yeah, I got a sealed golden earring, Mad Love. It is sealed original. There is a tear here in the shrink, but that is a sealed original golden earring. We're going to put it up for a $10 start. Golden earring, sealed, $10 start. Jerry Ferguson on the Gorillaz. I knew when everybody seen those Gorillaz albums, they would sell. We do have a couple I noticed in the video just from me constantly ordering Gorilla albums that are not in print. I think one of them's called the Singles Collection. I'm sure that will be up for auction sometime next week for sure. Carla Del Roche on the Lana Del Rey. So Carla got Lana, and Monk has a new bid for $98. We have Res Band, and that one's called Bootleg. Res Band is sealed, a 1984 U.S. original, $24.99 on that. Also, Ted Shemp, Come to the Castle. Ted Shemp is a 93 U.S. country gospel album, sealed for $14.99. Also, The Choir, Diamonds and Rain. That's an alternate rock album, 1986, The Choir, $29.99. I think I've had that before. Bruce Springsteen's a no bid, a $35 buy it now. Monk has hit triple digits. Monk is at $100 with Romelu C. The Unique Thelonious Monk is a 1956 USOG mono, VG minus vinyl, G plus or G cover. Cheapest for sale right now on Discogs is $500, and we've just hit 100 on that. Rare and scarce. No bid on a sealed golden earring. Looking for a $10 start. Going once, going twice. Next record of the bin is John Coltrane. This is the classic jazz album, I Love Supreme, a Target exclusive on orange vinyl, sealed. It's never been opened, $26.99 on that. And Jackson C. Frank, of course Paul would put this out, 2018 mono reissue. His note says fantastic. Yeah, Blues Run the Game, great stuff here. I was listening one time to a Sirius deep cut station, and that's the first time I ever heard Jackson C. Frank, and I was immediately a fan. Check out that first track there if you've never heard of that. Blues Run the Game. That's a mono reissue, $29.99 on that. Also, Broken Social Scene, Feel Good Lost. And this is a remaster for $34.99. And yes, we are going through a new arrival that Paul has marked here. And after this, I have another, the count on crates right now are 6. 6 new arrival crates at the moment to go through. I repeat, 6 new arrival crates at the moment to go through. Jackson Frank is sold to Lily McCurry. Monk has a new bid for $105. And we have 17 going under, Sam Fender, a 2021 indie alternate rock. That is $29.99. So Juanita, you bid 10 on Golden Earring, but Hendry already bid 12. Let's go ahead and put up another Beatles record here. This is the Beatles at the Beep, Volume 12 with Unique Beatle Talk. And this is an unofficial. Side 1 is the Beatles on Top Gear, November 26, 1964. And Side 2 is the Saturday Club, December 26, 1964. VG++ EX, The Beatles is a $20 start. $20 start on that. Also, Foreigner, Head Games. Foreigner is $19.99. Head Games. And La Bamba, that's the soundtrack, an original club copy from 1987, $29.99 on that. So all of a sudden, lots of bids on golden earrings. Alice in Chains won't be sold until probably Thursday night. Everything in those hot pictures, everything in the video, those were just an announcement. That's essentially an announcement to let everybody know we bought a bunch of killer records. And the big stuff like Alice in Chains, Rush, a lot of that will be featured at auction. You will know when it's selling down, and for anybody else that's interested, every day, usually between 2 hours or 30 minutes before we go live, we'll have a featured gallery of the most important auctions that will be for sale. So everybody that's seen some of the really high-end stuff, Crooked Vultures, all those, they will be advertised specifically when we're going to sell them. Usually between an hour, 30 minutes, or maybe 2 hours before we go live every night. So you'll definitely have some sort of head up. We'll definitely have a heads up on that. But yeah, there's Alice in Chains will probably be a great Thursday night record. And that is one of the most desirable records on earth right now. Oh gosh. Just go check it out on Discogs. It's one of the most desirable albums right now on planet Earth. If they pressed that right now, they could sell thousands of copies. I think they're waiting for some kind of anniversary or special box set. I'm sure they're about to do something, but yeah, that album is probably the #1 most desirable. Not rare, I'm just saying more people probably want a copy of that right now than anything. Merle Haggard and Willie Nelson. This is Poncho and Lefty, $19.99, and Frampton Comes Alive. We'll probably sell it on Thursday night. Frampton Comes Alive. Wow, no condition notes and a nice jacket. Nice stuff in here, $19.99. Okay, where are we on the Monk record? I have not heard back from David Hoy. Romelu C has it for 110. I'm about to drop the hammer. Romelu has had it for about the last 3 minutes. David, you're out. He has it for 110. Golden earrings at 15 and 15. And somebody wanted to know the title. Somebody wanted to know the tracks. And this is Golden Earring, Mad Love. I Need Love, Sulene, Sweden. Mad Love's Coming. Bombay, Fighting Windmills, Con Man, and Time's Up. Mad Love, Golden Earring. The high bid on this is $15. We have 2 people tied, Stephen Tuttle and Bill Stewart. And now the Beatles has a bid with Rick Berrien for $20. Trina Long gets Frampton. What about the video of Crate before the show? That was another announcement to give a sample of some of the kind of records that we purchased in that collection. Not all that will be out for sale tonight. Very little of that will be out for sale tonight. That's just a sample. I put, here's a random tub from the new collection. Some of these will be put out tonight. So yeah, that's just to kind of give you an idea of some of the kind of records we bought, what you're seeing in these crates right now. Not all that's going to be out for sale. That will be sprinkled and spattered all the rest of next week because some of those are big ticket auction items. I'm sure y'all have got your eyes on some of them. Next thing we have is Russian Circles Guidance. Russian Circles is $29.99. I got to be hesitant. I'm in a weird position as managing our social media because if you post something, obviously everybody wants to buy it. But I usually post to let y'all know that I've bought stuff. But if I let everybody know that I've bought stuff, then everybody wants to buy it. So basically, we usually only post advertising what's going to be coming up for sale. I got to be careful because everybody, if you make a post, everybody obviously wants to buy it, and I understand that. So I got to be careful managing our social media. Otherwise, Ed wants to shoot me, Laura wants to shoot me. Everybody starts wanting to shoot me because everybody sees these records and they want to buy them. And obviously, we want to sell them, but we got to make sure there's a time and place for that. So Jeremy Merck gets Poncho and Lefty. Thank you on that. Darren Johnson gets Russian Circles. That's so to Darren Johnson. And the Thelonious Monk. And Thelonious Monk is officially sold in. Awesome. The cheapest copy for sale right now is $500. And we're selling this to Romelu C over on Facebook for $110. Seems like a great price to me. And if you have a nice copy of that, seems like a really rare record. for that. And final call on Golden Earring then. They're still tied at 15, Stephen Tuttle. Bill Stewart hadn't set out. Rick Barron, you get the Beatles for $20. $20 on that. Any Zeppelin? No Zeppelin boxes. I can tell you that for sure. Well, I hadn't seen any, but I don't think so. The 6 big tubs back there from the new collection, I'm probably going to try to flip through again tonight because, man, there's cool stuff in there. All right, next auction is Lightning Slim. We got a rock tonight. So most people watching are longtime customers and they know how the hot pictures work, but a lot of new people that have recently followed our page, it gets complicated. So we basically show that we've bought collections and we got to, sometimes I just post pictures of boxes. That way y'all can't see anything. Because if I start, but obviously when we buy an incredible collection, we want everybody to know so you know to watch, but also if people see records, they think maybe they're going to be sold the next time we're live. So I've got to be careful on my wording when I make those posts. Lightning Slim, we got a rock tonight. Lightning Slim is an 86 UK original, $25 start. Now I could take my camera back there and just start going through those tubs, and it would be absolutely chaotic. Everybody would be wanting to know prices, and we probably could sell everything back there. But it would also be disorganized, chaotic, and absolutely a mess. So we got to kind of control the craziness. Stephen Tuttle, that's sold to you for $15. YouTube Pop is a new sealed remaster. This is a sealed 2008 remaster, $44.99 on that. Lightning Slim is an 86 UK. That's a $25 start. And we have the Alan Parsons Project. Wow, I've never seen that before. The instrumental works. I think Music on Vinyl repressed that. Alan Parsons, $14.99 on that. The instrumental works. Cheap Trick 1-on-1. Cheap Trick is a beautiful looking copy in shrink wrap, $24.99. And the Ark, Chad Stewart and Jeremy Clyde, VG Plus, $24.99. 1968 U.S. Pittman. And the note from Paul says, great album, $24.99 on that. Foreigner is a U.S. original copy of Head Games, no condition notes, $19.99. Lightning Slim is an 86 UK original compilation. Now, I will say some of that stuff was in the last Laura crate. That video I put a flip of, I did say some of that would be put out because I asked Laura after I posted the video, I said, hey, I just posted a flip video. There's probably going to be some people looking. I know we're not going to do any of the auction type stuff, and that's what she has in this upcoming crate. And that was, some of that stuff was in the crate we just shown. So, just saying. Just saying. Let's go ahead and put up another auction here. This is a Jethro Tull bootleg. This is a vintage original Jethro Tull bootleg. We just know it's recorded live in Los Angeles at the LA Forum on July 18th, 1973. The cover has some damage. The top seam is split. The vinyl is EX, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Lightning Slim is near mint minus. Yeah, no condition notes on Lightning Slim. Near mint minus on that. The next claim was Mike Bartlett, got Alan Parsons Project. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. Trina Long was second. David Johnson was third. And then Mark Lent on, Brad Waits on Foreigner. And Alan Parsons is already sold. Huey Lewis and the News 4, EX condition, $16.99. Vitamin String Quartet performs Radioheads and Rainbows. 2013, VG Plus, $29.99. The Jethro Tull boot has a bid for $25. Let's put up 3 more singles over here from the hardcore / punk crate. And we have, what the heck is that? It looks like they're giving a guy a shot in the butt. PPM2. I don't know what that is. Wreak Havoc and the Wonder Years. Wow, they had that one priced for $30. Somebody did. $30 on that one. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. $3 start. Those 3 for a $10 start is what I'm trying to say. Tull has a bid for $25. Lightning Slim, $25. The price on Chad and Jeremy was VG Plus, $24.99. Rebecca Howard on Vitamin. Lightning 33. Darren Johnson next on Vitamin. And Lucifer's Friend. This is a 73 US VG Plus, $29.99 on Lucifer's Friend. VG Plus, $29.99. Those always sell. Lucifer's Friend. Heart, Dreamboat Annie. A classic album. Magic Man, Crazy on You, Soul of the Sea, great transition there. Sounds like angels singing. VG Plus, $17.99. and a classic 80s album, Big Country, The Crossing, In a Big Country, EX condition, $17.99. So we're about to sell the Toll bootleg for $25. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. And we have Dire Straits Alchemy, Dire Straits Live, EX condition, $32.99. EX $32.99. Let's grab another sealed record. This is the Heart and Soul of Etta James. I think it's something that was originally sold on a TV ad. It's an Etta James compilation from 1982. It says, from K-Tel, simply the best. So it's a subsidiary of K-Tel. They sold a lot of stuff on TV ads back in the day. And that's sealed Etta James for a $10 start. Sealed Etta James for a $10 start. Brad Waits on Huey. Brad Waits on Huey Lewis. That's sold to Brad Waits. Darren Johnson on BG. That's for, I think he corrected. You wanted Big Country, right? And then Dire Straits is sold to Lillian. That is sold. Now we can go ahead and sell the Jethro Tull. That was just one bid, $25. And that is sold to Kevin Cassidy. Nice pickup there. Mark Riley has the 3 singles at 10. And what about Lightning Slim? Steven 35. I don't think Mark Lynn has actually set out, but Mark, you're on the clock. And Chris Meisner said Dire Straits 35. Chris, everything in the bin, of course, is a buy now. These are first come, first serve, so they're always just as marked. You can even save some time. You don't have to put the price, and you also don't have to pay more. But if you're not first, you don't get it. So these are just straight priced here. Chris was willing to pay even more for that, Lillian. He was willing to pay even more of that. We have Reasons by Simple Truth. Reasons is a 1974 U.S. gospel, rock, folk, soul. That's VG plus $9.99. David Tate Getting Heart. I love Magic Man. That guitar. Dun 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 dun. Next is With All of Our Love. That's a 73 U.S. gospel folk. Looks like some people that were involved in some sort of cult. Some of these folk albums, I'm like, what's going on here? What was going on at their house? VG plus $9.99 on that. Might just be a nice Christian family though. I'm not here to judge people. Aim for the Heart, Paul Clark. Aim for the Heart is a 1980 US, VG $9.99. And Cheap Trick, that's their self-titled debut, VG $11.99. So Etta James has one bid with Kim Johnson for 10. Mark, I'm about to sell those 45s. Heart, there is a new bid on Lightning for 39. Mark's back in. Dwayne Caldwell wants Reasons. That's so to Dwayne Caldwell. Now Lightning Slim has a new bid for 40. And Foreigner 4 is VG plus $14.99. Foreigner 4. What's that going? Oh, that's our flattener machine. So we got that record flattener in the back, and I was back there with Paul the other day, and I was like, what's in all these crates? I said, what's in all these crates here? So we have probably 500 warped records that are good records, and they have to flatten them about 2 a day. And we're trying to buy another one, but we got a really nice, it's made in Japan. It's a big, pretty sophisticated record flattener. It's got a big lid, and you latch it down on the side, and they flatten about 2 records a day. But man, you should see some of the incredible records back there. It's mostly like auction material, like high-end stuff that has been warped, and they fix about 1 or 2 a day. Etta James is at 11. That buzzer just went off, so one's out of the oven back there. We have Joe DeGaldo on Cheap Trick was Monk from the latest collection haul. You know, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know where that came from, Ryan, to be honest. Brandon Lack, 11. Etta James. Scott Beebe on Foreigner. Sorry, I'm popping my knuckles. Lightning Slim's now at 49. Etta James, 15. Mark Riley gets these 3 singles for $10. And we have Ella Nelson. Swing. Ella Swings Gently with Nelson. That's Ella Fitzgerald. I almost called her Ella Nelson. That's Ella Fitzgerald with Nelson Riddle. 62 US stereo, VG, $16.99. Lucifer's Friend is an OG. It's a 1973 US original. It is a VG plus, $29.99. And Albert Hammond, It Never Rains in Southern California. There is a promo strip on the back, VG condition, $9.99 on that. Lightning Slim is sold to Mark Lent for $49. And now we got a little bit of a betting war going on for Etta. Brandon, you're out. Kim Johnson has that sealed Etta James for $15. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction we have is Moanin' and Stompin' Blues, Memphis Slim, Southside Reunion, a 1972 U.S. Terre Haute original with the company inner sleeve, VG++ EX, Memphis Slim, Southside Reunion, featuring Buddy Guy and Junior Wells. We're going to put this up for a $25 start. Useless Eaters does want the Lucifer's Friend. If not, Scott Beebe wanted it. Another great crate there from Paul. Those take a little bit longer to go through because there's a lot of information written on them. A lot of information on those records. Pressing, condition, notes, etc. We're going to read through them one more time quickly because I feel like there might be some new people. I feel like when we started, there was 255. Now we have 283 viewers. So we probably need a speed run through these, and then I'm going to go through another new arrival. If you're just getting on, nothing but new stuff tonight from the newest collections in the bins. All pre-owned and vintage. All pre-owned and vintage stuff tonight. We got 6 more crates to go through. Sorry, I was taking a drink of purple juice. I almost stopped this morning and got a blue juice on my way to graduation, but guess what? The line was out to the road. Y'all should see the line to that coffee shop in the mornings. It's just a little drive-through. It's just a little bit of like a booth. Looks like something they'd be selling like a toll booth or something. And man, their stuff, I mean, obviously, y'all know I talk about the blue juice. When I don't have time, I drink the purple juice. But they were so busy. If I would have gotten that line, I would have been very much late for graduation. Because if it's 4 or 5 cars deep, you're going to be waiting for about a half hour. So, amazing. But I almost got one today. But I'm on purple juice tonight. It's working pretty well. And congratulations to my nephew, Caden. I think he's actually going to work here. He's about to start a technical school here in Lebanon. And I convinced him to possibly quit his job at Wendy's. I was like, man, you don't want to work at Wendy's. You want to come work at Coletco. Nothing wrong with working at Wendy's, though, because I love Wendy's. I'd probably work there if they let me eat free food. All right, next thing we have is Jared McLaughlin got Albert Hammond, It Never Rains in Southern California. They say that's true. Jared McLaughlin got Hammond. Etta James got a bid with Brandon Lack for 16. Stephen opened Memphis Slim at 25. Dennis bid 25. Grog bid 30. We sold Lucifer's Friend. Etta James 20. And Memphis Slim 35. Very quickly, Mumford & Sons Babel sealed for $34.99. Judy Collins, a 70s pressing of Golden Apples of the Sun. That is no conditionals, though, $9.99. Pez Band, bootleg, or Rez Band. Pez is the candy, like on Seinfeld, $24.99. We have Ted Shemp, Come to the Castle. That's a country gospel album sealed for $14.99. We have The Choir, Diamonds and Rain. The Choir is $29.99. A Love Supreme, John Coltrane, orange vinyl, $26.99. Broken Social Scene, Feel Good Lost, a remaster, $34.99. 17 Going Under, Sam Fender, a 2021 indie alternate rock, $29.99. La Bamba, that's a sealed original club copy, $29.99. Sealed original, just FYI. And U2 Pop is a sealed 2018 remaster, $44.99. Etta James, Kim Johnson has it for $20. Brandon, it's back to you. And Grog has that Memphis Slim. He's out. That means... Are you sure? Yeah, Stephen Tuttle has it for $35. Stephen Tuttle has it for $35. So yeah, sorry, I was almost questioning who had the high bid there. No longer to question. We know who has it. Yeah, speaking of food, I got to go ahead and order this so I can have it tonight after the sale because I really don't have anything lined up. So let me put in an order right quick. It's probably here in my recents. Where Are You Mangoes restaurant? Load more. Mangoes. Where are you, Mangoes? There they are. Fajita burrito, reorder, add to cart. Let's tip them $5. That sounds good. I'm feeling generous tonight. And, oh no, they're closed. They're not taking, they're probably busy. Yeah, they're not taking orders. They're probably way too busy. Well, plan B. Let me think about it again. Let me think about it some more. All right, Res Band is sold to Rebecca. I'll have to go to the next Mexican restaurant. Res Band is sold to Rebecca. Thank you on that. Also over here, we have Cheap Trick and Shrink Wrap one-on-one. We sold the self-titled album. We still have that one for $24.99. Chad and Jeremy still available. VG Plus $24.99. With all Our Love, VG Plus $9.99. And the last two records here, Aim for the Heart, Paul Clark, VG $9.99. And Ella Fitzgerald, VG $16.99. All right, Memphis Slim, that is sold for $35 to Stephen Tuttle. Thank you on that. Etta James, I think I lost Brandon Lack. Kim Johnson, $20. That's sold to Kim Johnson for $20. $20 on that. Wendy's, no, by the time I eat that, it'll be cold. You can warm up something like Wendy's, it don't have the same mojo, right? There's got to be some more restaurants. We've had problems with Mexican restaurants here in Lebanon. Some have closed. Some have yeah, most of these are 40 minutes away, or that's maybe the time. Surely there's another one. Golly, I can't believe it. Can you believe here in Lebanon there's no other Mexican restaurants delivering? That's crazy. Demos. Yeah, I may have to do that. I order that almost every day, though. I order Demos almost every day. So I get kind of burned out. All right, I'll think about that. We'll worry about food. We're here to sell records right now. Let's go through another crate that John has prepared here. And let's see what we got. Let's see what we have here. Boom, 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 boom. Let's flip through these. Interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. Yes. Yes. Interesting. Okay. Here we go. All right, so let's go through these. And then we got a lower crate on deck. I repeat, a lower crate on deck. Very cool here. Air fryer. I've got one of those. I've got two at my house that's never been opened. I've never used them. I had somebody gift me one, and then my mom bought me one for Christmas, and I've never opened them. And she tells me all the time, she's like, why don't you use that air fryer? Next auction is Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. This is an original 1973 Superior press. VG Plus, a $25 start. Cheap Trick was not sealed. Cheap Trick was not sealed, but it was in shrink, near mint minus. Marvin Gaye's a $25 start. There's that. Also, we have Dean Friedman. This is $9.99. New arrivals here. These are all no condition notes, so EX Plus or better. Peter Gabriel, the Melt, looks like a German version. It is. It's a German version of Peter Gabriel Melt, $34.99. I bet that sounds really good. Glass Tiger, the Thin Red Line. I can tell we're putting out new titles tonight. $24.99. And Bobby Goldsboro, It's Too Late. Bobby is $9.99. Bobby Goldsboro. The Bellamy Brothers, You Can Get Crazy. The Bellamy Brothers is $9.99. Also, we have Fahrenheit. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Marvin Gaye, a $25 start. This Lightning Hopkins here looks very interesting. It's a 1965 French pressing, and it's truly a French pressing. It's like written in French. Lightning Hopkins, just a $25 start. No condition notes. No condition notes on Lightning Hopkins. That's now up for bid. Over here, we have Kristen Barnett on Peter Gabriel. We need to pull that for Kristen Barnett. Brent was second on that one. Also, we have Marian Faithfull, Strange Weather. Marian Faithfull is $19.99. The Faith Band, Face to Face. The Faith Band is $14.99. And Frank Tovey, Snakes and Ladders. That's in shrink with hop sticker, $9.99. And Fashion Crisis, $9.99. Also, we have Farron Testimony. Is that what that says? Farron Testimony, $14.99. Lightning at $25. Lightning at $30. Wow, no bid on Marvin Gaye. Final call to get a bid in. And let's lay down three new singles here. We got the Tommy Knockers. We got Double Impact by whatever that says, LZL, and Tolerate. 3 singles there, a $10 start. 3 singles there, a $10 start on that. Lightning Hopkins 2530. And we have the Fibonacci's. The Fibonacci's. A 1982 art rock album, $19.99 on that. Samuel Coppage on Marian Faithful. I was about to say, that's one I don't see too often from her. She also sings vocals in a Metallica song. Lightning Hopkins 25 and 30. So Duke, you're out. George Scher has it for 30. What is it called? It's called the Margarita House. I see Lost Tortitos on here. I've never ordered from them. LOK. Margarita House. Okay, I see them on here. They will deliver. Let's see if they're open, though. Hopefully they are. Hopefully they are. Because if I don't have food... See, what happens is I work night shift, and if I don't prepare food, then I end up eating something really bad, right? I end up eating something, you know, I shouldn't be eating. So, if I don't have food kind of prepared, then it's bad. I'm stuck at, like, something even worse. I know Mexican's not probably the best thing on earth to be eating, right? But it's better than like anything else that I would be making a bad decision. So, all right, we'll try this place out. We'll try this place out. It's on its way. It's on its way. Who gave me that suggestion? Thank you, Chris Meinsner. Thank you, Chris. I just ordered from them. Okay, and then we have Ivan R. I've got food off my mind. I can focus now. I've got something to eat after the sale. You know, when I close up here at 2 a.m. to go eat, to come back to work, there's like Whataburger, Taco Bell, maybe, waffle. You know, it's terrible food choices, so I got to stay prepared. Fibonacci's is sold to Ivan R. The singles has a bid for 10. Marvin Gaye is an OG pressing. It just got a bid for $25. Let's Get It On is an original 1973 US and VG Plus condition. Lightning Hopkins has a bid for $35 with Bubba 777775. I hadn't got to say that in a while. Welcome back, Bubba. And now the 45s has a bid for 11. And now Lightning Hopkins is at 37. And we have Johnny Cash, Understand Your Man. Johnny Cash is $14.99. Johnny Cash, $14.99. And this is who and what? It's a German press, an alternate rock of $12.99. I can't read it. Ferryboat Bill, Liquors and Telescopes, $12.99. $12.99. Yeah, I tried meal prep one time, but I don't know. I don't know. The couple I've tried, I just didn't like. Fields of Fire, Misk, a 2002 electronic, $14.99. Elton John Blue Moves, a double LP, Gatefold, $24.99. And Tom Jones, a classic, live at the Flamingo in Las Vegas. You can see those neon lights right now. Las Vegas at the Flamingo with Tom Jones, $9.99. So Marvin Gaye does have a new bid with Lee for $27. Lightning Hopkins is at $40 with Bubba. And those 3 singles are at 11 with Darren Johnson. That means Ivan R., you're out. Tom Moran got Johnny Cash. That's sold to Tom Moran. Johnny Cash is sold. New arrivals here, priced as marked. We have Dizzy Gillespie, 20 golden pieces of Dizzy Gillespie, $14.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Champagne Jam, $9.99 on Champagne Jam. ARS. We have Stan Getz featuring the Two Worlds, João Gilberto on that one. I've never seen that. Getz and Gilberto. Well, I have seen them together. Obviously a classic duo, but not on that one. We have Hugo Winterhalter does Gypsy, a Living Stereo title. We always try to put these out. A lot of people collect Living Stereo titles from RCA, $9.99. Leif Garrett, I Can't Explain, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. And Judy Garland, as in The Wizard of Oz, Judy Garland, $9.99. David Tate on Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's so to David Tate. Lightning Hopkins is at 43 with George Sherrod, now 45. And who is the first bidder on Marvin Gaye? Calvin Ward. Calvin, just so you know, you are outbid. And I didn't hear back from Ivan on the singles. So let's go ahead and sell these to Darren Johnson for $11. He gets those 3 this time for $11. Next is Leslie Gore, My Town, My Guy, and Me. That is in shrink. $14.99. I don't recall seeing that one too often. What a beautiful copy in shrink wrap. $14.99 on Leslie Gore. Also, we have Art Garfunkel Breakaway, $9.99 on that. And the Unforgettable, there's Judy Garland again, $9.99. Unforgettable. This one does have Over the Rainbow on it. Everybody's usually looking for that track when it comes to her stuff. And What Am I Bid? That's a soundtrack. Leroy Van Dyke, Tex Ritter, Farron Young, $19.99. Jeff Church does take the Leif Garrett. That's so to Jeff Church. Marvin Gaye does have a new bid for $28. And guess what? They're still bidding on Lightning Hopkins. So let's try to add a third auction. I'm going to try to mix in some of these Taiwanese pressings we have. And let's try this one right here. The Box Tops, The Letter, When I Think About the Good Times She Gave Me, I Cry Like a Baby. The Box Tops, a Taiwanese pressing. How about a $10 start on that one? Next is Duke Newman on Judy Garland. That is sold, and I'm assuming, Kim, you also wanted the one with Over the Rainbow. We have Gallery featuring Jim Gold, $14.99 on Gallery, and Colonel Bogey, March from the Bridge of River Kwai, the London Philharmonic Orchestra, $14.99. Marvin Gaye's now at $30. Favorite American Marches, getting into some miscellaneous stuff here. You listen to that and you'll want to march around your living room, $9.99. This is a compilation from Warner Brothers. It's called the 1969 Warner Reprise Songbook. So it's a Lost Leaders compilation they would sell that has artists such as Jimi Hendrix and Joni Mitchell and Van Morrison and the Electric Prunes and the Fugs and Tiny Tim and Mothers of Invention and Pentangle and Neil Young and the Beau Brummels. That's $19.99. Walking Wounded, interesting one here, $9.99. Raging Winds of Time, Walking Wounded. Whoa. Wild Cherry, I Love My Music. They always have provocative covers, don't they? Wild Cherry, $14.99. She's got a tattoo. Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World, Beware, $19.99 on that. And Tom Jones, more Tom Jones, live in Vegas. That one's called Live Talk of the Town. Marvin Gaye is sold to Lee Steiger for $30. They're still bidding on the French Lightning Hopkins. It's at $55. And the Taiwanese Box Tops is a $10 start. We have Orleans. This one's called Waking and Dreaming, with one of the worst covers of all time. What is going on? $9.99. But this does have an absolute banger on it. I'm Still the One. A classic yacht rock there. That's just as good as Pablo. Juice Newton with Hop Sticker, Angel of the Morning. I've never seen the Angel of the Morning Hop Sticker. Juice Newton is $9.99. And Average White Band, Person to Person, AWB 2LP, $16.99, and Chicago. This is their very first album. It's called Chicago Transit Authority. If it's on the first label, it will be a miracle. It is on the second label. It's supposed to be on a Columbia 2i. That's still a vintage pressing there. Great stuff. Chicago's first album, $24.99. $24.99. Rick Berrien gets the Juice Newton, Angel of the Morning. Trina, you were second. Trina does want Average White Band, though. All right. And Matt Barnhill gets Chicago. That's so. Box Tops, no bid, $10 on the Super Hits Taiwanese. And since he's out on Lightning Hopkins, this is sold to Bubba for $55. Let's see what we got over here in the Japanese box. We have, going up for bid right now, I think we had one of these last night late. Here's another opportunity. This is a Beatles, a collection of Beatles oldies. This is a collection of Beatles oldies. A $35 start. That is near mint minus and pristine with the insert, the cover, and here is the Obi. Cover's nice, and there's the Obi. Just a little bit of discoloration back here. 35. An interesting record in the Beatles discography there. Sold on the Hop Sticker. Yeah, I like that one too. The Hop Sticker. Nobody on Orleans. I am shocked. Now, this came out the same year as Pink Floyd Animals. Now, imagine if Pink Floyd did a shirtless cover for Animals. Do you think it would have sold as well? Do you think if Roger Waters, Nick Mason, do you think if they all would have got on the cover and went shirtless, Animals would have been as commercially successful? Orleans. Next thing is Johnny Cash, Original Golden Hits Volume 2. Johnny Cash, $9.99. Ballad of a Teenage Queen. Guess Things Happen That Way. Big River's on there. That's on Sun. It's a compilation. The Bay City Rollers. Boy, I don't know if I've seen that one before. Dedication, $9.99. Samuel H. Copage. That's Wild Cherry. That's sold to Samuel H. Copage. That is sold to Samuel H. Copage. Fresh Air 4. Fresh Air 4 is $14.99. And the Osmonds Live. Where's Robin? I've got a customer. They've been buying anything with the word SOMONDS on it. Osmonds, $19.99. Our next auction is The Doors. Waiting for the Sun. The Doors is an original 1968 U.S. Terre Haute VG condition, VG cover. The Doors is a $25 start. The Doors is a 68 Terre Haute VG, a $25 start. There it is. Bid high and bid often. Final call to get a bid on the Beatles. Price on Johnny Cash. Johnny was $9.99. Tony wants the Bay City Rollers. There's that. And Atlanta Rhythm Section, a rock and roll alternative with another hit song, I'm So Into You, is on here. Nice soft rock there from ARS. Chicago, they are $9.99. And we have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, 14. Robin's here. She's already got the Osmonds. Okay, she's already got it. I was about to say, you've bought everything I've had recently with the word OSMONDS on it. And that spells out Osmonds. All right, let me grab a few more hardcore singles here. I need some more purple juice, too. What's the next 3 singles I have here? T-R-O-X-I-N, Trioxin, Transistor, and Tristan. Those 3 singles, a $10 start. Jim Stafford, $9.99. The Beach Boys, 15 big ones. Beach Boys is $19.99. Roadie. Now, we sold the original album earlier, a 2LP. This is like a sampler. $19.99. Special limited edition. The Babies, self-titled. The Babies is $19.99. And Grand Funk Hits, that's in shrink wrap. It also has the poster or the book and the original inner sleeve and in shrink. The Locomotion, Some Kind of Wonderful, $24.99. Chris, make sure if you're bidding on the Doors, you put 25. I see where you've put Doors. Make sure you put a numerical. And let's also go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now for a $35 buy it now. And your bird can sing. The Beatles. And you can buy this record. It's a $35 buy it now. All right, we got a Laura crate coming up right now. Don't go anyway. Don't go anywhere because I got a Laura crate coming up. I am just going to read these titles like on a speed run. Jerry Ferguson gets the Beatles for $35. Thank you, Jerry. That's so to you. Robert has the 45s. I'm going to make sure Chris wants to bid on the Doors. He just put Doors. If he does put Doors 25, I'm about to sell it to him because no one else has bid. The next auction right now is Monk. It's called Mysterioso. I will say I've never seen this Monk album before. Mysterioso, it's an original 65 mono Columbia 2i in VG condition, and that needs to go up for a $25 start. Monk, Mysterioso. And here's what's left in this bin. I'm just going to do titles because there's a lot still left in here, but if you need something, let me know. Dean Friedman, Glass Tiger, Bobby Goldsboro, Bellamy Brothers, Fahrenheit, Faith Band, Frank Tovey. Some of these I might have to pause because I don't remember. That was Fashion Girls. Fashion Girls. Farron, Testimony. I've also forgot this one. Terry, Ferry. It's a Ferry Boat Bill. Ferry Boat Bill, Liquors and Telescopes. Got some stuff there I don't identify with as much. Misk, M-I-I-S-C. Fields of Fire, Elton John Blue Moves, Tom Jones Live in Vegas, Dizzy Gillespie, Getz and Gilberto, Hugo Winterhalter, Judy Garland, Leslie Gore, Art Garfunkel, What Am I Bid soundtrack, Gallery, Colonel Bogey, America's Favorite Marchers, the Warner Brothers Sampler, Walkin' Wounded, Grand Funk, Tom Jones, Orleans, nobody on Johnny Cash, unbelievable. Osmonds Live, nobody on Atlanta Rhythm Section, unbelievable. Chicago, I forgot to pull that for Bob Riger. Oh, and Kim Johnson wants Grand Funk. So Bob Riger got Chicago and Kim Johnson got Grand Funk. I missed those. Monk has a bid for 25. Cheap Trick from the previous bin. GT Info Fahrenheit, and then GT. First thing I need to do is sell these 345s for $10 to Robert Warner. Okay. Nobody bid on the doors. There was no official bid placed on the doors. So it's a buy it now for $25, Waiting for the Sun. An original 68 US Terre Haute. It's a buy it now for $25. And Monk Mysterioso just got a bid for 25. Jerry got the Beatles. And then Brad GT was which record? Samuel Kopich wants the Warner Brothers sampler. Cash was $9.99. Elton John was Blue Moves. That's a 2 LP. Elton John Blue Moves. That was $24.99 on that. $24.99 on that. And Rebecca, I missed something else. Rebecca Howard on Fahrenheit. Rebecca Howard on Fahrenheit. Rebecca Howard on Fahrenheit. And I know what that one looks like. It was right in here. And Fahrenheit is sold to Rebecca Howard. What is the deal with these Doors records being cursed? Now, I'll put it back up for auction, but here's the problem on the Doors. Here's when Chris put Doors, but there was no number. And I always say, make sure you put a number. Now, Chris, if you rebid, if you did bid again, that never did come through until right then when you said you bid and you bid again. So if he bid again, it never did come through. That's why I kept saying, Chris, I haven't seen your bid. But you got cursed on that one. So let's put this back up. And also, these Doors albums are officially cursed. I'm going to tell John, Paul, and Laura, no more Doors records go up for auction. No more. I don't care if we even got a mono debut in shrink wrap. We're just going to mark it for $800 and say best offer. These Doors albums are cursed. I don't know if y'all even want to buy them. Chris Meisner has the Doors for $25, going once, going twice. Because there was probably a couple other people thinking, well, if he's not going to bid, I'm going to do a buy it now, because Duke wanted to do a buy it now for $25 because he also didn't think Chris was bidding. So, Chris, if you put Doors 25, that never did come through on my screen. I'll show you. There you are. You put Doors, and I said, make sure you put Doors 25. And then I asked again, and then I asked again, and it never did show up. And that's why I made it a buy it now. So, always make sure you see it pop up here. Always. And always make sure, if I say there's no bid, you send it again, because you could get restream ghosted. Okay? So, we got to put that back up for auction. Chris has it for 25. Going once, going twice. Final call to him. We still got to show 3 people want to see that Cheap Trick from the previous bin. The problem is, I'm not for sure who asked first at this point. I know Rich asked if it was sealed a long time ago, and then Oso wanted to see it. Somebody asked for the track listing, and now Rich is saying he'll take it. So I'm going to have to figure out who technically gets that one now. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Over here, my sold bin, I got Chicago, sold to Bob Riger. We sold Grand Funk. We sold the Warner Brothers. We sold Fahrenheit. Okay, and there was nothing else. Robert Barnett asked the price on cash. It was $9.99. You're only the 3rd person who has asked. And now, Brad Waits wants Glass Tiger. That's sold to Brad Waits. And now we have the Babies. The Babies is right here, and that is $19.99. And Monk only got one bid for $25, and Monk is sold to Rick Berrien. And once again, if y'all see a comment on the Facebook feed, so if y'all are watching your chat on Facebook, that doesn't actually mean that I can see it. Even though you may see it on Facebook, that means I don't see it myself, because just so it pops up on Facebook, I may not be able to see it. So, just FYI. Okay? Now, Chris, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Doors because nobody else bid. and I think you should get it for $25. So sorry about all the confusion. It is yours. But yeah, let me show you. So if you're watching on like your mobile device, you see here the chat. If you're just looking at this, y'all are only seeing half of the show. So if you're just watching this part of the feed, y'all are only seeing really half of the show, because anybody that comments on YouTube, you can't see it here. You cannot see what's going on. I don't even see this. So I don't see anything that's going on here. Same thing for YouTube. Just saying. Also, if it shows up here, that doesn't actually mean it's going to show up on my screen. And Bob Riger's definitely watching. That's why I can't watch this feed anyway. It's so glitchy where I have so many friends that watch the feed, and it just constantly notifies me anytime anybody gets on. So that's another reason I got to use Restream. Here's what I'm looking at here, which this pulls everybody's comments together. Which, by the way, I hadn't seen a YouTube comment in, there hadn't been a YouTube comment in 7 minutes. And there's even more people watching over there. Okay, now the cheap trick. By definition, the cheap trick goes to Rich Krulak. He asked a long time ago, was it sealed? And then after that, somebody asked the track listing. And then Oso wanted to see the record. And then Rich said he'll take it. Now, the problem is I never did go back to that record. So it's been sitting over here just waiting for me to get back to. And so this, to anybody that was in line, this goes to Rich Krulak. Sorry for all the confusion, especially Oso and whoever asked the track listing too. Okay, we're back in business now. Yeah, I can't watch the chat, because if I'm watching on Facebook, one, I don't see everybody, and two, where I'm actually like Facebook friends with so many of y'all, it gets glitchy and it just constantly says y'all are watching. It's just so and so's watching, so and so's watching. So this here just gives me everything I need to know. Rebecca Howitt on the Fashion Crisis. All right, we're ready for the lower crate now. Sorry, everything kind of went haywire there. Okay, so that is done. But also, Rich asked for that a long time ago. I promise. He had dibs on it. I absolutely promise. Now, there is one more Doors record that's tagged for auction. So I'm going to go ahead and regret this decision. Let's go ahead and get rid of this thing. This is a 1976 SRC reissue. The Doors, The Soft Parade. A 1976 SRC reissue, a $25 start. I'm probably going to immediately regret this decision, but there it is. And here's a note for Paul, John, and Laura. No more Doors auctions. Like I said, not even a 67 mono self-titled. We'll just straight price it and try to take offers on it. Next is going to be, we'll leave that up for just a second. Okay, and then nobody wanted the babies. Let's move on. I promise I will always give dibs to whoever's first, as long as I hadn't missed something. It can get a little crazy sometimes. It can get a little crazy sometimes. All right, yeah, Laura marked a ton of stuff from that tub flip. Yeah, the tub flip I posted, she marked probably just about every modern type record in there that wasn't eligible to be auctioned. So I hope y'all are ready. Let me take a look myself so I can prepare myself. Yep, hope y'all are ready for this. And we're going to have a lower crate hype sticker. So here we go. Jerry's in on the Doors for $25. There we go. Jerry has the bid for $25. Going once, going twice. I'm not going to leave it up long, because it could cause major catastrophes. This was a no bid last night, so I'm going to greatly reduce the price to get it sold. Bob Dylan, a Japanese pressing of Real Live, now just a $15 start. Now just a $15 start. All right. There's my feed. There's that. Let me see what's going on over here on my phone. DoorDash said, hey, Chad, your order's on the way. They're coming from Mount Juliet. That's like a 30-minute drive. All right. Here we go. This is Pikachu. And Pikachu has used its lightning to spell out Laura Crate, and it's chewing on a record. Here we go. It's Pikachu. So I'm going to try to show 5 quick records. First person that gets one of the records gets Laura's. This was penned in the hand of Laura. Rare. She only makes about 1 or 2 a day. And a lot of the stuff from that tub flip is in this crate. This is going to be a busy one. I hope y'all are ready. Here we go. Damon Albarn, Everyday Robots, $99.99. Blur Gorillaz Mastermind, out of print since its original release. Neil Young Decade, sealed 3LP remaster, the ultimate Neil Young compilation, $39.99. Dream Theater, Distance Over Time, Dream Theater, $34.99. This is Wilco, Cruel Country. Wilco is on red and white vinyl, $24.99. And Sturgill Simpson, Sound and Fury, sealed for $24.99. Wow. There you have it. Boom. Oh, sorry, that was a neck adjustment. If y'all had to hear that, I'm sorry. I should have muted my God. Well, that was a heck of a stretch there. Okay, nobody else been on the doors, right? I'm doing one thorough check. Jerry Ferguson, $25. Jerry Ferguson, $25. Sold Jerry Ferguson, $25. All right, that one was quick and easy. I feel so much better after readjusting my spine. I've already sold the doors. Ryan, you almost caused massive pandemonium again. It's gone. Dylan, Stan McNessie has this for $25, and now Jerry has it for $27. All right, let's figure out who got what here. The first comment on my chat is Trina Long, NY for Neil Young. That is so to Trina Long, and he also gets the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Laura Crate hype sticker. Wow. That's so to Trina. Chris Ridling's first on Dream Theater. Lillian, you were second to Neil. Jerry Ferguson's second on Dream Theater. Oso third on Dream Theater. Juanita fourth on Dream Theater. John Stevens first on Wilco. Lillian first on Sturgill Simpson. Dylan's out with Patrick. Jerry Ferguson has Dylan for 27. And Dylan's at 30. So the only thing left there, and I was trying to read fast, so she had a lot of information. This is Damon Albarn, A-L-B-A-R-N, Everyday Robots. And her notes on this was a 2014 U.S. original. That is the mastermind behind Blur and Gorillaz. And this has been out of print since it came out. And yes, that is $99.99. $99.99. Dylan's getting multiple bids. I've got the Grateful Dead's debut album, and it's a mid-70s reissue. It's a Jacksonville. The true first pressing's on a gold Warner Brothers label. Very tough to get. Then it was on green, and then it was on this one. And this label was used by Warner Brothers in the mid-70s. And that is Borderline VG Plus, a $25 start. Jerry Ferguson does want the Damon Albarn. That is sold. Now that's gone. So the first 5 are sold. Laura's great for, she puts Coletco first. She puts out a $100 record right off the bat. The other day she put out 5 $1 million records. Of course, that was just a joke. Promise, Green Naugahyde. Promise is on green vinyl, sealed, a 2LP, 45 RPM. Promise, sealed, unopened, $39.99. Royal Blood, I think this one's called Typhoons. It is. It is sealed on blue vinyl, $29.99. And I've got one copy of Beck, Morning Phase. Beck is $34.99. So I remember when this album came out, I had never heard Beck before. And I was a freshman at Tennessee Tech University. and it was part of those freshman electives. You got to go to like a play or something like that, which I actually was looking forward to it. And in between set changes, they started playing a song, and it was Morning Fate. It was Waking Light. It was Waking Light, and I was sitting back there, and I was like, wow, what is this music being played? You know, I was like probably just a few weeks or a couple months into being on college campus. I was hearing all this music, honestly, I'd never heard before, and I pulled out my phone, and it said Beck, Waking Light. It was like wow, what is this beautiful song that's playing? And it was Beck, Waking Light, $34.99. This is sold to Ivan R., and the play was pretty good too. We have Dylan at $39, Lillian second on Beck, and Dylan's at $40. And Grateful Dead is a $25 start, no bid on that. Next thing we have, so that was a new album. That was new when I was hearing that. And I didn't realize that to maybe several years later. I was like, oh, that was new when I was hearing that. Coldplay, Parachute, Sealed. And this has the hit song Yellow on it from Coldplay. That's $34.99. And Summer Teeth, Wilco. Wilco is sealed on blue vinyl for $29.99. Wilco, sealed blue vinyl, a 25th anniversary edition. $29.99 on that. And what do we have here? This is Jay Mascis, Tied to a Star, Dinosaur Jr.'s lead singer, $19.99. Let's go ahead and put up a third auction. Final call to get a bid on that. I've got some more sealed records here to put up. And the next is called the Judds Classic Gold, which I don't see many Judds compilations. And this came out in 1992. 1992, the Judds Classic Gold, a $15 start. The Judds Classic Gold, $15 start on that. Let's see here. Dylan was at 40. Jerry Ferguson's out using phone cards. I was using my phone to identify music. Wilco was sold to John Stevens, and that fills up our third crate of the night. So actually, I can put a few more in there. Let's go ahead and put Jay Mascis in there for Sean, and Kristen Barnett, your second. Now I'm going to swap out crates. That filled up the third full crate there. Yeah, I mean, of course, when I was listening to just like classic rock and Beatles, and y'all know everything I like. But man, when I got up there to the big college campus at Tennessee Tech, I was hearing people talk about music I had never heard of before. I was like, who? What? And then they was going to all these like local concerts and stuff and talking about people. And I was like, what are they talking about? You know, of course, I just knew all the like old, what at the point probably for a lot of people, old quote classic rock I was listening to probably, you know, and so I was exposed to all this like new stuff that was out, and these people were talking about, I was like, because in my high school, people never talked about music. So I was like, wow, these people are actually talking about music here. This is amazing. People were discussing music. I never had been around that before. I was around nobody in high school that talked about music. Nobody. Never was discussed. Grateful Dead is a no bid. It's a $25 buy it now. It's a mid-70s pressing, Grateful Dead. Bob Dylan can be sold now. Bob Dylan is sold to Stan McNessie for $40. And now, yeah, this is a Judds here from 1992, Classic Gold, sealed. Don't see that very often. Cody has it for $22. Hadn't even got a chance to check it yet. But here's our next auction. It's the Lost Linen Tapes. Take a look at this. This is a rare radio broadcast from Westwood One, 11/27/1989, with the transcription cue sheet. So this was broadcast on Westwood One radio networks, the Lost Linen Tapes. And this is the original Westwood One broadcast, vinyl with cue sheet, $95 start on that. $95 start on that, the Lost Linen Tapes. Footloose Land. Well, I've never seen that movie, so I don't know the reference. Well, when I was a senior in 2014, music wasn't too high quality, right? So nobody really talked about music, but nobody really was interested in music. So unless you was, to me, that's why I was always into the old stuff. I developed but yeah, I mean, nobody, I don't think it was back probably when a lot of y'all, music was talked about more. So it's just like, nobody, you never did hear anybody talk about music much. The new stuff out at that time was like terrible. What was the hits in 2014? I can't even tell you. Probably something very bad. We have Space Slug, Le Mans. Space Slug is a 2018 repress, limited edition to 300 on clear vinyl. Stoner Doom Metal, $59.99. Stoner Doom Metal, $59.99. Mac DeMarco, Salad Days. Mac DeMarco, $17.99. Salad Days. And Dan Arbach, Waiting on a Song. That's on dark teal colored vinyl. Dan Arbach from the Black Keys. That's a cool cover. $34.99. That's a really cool cover, I think. $34.99 on that. So let's pause there and figure out what's going on. We have the Judds. First of all, I missed a comment on Coldplay because Craig shared that extensive Judds. David, the Coldplay, I don't have a year for you. It's probably a modern pressing. It's not an OG from 2000, but I don't have a year for you. Sealed $34.99. So the Judds 22, the Judds 25, the Judds 26. And then Joshua gets Space Slug. And Space Slug was Stoner Rock. And that's sold to Joshua for $59.99. Mark Riley got Dan Arbach. Thank you, Mark Riley. That's sold to you. Man, this is a great crate. We got to get locked in here. Here we go. Jet, Get Born, music on vinyl press. Jet, I remember having these in stock at some point. $29.99. That's Jack White Blunderbuss. That is sealed. Jack White, $29.99. And Now Threads. That's an indie, $22.99 indie band. The Judds is now at $30. A sealed 1992 compilation. Final call to get a bid on the Lost Lennon tapes from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, a West 1 radio broadcast, $95, going once, going twice. My next auction is going to be the following. I don't know. Let me find something else over here. I have a Taiwanese pressing of 10 years after Cricklewood Green. Taiwanese bootleg unofficial. Cricklewood Green, TYA, 10 years after, a $15 start. Jet is sold to Kristen Barnett. Tim Colino is second on Jet. The Judds is at $38. Jim B is in. Oh my goodness. Jim B is in. Holy moly. The best of REM in time. Sealed for $39.99. 2 LP, REM's Greatest Hits, $39.99. And Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Spectre at the Feast. That's a 2 LP, $27.99. The two number one hits, two big hits of my senior year was Happy by Pharrell Williams and Taylor Swift, Shake It Off. No offense, but that's why nobody was talking about music in high school in 2014. No offense to Pharrell Williams, and I know there's a lot of Swifties watching, but that's not something you go to class the next day and did you say, did you hear that new Pharrell Williams song? Next is Judds at $40 with Cody Wright. The John Lennon, I'm looking for a $95 start. Gregory on REM, that's so to Gregory Roberts. The Judds 45, Judds 45. Next is Unknown Mortal Orchestra, $19.99. Unknown Mortal Orchestra, $19.99 on that. No Van Halen tonight. That will be sometime next week. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club sold to Tim Colino. But if you did watch that flip video, most of those records that were eligible probably to be straight priced have been in this bin. They have been in this bin. John Lennon needs to be a bot now for $95. The Lost Lennon tapes, Westwood 1, radio broadcast with the transcription cue, a $95 bot now. $95 bot now on that. And then Gregory needs to put back REM, no problem. So this is a great 2LP compilation, the best of REM. That is available for $39.99. And final call to get a bid on that Taiwanese 10 years after. $10 on that. Sean Thompson on Unknown and that was Unknown Mortal Orchestra. Sean, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just say yes, first-time buyer, and we need to get you registered. Hopefully you are, and that way everybody can hear first-time buyer instructions. We got a lot of people watching, and hopefully a lot of people are interested in buying records from us. I would love to have you as part of the Coletco family. When I seen Metallica a couple weeks ago, James Hatfield said, if you come to a Metallica show, you're now part of the Metallica family, and you can never leave. And so I view the same way with Coletco. The minute you make a purchase, you're part of the Coletco family, and hopefully you never want to leave. We'll find out if Sean's a first-time buyer or not. Next in here is Taco Dive, and this is $29.99, a down-tempo electronic IDM deep house. Sounds like some electronica music there. $29.99. 10 years after is a $10 buy it now. 10 years after is a $10 buy it now. And let's move the Judds to a final call. So this is a 1992 2LP sealed. Never had this before. I knew this was good when I seen it because something like 90s country sealed, very low production. There couldn't have been many of these made. 500, maybe 1,000. I bet this was, quote, limited edition for the day. Final call to Cody for $50. Sean is a first-time buyer. So welcome to Coletco. If you're a first-time buyer over on YouTube, the link to our website to fill out the first-time buyer form is in the description of this video. So the description of this video on YouTube has a link to our website. Now, if you have a Facebook account or technically an Instagram too, you can message us through Facebook or Instagram. But the form works, or a direct message. Unfortunately, there's no messenger on YouTube, or I would tell you to just to message us. So, welcome, and here's how things work. Maybe before you leave the chat to go register, $8 in limited shipping. That began Sunday. So 7 nights ago, I streamed live. I did an epic 6-hour sale, and then since then, we've done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now Saturday. We've done 7 straight shows, $8 in limited shipping. Now you're on the end of the sale. Tonight when I say good night, it's over for $8 shipping. So hopefully you can buy a few more records, but still 1 LP, not a bad bargain for $8. Final call on that ends tonight when I say good night. Welcome to Coletco. You will get an invoice on Monday to your email. That's why we need your email address. I promise I won't sell your data. We don't sell data. We just need it so we can send you a bill. I'd rather send a bill than sell your data. Next thing we have is the Judds, and that was up for bid. Ryan got the techno album, and Rydell and REM. And Rydell asked about the Van Halen. Yeah, everything in that tub isn't necessarily going to be for sale tonight. Some of it is, and then the rest of the stuff will be auctioned or priced next week. Judd is at 55, now 56, now 58, and Judd's 59. Next is Fugazi first demo. Fugazi is $34.99. $34.99. And the Avalanches, Since I Left You. The Avalanches is left field abstract electronic, $29.99 on the Avalanches. And Flaming Pie, Paul McCartney. Wow, that's not easy to get an OG of it all. 2020 US, $39.99. $39.99. Had to go back and look. Quality music. Oh, yeah. To that, nobody was talking about. So I turned on so many friends to great music when I was in high school, especially later in college, and then friends I've got to know recently, Seth and Tanner. I met most of them in college. They're from the same place I am, but we went to different high schools. But they all got influenced heavily by me listening to other music for sure. All right, this is another from Dale's collection. I have never seen this before. It's a bootleg called John Lennon Snapshots, a Musical Treasury. The cover's got even like bootleg photos of John Lennon. Look at that, coming in and out of his apartment there in New York City. So this is a various outtakes, demos, live performances. So it's a 2 LP compilation of John Lennon of different outtakes, demos, and live performances. Let's take a look at that cover Wow, look at that. That looks like a really good made bootleg there. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. John Lennon. And yeah, that's where he lived there. There'd always be people waiting for him to come in so they could see him and get autographs. And unfortunately, that's how he got killed. John Lennon, a $35 start. That's now forbid. That's a really cool looking bootleg. All right, let's go back to the top. Shipping is $8 effective this week. Yeah, it started Sunday. Judge 69, Judge 72. Next is Sean Fairweather on Fugazi. Sean Fairweather on Fugazi. Jerry Ferguson second. Judge is at 74. Grog got avalanches. That's so the Grog on YouTube. Judge 75. Haven't seen Garth Brooks in a while. Paul is a 2020 reissue. Judge 76. Judge 80. John Lennon 36. John Lennon 40. John Lennon 45. Judge 85. Deftones Gore. Deftones is sealed on white vinyl. $39.99. And Interpol, Turn on the Bright Lights. Interpol, $19.99 with a note from Laura. Laura loves Interpol, a 3-heart rating, $19.99 on that. Yes, we had to raise shipping from $7 to $8. That's still unlimited. And it's better than the alternative, which would be charging cost. Trust me, y'all don't want me to charge cost. Your invoice would have a shipping charge that would say like $27.18. So I'm doing $8, and trust me, we're still taking hits, but I'm going to keep it at $8. I kept it at $7 for 3 years. $8 in limited shipping. We have 3 records going up here, and that way it's unlimited. That way y'all still get a bargain if you buy a lot of stuff, which I know a lot of y'all will. Some of y'all's packages cost $20, $30, $40, $50 to ship. We only charge $8. Here's 3 more hardcore singles for a $10 start. This is The Wrong Side, the Dump Truck Demo. This is Excalibaba, and this is Why. I'm not really sure what some of those are, but those are a $10 start there. Let's go back up the top and figure out what's going on. John Lennon has a bid for $40. The Judds has a bid for $80. John Lennon 45, the Judds 85, the Judds 87. Jerry Ferguson was first on that Deftones. John Lennon 55, the Judds 90. Bob Riger on Interpol. That's so to Bob Riger. Pam's out on John Lennon. The Judds is at 92. The Judds is at 100. And then we have Lennon Detail. We have 45s at 10. We have Sealed Bad Boy Private Party. Bad Boy is Sealed Private Party, $14.99. Also, CD in Color, A Pill for Loneliness. CD in Color is sealed for $24.99. CD in Color, and All the Feels, Fits and the Tantrums. That is sealed for $14.99. All the Feels, Fits and the Tantrums, $14.99. Judge is at 100, 102, and at 105. Darren has those 3 singles for $10. And the John Lennon is an unofficial. It's called Snapshots. A musical tapestry, John and Yoko, and this is a collection, an unofficial compilation, and this is various outtakes, demos, and live performances. It's a bootleg from the famous Dale Pittsburgh collection, and we have Sean, our new buyer tonight, says he'll also take Taco, and that was Taco 2. Are you sure that's still available? There's All the Feels. There's CD in Color. There's Bad Boy. There's Paul. There's Now Threads. Is this Taco? No, it's not. And then there is, I don't think that's still, oh, yes, it is. No, there's Typhoons by Royal Blood. Is that what you mean? No, he said Taku. That might have already sold. Taku might have already sold. Or did it? Did it? Yeah, I think that sold already. Is that what this is? Yeah, Taco's already sold. Taco is already sold. Okay? We have here, okay, so Judds. Man, a lot of bids on the Judds. Judds 105, Judds 107. The 45's got a new bid for 11. The Judds 110. Judds 112. Chris Kirkley on Fits. John Lennon has a new bid for 57. Who was the last bidder on John Lennon? The last bidder on John Lennon was Lillian at 55. So Lillian, you had outbid on John Lennon. Now she's back in, and now the Judds. Okay, we're good to go. Let's show a few more new LPs here. We Came as Romans. Yeah, We Came as Romans is sealed on white and blue marble vinyl, $39.99. Carla was second on the Fits. And Joe Satriani, Surfing with the Alien, music on vinyl pressing, unopened, $29.99. That is a single LP remaster. It's also about $10 below the normal MSRP on that. And then we have Pearl Jam, and this is called Versus. Amazing, $27.99. Duke's out on Lennon, so Lillian has Lennon. Final Call on the Judds for $115. And Pam Murray wants All the Feels. That was claimed too. That was Fits. So Pam, you were third on that. Price on Bad Boy. That was right here. That was sealed for $14.99. And the City in Color was a Pill for Loneliness. And that was sealed for $24.99. And I think there was only one bid on the 45s, which was 11. Unless no, Robert bid first. So, Robert, you won't back in for more than 11? Because technically he outbid you on that one. So, there's that. Okay, and then Lillian and Judds. We're about to drop the hammer on those. Let me pause there. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next auction. Let me go ahead and do that right now. The next auction, which is going to be over here. Give me 1 second. And this is here. Alrighty. So, this is OG. This is an original 1970 U.S. Terre Haute, strong VG condition, a $25 start. $25 start, and this is American Beauty. And this is an original 1970 U.S. Terre Haute, strong VG, a $25 start on that. Let's put that right there. Also, we have Rivers of Nile. This is the work, or the Rivers of Nile. That is sealed on yellow and blue vinyl for $29.99. Satriani was $29.99. And we also have Guilty of Everything. And that is a 2015 U.S. repress, limited to 500 on Rainbow Splatter Shoegaze, $49.99 on that. The color on We Came as Romans. That was sealed on white and blue marble vinyl, $39.99. Okay, so these three singles are sold to Robert for $10. Those are sold. And then this is the Judds, and it's sold. The Judds is sold to Trina Long for $115. That's sold to Trina for $115. Also, we have John Lennon, and now this is sold to Pam. And Pam, John Lennon, Pam, you get this. Really cool John Lennon unofficial here. That's sold to you for $65. $65 on that. And now the Grateful Dead's at $26. So let's move down and figure out what just happened, because there's some claims here on this. And so we had a price on Bad Boy. 3 people wanted Fits. It's already sold. Retro asked the price on Joe Satriani. And then Jim Davis asked the price on Joe Satriani. Grateful Dead got a bid for $25. Color on We Came as Romans. I answered that. Jerry Ferguson put Rivers. And that's this right here, Rivers of Nile. Darren Johnson put Guilty. And that was Guilty of Everything. That's sold to Darren Johnson. Grateful Dead, $26. Jim Davis does want Joe Satriani. That's only if Rydell Martin passes. It's $29.99. Jim B, Guilty's already sold. Yeah, Darren Johnson, you got those 3 singles for $11. Price on We Came as Romans. What is the We Came as Romans? Who got the John Lennon? Lily McCurry got the John Lennon. I don't know who I just said there. Lily McCurry on John Lennon. Lily McCurry on John Lennon. I may have said Pam Murray. Pam Murray, Lily McCurry. That's what messed me up. Y'all rhyme. Pam Murray, Lillian McCurry. Lillian McCurry got the John Lennon for $65. John Lennon on $65 on that. Next thing we have is Grateful Dead, 28. Grateful Dead, 29. James Hicks on We Came as Romans. That's sold to James Hicks. Rydell does want the Joe Satriani. Joe Satriani is sold. Joe Satriani is sold to Rydell Martin. He asked first about it. Y'all both asked the price at the same time, and that's sold to Rydell Martin. He got first dibs on that one. Grateful Dead, 32. And y'all rhyme. Yeah, look at that. Lillian McCurry and Pam Murray. And then Brandon wants to know the price. Yes. Now, did I just pull that for somebody? Yeah, okay. Yeah, James, there's like 4 people ahead of you on this. We Came as Romans is $39.99. White and blue marble vinyl. 2 people asked the price. 2 people asked what color it is. So right now, and then James claims it. Now, let me make sure James wasn't one of the people who asked the price or the color earlier. Let me go back up to where that first got shown. And one of the first people was Bradley Smith, actually. So it's this order: Bradley Smith, Brandon Lack, and then James Hicks. The Grateful Dead is a original 1970 U.S. Terre Haute Strong VG, a $25 start, and Grateful Dead is with Duke Norman for $32. So it's a 1970 Terre Haute. 1970 Terre Haute. There's that. Brandon also passes. James Hicks, this is in fact sold to you. If I missed somebody before James, you might want to let me know. Now, the last couple records in here is Wolf Mother, self-titled, with the Joker and the Thief. That's $29.99. And The Cure, 17 Seconds, a 2011 Euro reissue, $34.99. $34.99. All right, now let's put up another auction. Let's put up another option right quick, okay? Let's do that right now. And let me do this. Give me 1 second. Okay, next auction is another Beatles bootleg. This is an unofficial, this is the Beatles at Budokan in Tokyo, June 30th, 1966. EX edition, so a famous Beatles concert and unofficial Budokan. This is $45. $45 start on that. We're about to sell the Grateful Dead, and Lillian wants Wolf Mother. What an incredible crate that was. Holy moly. Hopefully I have some more purple juice over here. I definitely got to take a drink of purple juice. And it's all gone. I'm at the bottom of the cup, unfortunately. All right. That means next on deck in about an hour is a V8 and a snack. Oh, man, I forgot about my food. Is it outside? Is my food outside? 16 minutes ago it was delivered. I better go get it before a homeless person takes off with it. I'll do that in 1 second. All right, and then that's done. And Beatles is at 46. And Pearl Jam, sorry, that's The Cure. And Pearl Jam is $27.99. All right, and then Grateful Dead is sold. Grateful Dead is sold to Duke Norman for $32. One thing about shipping is if we put a pack of sleeves or any kind of miscellaneous item, so if somebody buys a poster, a Beatles button, that no longer qualifies it for media mail, and then it has to go ground or priority, and that's where it starts getting really expensive. When we sell a Funko or a pack of sleeves, you can't put that in priority, because if it's or a media mail, because if it's ever open for inspection and you try to slip it through, it's going to get sent back, returned to sender, and then you have to just redo it over, and that's technically mail fraud. And then Newman's going to be here, and he's going to be like, "I got you, Chad. on mail fraud. And we don't want that. We don't want Newman showing up here. Here's John Lennon, Borrowed Time. 84 UK 12-inch single with poster. And this is EX Plus condition. This is a John Lennon single that came with a nice poster of him and Yoko laying nude together in bed. You can hang that up above your bed. And John Lennon is a $15 start. The Beatles does have a bid for $46 with Pam Murray. And Jeremy Merck does want Pearl Jam. Don't Call Me Daughter. And that is $27.99. There's that. Let me go ahead and read through these very quickly. Promise Green Naugahyde on Ghostly Green Vinyl sealed for $39.99. We have Royal Blood Tycoon or Typhoons. That is sealed for $29.99. Lillian's in on Linden. And we have in Mac DeMarco. That is $17.99. Mac DeMarco Salad Days. Coldplay Parachutes. That is sealed for $34.99. Also, we have Jack White Blunderbuss sealed for $29.99. Will Slaughter to Prevail be up tonight? I'm going to be honest. I don't know what that is. But if it wasn't in this crate, I doubt it. If it's not in that crate, I doubt it. Now Threads. Indy $22.99. Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie. That is $39.99. Bad Boy Private Party is sealed for $14.99. We have City and Color, A Pill for Loneliness. That is sealed for $24.99. And The Cure, 17 Seconds, $34.99. Yeah, I think Jake actually put a different camera lens. I think Jake used... I think Jake's on the zoomed-in version instead of the wide shot. I backed it out a little there. I've been noticing that too. Scott Smith on... okay, so Scott Smith on Promise Royal Blood. Oh, that's two comments. That's Promise and Royal Blood. That's back-to-back here. Thank you, Scott. And Duke Norman does get that Bad Boy. Wow, we've sold almost everything in there. And now we got John Lennon. Final Call to Lillian for $20, and I've already done a final call on the Beatles. That's sold to Pam for $46. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction, and that next auction is going to be Moanin' and Stompin' Blues by John Lee Hooker. And this is a 1976 U.S. It has the alternate title and cover art. It was originally issued under the title John Lee Hooker Sings the Blues. So sometimes they took these blues albums and basically... they basically took these and repackaged them under new titles and artwork. $25 start on that. All right, I'm going to run up front. I got to get my food off the porch, and then we have another new crate to go through. Everybody let me know where you're watching from tonight. We got a lot of people on. I'm very curious to see where we have viewers from all over the country. I'm here in Middle Tennessee. We probably have people all over the country and all over the world. Very cool. All right. Awesome. You probably hear me chewing. I'm not eating my Mexican food. I ate a couple snack crackers right quick to whet my appetite. The Mexican food's reserved for 1:30 whenever the show's over, or 12:30, or however long we go. We got a lot of vinyl to show. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. All right. Who's on the leaderboard? When I left my house, Scheffler and DeChambeau was at the top of the leaderboard. I know what I'm going to be watching tomorrow, as long as they didn't fall apart at the end. So who's leading? Who's leading? Uh-oh, what did that say? Scheffler dominates Green Mile for lead. Uh-oh. So, wow, he's got a three-shot lead. Where the heck is DeChambeau? Oh, he fell off. He must have had a bad... Oh, my gosh. He went bogey, double bogey. I didn't notice that. Wow, Scheffler. Stardom confirmed. That's what Jim Nance said. Okay, here we go. So, I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. That's going to be fun. Hopefully, he can win. We got viewers, and we need to sell John Lennon. John Lennon sold to Lillian for $20. And then we got viewers in Utah, Texas, Las Vegas. Man, I've been wanting to go back to Vegas. I kind of got a bug to play some blackjack. Vegas, is that where you live, Duke? Or are you out there like on a trip or something? Charlotte, that's where the golf tournament is. Carol's out in Charlotte, that's where the golf tournament is. Naples, Florida, Paris, Texas, Northeast Oklahoma, West Texas, Virginia, York, Pennsylvania, Nebraska. We got Danridge, Tennessee. Regina's in Crossville, Tennessee. Ginger Lynch wants Paul McCartney. Thank you, Ginger. That's so to you. Mississippi, Texas, New Jersey, Alabama, Florida, Kentucky, Lower Delaware, Georgia, Virginia, Texas, north to Wisconsin, southeast to Georgia, straight north to, or northeast to Massachusetts. Ryan's right down the road in Mount Juliet. That's where I just got Mexican food from delivered. What's the info in 17 seconds? This is a 2011 Euro pressing, $34.99. We got Wisconsin again. We got New York, another Texas, another Kentucky, Las Vegas. Wow. I don't think about people actually living in Las Vegas. I just think about people going there and like partying. Minnesota, Michigan, Mississippi. We got another viewer in Vegas and Chicago. Nice. Got a few people watching from Vegas. All right. And the color on Meshuggah. Meshuggah is on white, orange, and black vinyl. It's a 2LP. Meshuggah Chaos Fears, $44.99. We got Rebecca in Chicago. And John Lee Hooker's a final call. A 1976 US sealed. A $25 start. Mike Johnston's up in Wisconsin. All right. Next, we have a new crate coming up. David's in Arkansas, and we have a Tucson, Arizona. And that was a great crate. I'm just going to move these over here with the others. And folks, let's keep this show on the road, all right? Almost emptied that entire Laura crate. She would be happy. She's gone for the night. She wasn't feeling too well. I was just glad to have her here today, and Paul and John. John Lee Hooker has a bid. And we got four more new crates to go through. And let's do that while we continue to show new arrivals. And let me figure out what the next best one to go through here is. Let me see. I'm going to do a flip. There's another German Peter Gabriel, different album like we sold earlier. Yeah, let's go through this one here. Yeah, I can do these fast. I can read some of these titles off in my sleep. All right. We have John Lee Hooker 25, Delaware. John Lee Hooker 33. Okay. Watertown, Murfreesboro. Wow. Yep, that's right down the road. Vegas. I went to Vegas to see U2 at the Sphere. with Seth, and then a couple customers I met at a Metallica concert, Garrett and Sean, which they're usually watching. They invited me out like 2 weeks later to go see Tool, and I enjoyed Vegas so much. I just love playing blackjack. I never win any money, but it's just fun. And I went back out there 2 weeks later and seen Tool with them at Vegas. And I want to take my mom out there. She's got to see the Bellagio at Christmas time. So we might do that this year. John Lee Hooker's at 35. First thing in here is Back to the Bar Rooms, Merle Haggard. Back to the Bar Rooms, $14.99, Merle Haggard. Back to the Bar Rooms. We have Supertramp, Famous Last Words, $19.99. I like to play blackjack and pretend I'm like a genius. You know, it's just fun entertainment. The Platters, Reflections, $9.99. Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph. That is a U.S. original with the original inner sleeve. $19.99. I got food. My Mexican food has been delivered, and I've brought it in. Gary Wellman got Merle Haggard. And we have Jackson Brown, Hold Out, $14.99. The Ozark Mountain Daredevils is $19.99. I guess I've won some and lost some. I mean, I don't think I'm probably not to the positive, but I hadn't lost enough where I don't ever want to do it again. Yeah, the Bellagio fountains. We stood in front of those for an hour and just watched those. Pretty amazing. Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, Play the Blues. Buddy Guy and Junior Wells is a 1972 U.S. Presswell original. The top and bottom seams have tape on them. The vinyl's VG+. This particular record has sold for as much as $112, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that. We sold Merle Haggard, John Lee Hooker, 44. David Lane's watching up in Ohio. Welcome, David Lane. And then John Lee Hooker, 47. John Lee Hooker, 55. And we have Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, $9.99 on that. Elvis, Gold Records, Volume 5. This is a great one. It has Suspicious Minds, In the Ghetto, Kentucky Rain, Burning Love. When I read those tracks off earlier, they sold. Best of Bachman Turner Overdrive, You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet, $14.99. All right, let's put up some more hardcore singles here. Here's 3 more singles. We have Tear It Up, The World Rejected, and Wives. And all 3 of those are going to go up for a $10 start. Olivia on ON to Lily McCurry gets Olivia Newton-John. Marshall Tucker Band, Together Forever, $14.99 on Marshall Tucker Band. And Styx, Come Sail Away, The Grand Illusion. Styx is $19.99. It does have the original sleeve. Some copies came with poster. This copy does not have poster. We have Susie Breedlove on Elvis. That is sold. Unchained Melody, it was not on here, but it's already gone. And we have Cat Stevens, Buddha, and the Chocolate Box. Cat Stevens is $14.99. That's a gatefold. Elvis is already sold. And Al Stewart, I like this one, Year of the Cat, $16.99 on that. Did anybody bid on Buddy Guy and Junior Wells? No bid yet. Looking for a $25 start. The three singles are a $10 start. We're selling those together. Todd gets Marshall Tucker Band. Elvis was $14.99. I must have not said, or I didn't say clear enough, but Susie claimed it right off the bat at $14. Then Todd, and then Joe, and then Levi. That's a good comp. That's volume 5 of Gold Records. He has multiple volumes of those. Rod, as in Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, $24.99. Subject, Aldo Nova. Subject Aldo Nova is $14.99. And Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. Lionel is $9.99. And Johnny Rivers, Outside Help. Johnny was $9.99. Chris Christopherson, Jesus was a Capricorn. Chris Christopherson, $14.99. Figures on a Beach is $14.99. Figures on a Beach. And Chicago, that is their greatest hits with Shrink Wrap, $19.99. No bid on the singles. Those 3 singles are a buy now for $10 if anybody wants those. No bid on Buddy Guy, Junior Wells, just $20. And it is VG Plus with tape on the cover. But man, those in high grade can demand quite a bit of money. The last bid on John Lee Hooker was $63. George Scherer, You're Out. Michael Butler has that for $63. Lillian wants Subject Aldo Nova. And these are new arrivals. We got New arrivals from the most recent collection, the next 2 or 3 crates. Yeah, maybe we'll count this one, the next 4 crates, counting this one. Bubba got Buddy Guy Junior Wells for $20. That is sold, and these are all sticker price. Jim Stafford, not just another pretty foot, $9.99. We have Rick Wakeman, Country Airs Piano Solos. Wow, I've never seen that Rick Wakeman album. $19.99. Rick Wakeman, I thought I've seen everything by him. Lonnie Jolly on LR, and that was for, LR was possibly for, was there a Linda Ronstadt in here? Lionel Richie, so to Lonnie Jolly, yes. And then Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. We're about to sell that John Lee Hooker, final call, for $63. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And it's a Beatles album. It's Beatles 65. And Beatles 65 is an original mono Scranton press. It's somewhere between VG and VG minus. We're going to put it up for just a $20 start on that. $20 start on that. The name of the Rick Wakeman was called New Age Rick Wakeman Country Airs Piano Solos. And then we have Sly Fox, Let's Go All the Way. Sly Fox is $19.99. And Johnny Cash and the Tennessee 2, The Singing Storyteller. That's on Sun Records. It's a compilation for $9.99. There he is, the Donny Osmond album, $9.99. Farron, Shadows on a Dime, $14.99 on that. And Grand Funk, Phoenix. Grand Funk is $19.99. All right, John Lee Hooker is sold to Michael Butler for $63. Beatles just got put down. It's a $20 start. Gary Wellman does get the Rick Wakeman piano solos. Lillian on Donny Osmond. That's sold to Lillian. Done and done there. And then Robin was next. Let's put up this Bruce. Bruce. It's a bootleg unofficial from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Interview with Bruce Springsteen, limited edition. Picture disc, it's an unofficial. Let's see what the other side, or is it sealed? Is it sealed? It's sealed. It's never been opened. $25 start on that. Rodell on SF, and that was for Sly Fox. Thank you, Rodell. That's so to you. Fairground Attraction, the first of a million kisses. $14.99 on that. Joe Delgado on Atlanta Rhythm Section. The Beatles has a bid for $20. And Peter Gabriel, this is, I don't remember. This is a 4-track German, I've never seen this. Looks like an EP from his Melt album. It's a 4-track EP. Peter Gabriel, $19.99 on that. Let's add a third auction. What else do I have here in the sealed? That last one, the Judds, was a great pull. What else do I have in here in the sealed bin? Here's a sealed Emmylou Harris with no cut marks. And it's not a club. It's an original retail copy. Sealed Emmylou Harris, that's a $10 start. The Beatles now at $22. The Tom Jones Fever Zone, that's $9.99. Mick Jones, $19.99. Mick Jones, $19.99. I don't see that too often. Manaheim Steamroller, Saving the Tiger, $14.99. And Hot Streets Chicago, $9.99. That has their hit song, I Am Alive Again, on it. Wild Wild Winter, that's an original soundtrack with music by Jane the Americans, Beau Brummels, The Astronauts, Dick and Dee Dee, and Jackie and Gail, $19.99. Also, Here at Last, the Bee Gees Live, that's a 2LP, $14.99. The Best of Mountain, Mississippi Queen, The Best of Mountain, and Sample, The Magic of Motown. That sounds good. It's a sampler promo from Motown, $14.99. So Beatles is at $20.25. 2022, Todd has it for $22. Preston's out looking for $25 on Bruce. Emmylou has a bid for $10. And the tracks on the Peter Gabriel Melt EP, I don't remember, taken from the Peter Gabriel album, Shoshaluza, Baiko remix version, and Gisette Kamat de Flute. Here Comes the Flood. Some of those may be actually in German. And Hendry just shared the same words of wisdom. Let it be. Okay. Evangeline, Emmylou Harris, final call for $10. And I'm not going to waste any time. I told you I could speed run through these here. I'm going to just read them, just the titles one more time. Mountain was $19.99. And if anybody else wants a price, just let me know. If you need a price, just let me know. Okay? And the first thing we have is Mountain. I must not piss the price. I must not said the price. And then Miss John Lee Hooker, you did. And I am going to go ahead and sell Todd Saul the Beatles for $22. And I'm going to make Bruce Springsteen a buy it now for $25. And if you need a price on anything else in here, let me know. Emmylou Harris has one bid for $10. It's a sealed original. Mountain is $19.99. And if you need a price, let me know. Tom Sullivan gets Peter Gabriel. Only if Mark Chesler passes. That's going to be sold to somebody. We got Supertramp. We have the Platters, Jimmy Buffett, Jackson Brown, Ozark, Mountain Daredevils, Best of BTO, Styx, Cat Stevens, Al Stewart, Rod Stewart, Johnny Rivers, Chris Christopherson, Figures on a Beach, Chicago, Jim Stafford, Johnny Cash, unbelievable, still available, Farron, which is called Shadows on a Dime, and then Grand Funk, Fairground Attraction is $14.99, and David Hoy, this appears to be a foreign press. It's definitely a German or UK. It may be a UK edition, but it's definitely pressed in Germany, which most of them are. And then Emmylou Harris has a new bid for $15. Tom Jones, Mick Jones, Manaheim Steamroller, Chicago, Wild Wild, Winter, Bee Gees, Motown Comp, and Mountain. So Mountain was asked about by Robert and Michael Peevler. Michael, if you need this, it can be yours. $19.99. $19.99. Info on Styx, that is Grand Illusion. It is a U.S. original with no condition notes and the original inner sleeve. $19.99. Come sail away. Bruce is called Interview with Bruce Springsteen, limited edition 5,000, IW 302. And I believe it's sealed. Yeah, it's unopened and it's sealed. So I can't really show you the back because it's underneath this. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can show you the back. But yeah, that actual part there is all sealed. There's the back part. And it's $25. It's a no bid. And Robin wants the BG's live, and I'm going right into a crate right now. And if anybody wants anything in there, let me know. So BG's live, so to Robin Glenn. Michael got the Johnny Cash. I was waiting for that to happen. David Hoy said sold on the Fair Attraction. Let's find that for David Hoy. Fair Attraction sold. Todd wants 6. And Mick Jones was self-titled. No condition notes. $19.99. Emmylou Harris now at 20. Mick Jones. Carla says she'll take the Bruce. That's sold to Carla DeRoche for $25. And then this is pending to 2 people. Mark Chesler, if he wants it. If not, it's sold to Tom Sullivan. So let's not forget about that one. It's laying back there. And now we got bids coming in on that. And if anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. I'm going to try to save some space here and condense this with the other John crate from earlier because we sold about half of this crate. We sold about half of this crate and we sold the last half. It looks like we're selling about half of these, which is really good because he puts a lot of records in these bins and we put out a lot of stuff. So those are right there. If anybody changes their mind, it's available. Lily wants Mountain. People are still claiming records. I love it. Let's break over a new crate. I'm going to speed run these. I can go through these crates fast. You're about to see hundreds of new arrivals in just moments here. That's so to Lillian. And then the Emmylou Harris is at 22. Patrick, you've been outbid. Next is another Beatles boot. This is an unofficial. It's a compilation of unofficial sessions from the Beatles. It's somewhere between VG, VG Plus. Once again, from the Dale Pittsburgh collection. $15 start on that. Mark wants to see the back of this album. Here's the back of it. I don't remember. Shazaloza, Baiko, and Jazette Comme des Flutes. It is a 4-track EP, and it is $19.99. There's 2 Chicago albums. Chicago Hot Streets was $9.99, and Chicago's Greatest Hits is $19.99. This is, of course, unless you're trying to just get a studio album collection. That's an amazing comp there. In Shrink, $19.99. Patrick's out on Emmylou Harris, and the Beatles is a $15 start. That was some great titles still left in there. Yes, we might hit them again later tonight. We're definitely going to go back through the Paul and Laura crates again tonight. Let me see what's in this. And nice, I'm liking that and that and that and that. Yes, yes, yes. Let me see what else is in here. Yes, good. Yes, yes. Okay, all right. Okay. Here you go. This one's got a little bit of country in it too. It's great titles though, so let's hit this again. Nothing wrong with that, huh? All right, the Beatles at 15. And Mark says he's already got this, no problem. So Peter Gabriel was sold to Tom. No, who was it? Yeah, Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan gets Peter Gabriel. That's sold to him. Joe Delgado gets the Best of Chicago. Final Call on the Beatles. And the sealed Emmylou Harris is sold to Gary Wellman for $22. There's the Beatles. Next auction. This was actually tagged last night. And I never did try it because it looks pretty niche. It is called... it's called Different Strokes Fiddle Tunes. It's pretty, you know, like I said, niche record. It's probably going to be something we have to put on Discogs. But it's a 1986 U.S. original. Some of the very first known recordings of Alison Krauss. She was only 14 at the time. Extremely rare. Limited edition press. Only 300 were ever pressed. So, you know, when I first glanced at it last night, when Laura had it tagged, I thought it was some kind of rare bluegrass comp, fiddle music. This is actually Jim Hollies and Friends with Alison Krauss and Swamp West. So pretty much the first recordings of Alison Krauss. She was 14 at the time of this album release. So right now there's none for sale on Discogs, and they've sold for as much as $600. And we've got a suggested starting bid of $225. It sounds like something that needs to be put on Discogs for $500 or best offer. Because this sounds to me pretty dang rare and pretty scarce. There's none for sale. And they've sold for as much as $600, the median being $3. So it sounds like to me, at those stats, $500 or best offer. But I'm going to try to sell it tonight. A $225 start. It's called Fiddle Tunes, Different Strokes. And one more time, some of the very first known recordings of Alison Krauss. She was only 14 at the time of this recording. They only made 300. The only time it's ever been pressed. A $225 start. Do we have any rare country collectors out there? Or Alison Krauss fans? That's a pretty unique album. $225 start. Right now, there's none for sale on Discogs. And some have sold for as much as $600. All right, new arrivals here. Price is marked. Let's go ahead and go through them. The trio, Dolly, Linda, and Emmylou, $24.99. Dolly Parton, Linda Ronstadt, Emmylou Harris. The Beach Boys, Endless Summer. That's always a great compilation. That's a 2LP, $24.99. Sounds of Vinya, and this is This is $19.99. This is a sitar. What does that say? I can't read that word there. It's Balachandar, Sounds of Veena, Balachandar. That's sitar music, Indian music. $19.99 on that. George Jones, still the same old me. George Jones is $9.99. Nobody's Darling. There's another Wanda Jackson, $14.99. And Waylon Jennings, this is always a good one. Only the Greatest. LSP Stereo, an original RCA stereo, Waylon Jennings, early there, $24.99. And Pat Boone, Texas Woman, $9.99. The Beatles, just one bid, sold for $15 to Robert Warner. The Different Strokes, a.k.a. we'll call it Alison Krauss. That's a $225 start. Jackie gets the Trio album. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. I also have another Beatles bootleg. You guessed it, from Dale's Pittsburgh. This is a 1983 UK VG Plus condition. Actually, Paul put VG++, so nearly EX. It's the Hamburg Tapes Volume 3. The Hamburg Tapes Volume 3. The Beatles is going to go up for a $25 start. Michael Butler is in on the Wanda Jackson. We've already pulled the Trio out of there. Next is Country Soul, Glenn Campbell. Country Soul is $9.99. Gene Autry, Cowboy Hall of Fame, that is $9.99. Waylon Jennings has no condition notes. VG Plus cover or better, and the vinyl is EX or better. This is a non-check condition bin. Todd Saw gets George Jones. That's sold to Todd Saw. Lillian in on the Beatles at $25. Everything in here will be EX Plus or better on the vinyl. This is Chet Atkins. That is a 2LP in shrink, $19.99. Also, Emmylou Harris, Cimarron, $14.99. Mr. Guitar, Chet Atkins, $14.99. Mr. Guitar, Chet Atkins, $14.99. And Billy Joel, The Bridge. This is in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $16.99. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, $24.99. And Genesis Wind and Weathering, $19.99. Final warning, if you want to bid on the Alison Krauss, Beatles already got a bid. I'm going to move it to going once, going twice. And let's put up another Taiwanese record that I've been selling tonight. Here's a pretty cool one. Country Joe and the Fish, Greatest Hits. Country Joe and the Fish is a $15 start. $15 start on Country Joe and the Fish. It is a Taiwanese unofficial. Tad, did you see the Alison Krauss listing on eBay? I have never done any research on this record. All that information I just gave you was done from Laura. That's the first time I've handled or looked at that in my life. Gary Wellman on Emmylou Harris, or EH. Emmylou Harris sold to Gary Wellman. Different Strokes, it does have a bid for $225. Tom Sullivan wants Wanda Jackson. That's already been sold. Todd Sullivan put way more. I'm assuming that's for Waylon Jennings. John Robb never did say sold or pass. If he changes his mind, I'm going to go ahead right now, though, and sell Waylon to Todd Saw. Lily McCurry on Genesis. Gary Wellman second on Waylon Jennings. And Lee Steigert on Billy Joel. The Alison Krauss is going to sell to Rebecca for $225. We're about to drop the hammer on it. She's bid. If you were thinking about it, now's the time to bid. Seems like a great price to me. Seems like it should have been about a $350 start. Jethro Tull, a Passion Play, $19.99. We have Tom T. Hall's Greatest Hits. That's How I Got to Memphis. That's one of my favorite songs by him. $9.99 on that. And Emmylou Harris again, White Shoes. There's more Emmylou, $14.99. Now Alison Krauss is at $300. I'll go over the details right now, but here's the Beatles. And the Beatles, Lily McCurry has this for $25, and it's sold to her for $25. That just leaves the Taiwanese Country Joe and the Fish. So I meant to put this up last night, but I didn't know what it was until after the show. Laura had me two, quote, high-end records I didn't show last night. This, my third one we have. This might be the best one we have, though, far as condition, even though it's been peeled or attempted to be peeled. And it was this record. Now, I didn't know what it was until last night, and I thought it was going to be some kind of rare bluegrass album. And then I realized, oh, it's Alison Krauss. And this is called Different Strokes, Fiddle Tunes. It's Jim Hawley's and Friends with Alison Krauss. And the notes from Laura is a 1986 U.S. original. Some of the very first known recordings of Alison Krauss. She was only 14 at the time of this recording. It's extremely rare. They only pressed 300. It's in great condition. It's EX or better, or I should say she's graded at EX conservatively. Right now, there are 0 for sale on Discogs, and they have sold for as much as 600. The high bid on this right now is 300 with Michael Butler. Rebecca did bid 225. Michael bid 300. Rebecca's done. Okay? And then final call on that. Gary Wellman also gets to Emmylou Harris. So I'll leave that up for a few seconds because it sounds like some people might want to do some quick research. It is rare, and there's none for sale, and it seems like it's at a very fair price. Anywhere between $300 and $500 or $600 plus probably wouldn't be bad from what I'm seeing, especially since there's none for sale. And Roy Acuff, and of course, we always refer to Discogs. Roy Acuff, $9.99. Roy Acuff, $9.99. The man, the music, the legend, Merle Haggard, 22 country hits as seen on TV. This is a Ronco compilation. Merle Haggard, $14.99. And the Kindles Greatest Hits. Wow, a K-Tail compilation. A K-Tail compilation from the Kindles. That's pretty interesting there. Let me see what's going on over here with this next auction. I need to pay more attention to the high-end tab. Next time Laura puts a high-end tab over here in our auction, I'll pay much better attention now. I'll pay much closer attention the next time she puts a tab on that. And I'm assuming earlier Mark Chesler. Let me see here. Okay. And the Kindles. And what was the Beatles? What's up with the Beatles? I don't think there's a Beatles in here. No Beatles available right now. How much are the Kindles? The Kindles is $9.99. What I was going to do is make Country Joe. If you're referring to this, this is actually Country Joe and the Fish, a Taiwanese. And I'm making it a buy it now for $15. Taiwanese Country Joe and the Fish. That's now a buy it now for $15. And I'm going to put up another Japanese pressing over here, which is actually a Beatles. Oh, you're talking about the Beatles Butcher cover. Oh, I bet you're talking about the Beatles Butcher cover. Sorry. Never mind. I know what you're talking about. Give me 1 second. We're going to run it next. Final call on Alison Krauss. Just a $25 start on this. The Beatles at the Hollywood. Just a $25 start. Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, UK Flag Series number 30. Country Joe is sold to Gary Wellman for $15. And yeah, there's 2 Alison Krauss on eBay. There's 2 Alison Krauss on eBay. One is listed for $1,300 and one's listed for $1,575. So that's probably what he was referring to. So the couple people that do have one for sale in the United States, they're asking big money for them. They're asking big money for them. So that's why. Okay, next is the Jones Sisters, Singing We Go. That's $9.99. The Jones Sisters. Also, a Mighty Fortress, Mahalia Jackson. That's $9.99. Robin on the Kindles. That's so to Robin. Gary got Country Joe. The Beatles is a $25 start on that. And did Michael say pass? I'm assuming Brent. Brent, you're passing. If so, I'm going to drop the hammer. What is this? Billy Joel, California Flash. Billy Joel is $19.99. The Best of Waylon Jennings, $34.99. That's on RCA LSP 4341. That's nice for $34.99. And John Mayall, The Last of the British Blues. John Mayall is $26.99. And Free at Last, Little Willie John, $19.99. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer, sold. Alison Krauss, $300 to Michael Butler. That's more in line with what it should be from what I've seen. That's about right. However, if it would have got bid up right then to $500 or $600 or $800, I wouldn't be surprised because it's pretty scarce. There's that. There's that. That's true. That's true. I can list one myself for $3,000. The best way to find out what something's really selling for on eBay, so if you're on the eBay app, and you go over here and let's say there's the active listings, right? And then you click over here to filter and you hit sold. That's when you find out what things are really worth, those green numbers. And this is that's talking about something expensive. That's probably one of her most expensive records right there. That Mo-Fi 3LP, those sell all day long for $500. 400 on here, 399, yeah. So, there you have it. Okay, that's done. Lillian got Mayall, and there is Little Willie John, and nobody bid on the Beatles. It's a $25 buy now. Let's go through all the no-it bids right quick. Somebody can grab this at a great price. I usually start these at $35. And they sell, and sometimes they bring more. Well, guess what? This one's just a $25 because it's got to be one of the last Japanese auctions we have left, but I think I do have more tucked around here somewhere. I'm just trying to get some of these moved here on a Saturday night. We usually sell every Japanese pressing we get in by Saturday night, so somebody needs to pick this up. I'd greatly appreciate it. It's only $25, and it's a Japanese pressing of a Beatles album. There you have it, Hollywood Bowl, one of their few official live recordings. There's that. And here's the no bids. The reason it looks pretty hefty is because we got a lot of these Taiwanese in here with the cardboard. So first is the Beatles, Hollywood Bowl, $25. Taiwanese, 10 years after, $15. The Lost Linen Tapes, Westwood Wood, $95. This is a Grateful Dead VG Plus mid-70s pressing, $25. The Box Top Super Hits, another Taiwanese, $15. Bruce Springsteen Unofficial Live, $35. Everly Brothers Taiwanese, $15. Orange Vinyl. Sealed Hank Aaron commemorative home run record. That was just $10. I can't remember. I think last time I said $35 on Ruthless People. It's a promo copy. I'll say $25. And Charlie Louvin was autographed. Thank you, Fred. Signed Charlie Louvin. He is $35. So $35 on Charlie Louvin. Signed and JSL authenticated. Ruthless People is $25. Japanese promo copy. Sealed Hank Aaron is $10. The Everly Brothers on orange vinyl, that is $15. Bruce Springsteen is $35. Box Tops is sold to Michael Butler for $15. Sean did get the Japanese Beatles for $25. Alonzo was second. And that leaves the John Lennon tapes and Cricklewood Green and the Grateful Dead. Boom. There is quite a bit of stuff over there, though. Maybe we get some offers and get some of that sold. In the meantime, before I finish this bin, which I'm on a speed run, we just filled up our 4th full crate tonight. That's pretty amazing. And it's been pretty much all new arrivals. And we're in a half a crate left here, and there's back-to-back new crates after that. Let me go ahead and grab another empty crate. If we can fill up another 2 or 3 tonight, it will end up being a highly successful night and definitely a successful week. So let me go ahead and show a few more records before I introduce auctions. Jimmy Reed, Honest I Do. Jimmy Reed is $19.99. Peter Goodwin, Correspondence. Peter Gordon is $14.99. And we have Godfathers, and this is $24.99. Birth, School, Work, Death. Godfathers, $24.99. Did I say Hank Aaron, Springsteen Info, and Grateful Dead? Preston, you get the Grateful Dead for $20. The Lost Lennon Tapes is a West 1-1 broadcast with Q Sheet, $95 on that. Bruce Springsteen was live at the Neptune, or in Neptune, New Jersey, at the Headliner Club. Headliner in Neptune, New Jersey, July 18th, 1983. Dale's Pittsburgh Collection, no condition notes, $35. Let's bundle 2. We'll do these for 10 and 10 if you buy both of them. Everly Brothers on Orange and 10 years after. So instead of 15-15, we'll do 10 and 10. Yeah, this is called Hank Aaron. It's a narrated by Kurt Gowdy. It's a Magnavox promotional record commemorating his 715th home run, which passed Babe Ruth's record, of course, as y'all know, or may not know, at 714. And then that was passed later by who? Barry Bonds. Next is Andrew Gold. What's wrong with this picture? That is $9.99. 2 Taiwan, sold to Michael Butler. So let's do the bundle on those and do $10 off and sell them both for $20. Beautiful. And there's technically a no-bid hardcore lot, but usually I'll wait and get a bunch of these together and then reduce them. So we still got Tear It Up, This World, Rejected, and Wives. Those 3 can be bought for 10, or I'll get a bunch more together and put them together. All right, Andrew Gold. So 78 Trans Am. Let me know if you want Springsteen. Brent, if you pass on Hank, it looks like Tony wants it. Rock Roots Genesis. Is this the Genesis? Oh, this is Genesis. This is early Genesis tracks. $24.99. Hank is $10. It's sealed. Gene Autry, live from Madison Square Garden. Wow, Gene selling out Madison Square Garden. Gentle Giant, The Missing Piece, $19.99. And Chet Atkins, string it along with Chet Atkins. This is LPM Mono, 1236. Chet Atkins is 1956 Mono, $29.99. No condition notes. And the Georgia Satellites, keep your hands to yourself. Georgia Satellites, $34.99. Darren's going to go ahead and grab these 3 singles for $10. Thank you, Darren. That's so do you. Brent does get Hank for 10. Now we just need to sell 78 Trans Am Bruce. Speaking of hardcore singles, this stack has gotten pretty hefty. So let me go ahead and take these in here. And now we're putting up a Beatles Butcher cover. Wow. Yeah. One second. They have a big stack of records in the operation room from a new buyer last night, and that's not a good sign. Let me see if he contacted us. That was that Johnny. Is he? Are you watching that Johnny on YouTube? Let me ask. Well, it's awfully late. Maybe they'll reply. Let me ask Tanner. I bet Tanner's asleep. Maybe Ed will be awake. I got to start verifying. People will say, yeah, I have filled out the form. And then I go to try to find it, and I can't. And I don't know if they just say that. So I got to really start double checking that. All right, welcome all first-time buyers, but you got to make sure you're registered, because if we go to start tagging these and invoice, if we don't have your information, we just got to resell them. And also, that person got on last night and they probably bought $1,000 worth of stuff, and I'm hoping that we already invoiced them. So, or maybe 500, I don't know. You buy half a crate of new vinyl, it's going to be a lot of money. You just add up the sticker price and a whole crate of new vinyl. You hop on and buy half of a crate, it could be $800-900 quickly. So Andrew Gold sold to John Smetzer, and let's keep rolling. So here is a Beatles butcher cover, and it is a third state 66 Scranton original mono. I always hate pricing these because y'all know I really don't like to sell them. Scranton should be an easier one to peel, though. It's a East Coast. And usually East Coast are easier to peel. Somebody really did a poor job. I don't think they damaged it, but, you know, the actual butcher part, but it's going to take some work now to fix it. So I'll show you the other ones I've got over here. I've got these here that I've priced these for $875 and $875, and I'm in no hurry to sell them. I think y'all know that. So this one is got pros and cons, but I probably need to try to move one tonight. So I'll say if I'm asking $875 on these better peels, I'm going to say this is $575. Starting bid, $575. The actual disc is a mono Scranton, of course, and it's G++, VG minus. That's usually how they all are. That don't really matter. The disc is insignificant to this right here. So peeled, partially peeled butcher. This is somewhere between a second state and a third state. It's partially peeled. It's not a true second state. It's more like a second and a half state. $575. And there it is. So it's up for consideration. If you just want to own one, this one's pretty cool. You can see what it was supposed to look like and what they recovered it with, and it's kind of a hybrid. But when people found out this was a deal back in the day, they started trying to peel it to see what was underneath it. And then some people did really bad jobs peeling them. Some people did really good jobs peeling them. Some really good peeled ones can sell for thousands. Peeled ones. And of course, the true first states are very rare and very expensive. Morgan Wallen was not sold to independent stores. He cut a deal with the devil, and they're only selling that at like Target and Walmart. So we will never be able to get the new Morgan Wallen album. Very sad, but we will not be carrying it unless they eventually turn it over to indie stores. But he probably did a big cash deal and decided to sell it at Target. Andy Gibb, Flowing Rivers. Andy Gibb, Flowing Rivers, and he just went hunting yesterday with our governor. Jafria, Silk and Steel. Jafria is $26.99. We have Gone, Gone 2, but Never 2 Gone. This is $24.99. We're going through new arrivals here. Kansas is $19.99. Mask. Chris Jensen Sings Torture. Chris Jensen, $19.99. Lillian on Gibb. Let's get right back to the new stuff. We have Jet Black Factory Duality, $9.99. Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave, $19.99. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, $19.99. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, $19.99. And the last two is Waylon, Oh Waylon for $24, and Journey Raised on Radio. It's also $24.99. Darren Johnson on Gone, and that's so to Darren Johnson. I will never solicit you to try to buy vinyl at Walmart or Target or Amazon unless I just honestly cannot get it. But usually I tell you, if you can wait a little bit longer, we will probably eventually be able to get it. Obviously, I'd much rather you support Coletco, which I know you would, Deidre, and I know everybody else would. Hopefully, you're not supporting big box stores for vinyl. I sometimes can't beat their prices, but they're absolute corporate monsters. So I'm very honest about those when it comes to it. Sometimes we just can't beat their prices, and sometimes they get stuff that we can't. There was a Walmart exclusive, Poison Greatest Hits. That was a true Walmart exclusive, and I told everybody. I was like, they're only selling that at Walmart, and it's limited edition. And now it's discontinued, and it's like a $100 record. So I will lead you to the right avenues. But if I think I can get it, I'm obviously going to say either A, be patient, or here it is, and here's the price. We have Grateful Dead Terrapin Station. I'm going to offer this at half the price for the starting bid as I did last night. Actually, less than half the price. Last night, this was a $35 start. It's an OG EX condition, VG cover. We're going to put it up for a $15 start. Final call to get a bid on the Beatles for $575. And now here is my next three hardcore singles. Fair Fight, The Never Ending Road, Forever Came Falling, Family Thief, and WF. And those three are a $10 start. I'd like to get Dire Straits Brothers Anniversary. I will put you on a waiting list. Tim Graham, Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. All right, does anybody else want anything in here? I'm just going to do a speed run read-through. Speed run read-through. If you need a price, let me know. If not, I'm going to go right into another new Rivals bin. Grateful Dead does have a bid. We got the Beach Boys. We have Ballalanger, which was Indian Sitar. Pat Boone, Glenn Campbell, Gene Autry, Chet Atkins, Jason and the Scorchers, Jethro Tull, Tom T. Hall, Merle Haggard, Roy Acuff, the Jones Sisters, Mahalia Jackson, Billy Joel, Waylon Jennings. We had Little Willie John and Jimmy Reed, Peter Goodwin, The Godfathers, Genesis, Gene Autry, Gentle Giant, Chet Atkins, Georgia Satellites, Jafria, Kansas, Chris Jensen, Jet Black, Jethro Tull, Jay Giles, Elton, Journey, and Waylon. If anybody needs a price there, let me know. And I'm going to drop the hammer and make the Beatles a buy it now for $575. The Beatles butcher cover, $575. Now a buy it now. I'm going to put those right over here with the other two. And final call on those two singles. If not, we're going to go into a new crate. Wow, y'all are awfully quiet. 244 viewers, and everybody's stone quiet. GS price, $34.99 on Georgia Satellites. So Kenny Stanley, you're out on the Grateful Dead. As you see on the board, Robert's bid came in before yours. So when there's a tie, it goes to the first person on top that bid first. So you're out, and now it goes back to you. There's that. Wallflower should be in print. Details on Godfather. Info on Little Willie John. Joey wants Journey. I'm already over here bringing a new crate, but I will answer any and all questions that y'all had on any and all records in that previous crate. I would love to sell everything in there to you. We got 2 more crates of new arrivals, and I can go through these fast. They're John crates. They're great stuff, new stuff, maybe titles that we haven't had in months, maybe a few titles that we put out sometimes every day. But typically that's because they sell, or they will eventually sell. And I'm going to keep plenty of new auctions going as well. So here we go. Michael says no, he's just stoned. He's watching Coletco stoned. You're probably not the only one. There's probably multitude of people watching right now under some sort of influence. I don't advocate it. I don't advocate it. Metallica. Jacob, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for OG originals, those are sold on Thursday nights if we have them. If you want a brand new sealed copy, we have every album in stock, or I can get it for you. I can get Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets, and Justice for All, the Black Album, Load, Reload, you name them. They're in print and we can get them. If you're wanting OGs, so is everybody else, and we sell those on Thursday nights at auction. We sell them on Thursday nights at auction. Next thing is Grateful Dead 15, Grateful Dead 15. Chris asked the Georgia Satellites price. Put down Brandon Lack on a waiting list for Wallflowers. Now we got to go to Little Willie, Journey, and Godfathers. Let's pull those right quick. Little Willie, Journey, and Godfather. Little Willie, Journey, and Godfather. There's Little Willie, there's Godfather, and there is Journey. So let's pull those and see what else was possibly asked about. First, though, we definitely can go ahead and sell this. Journey is sold to Joey. And then the Godfathers is called Birth, School, Work, and then Death. It's a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Little Willie John is a 2LP Gusto reissue. It's in shrink and it's near mint minus. It's $19.99. Todd Saw wants Oh Waylon. That was Waylon Jennings out of the bin for $24.99. A absolute beautiful copy. This is sold to Todd for $24.99. Grateful Dead has a new bid for $20, now $16, now $21. And we have 3 hardcore singles here. This is a buy it now for $10. Those are a buy it now for $10. Those 3 hardcore singles. These 2 were asked about, and there was one more question. The other question was Jason and the Scorchers for Randy Klein. Jason and the Scorchers for Randy Klein. For anybody new watching, we do this every night. This is my 7th consecutive live stream that I've been here. We usually do 8 hours a night starting at 5 or 5:30 Central Time, usually closer to 5:30 nowadays. It's supposed to be 5, but usually closer to 5:30. I do this every night. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of LPs here. We travel the country and buy them. Right now, we're in Lebanon, Tennessee. We just had a guy from Ohio bring us 22,000 here to the store. He brought them to us. And we just went to Wisconsin that next day and bought another 3,000. Of course, the most desirable genre on earth right now is metal. If we are lucky enough to get metal records, they are only sold one day a week, and that is on Thursday nights, and they will be auctioned, and they will be sold to the high bidder. Thursday night, we set a world record for an Iron Maiden record. I've done some research. We sold a signed Iron Maiden Number the Beast for $3,266. And according to my research, that may be the most expensive Iron Maiden record ever sold, and definitely the most expensive LP, but also the most expensive copy of Number of the Beast ever sold. So, Jason and the Scorchers is called Lost and Found. Shrink Wrap and Hype Sticker, $24.99. We have set world records here at Coletco. And that was definitely one for Number of the Beast. I did some research on PopSpsych. There are some Iron Maiden records that have sold for some singles. They have some rare singles that have sold for $2 and $3 and some even $4,000. Some 45, some 7-inch. But somebody recently sold a Iron Maiden signed record on eBay for over $3,000. So ours wasn't too far out of line, actually. And I think that's what probably some people seen that was bidding on that. But I think we now hold the record for probably the most expensive studio album ever sold by Iron Maiden. Grateful Dead is at $25. We have a pass and we have a pass. That was not Chris Jansen. I don't think so. Let's go through the new arrivals. We have Marshall Tucker Band Dedicated. Marshall Tucker Band is $14.99. Marshall Tucker Band Dedicated. The Osmonds, Around the World, live in concert. The Osmonds is a 2LP, $19.99. And the Charlie Parker Story, that's a 1975 pressing on Savoy and shrink wrap, $24.99 on that. Mercy, Love Can Make You Happy, $14.99. And Miko, Pop Goes to Movies. Miko is $14.99. They're still bidding on Grateful Dead. I think over here I've got some Japanese I hadn't got to yet. Let me just figure out what the heck I've done with them. Are they underneath the Taiwan here? They are. And I got some more cool Taiwan stuff. But first, here is some of the Japanese pressings last night. I didn't sell for buy it now, so now I'm going to reduce the price. Simon & Garfunkel, 17 of their all-time greatest recordings. A beautiful Japanese pressing. Simon & Garfunkel's a $25 start. There's the insert, and there are 2 photo prints that are included as well. There's Paul and there's Art. Simon & Garfunkel, a $25 start. That was OG Jason and the Scorchers, yes. Duke, You're Out on the Dead. We have Linda Ronstadt, self-titled, $12.99. And Johnny Rivers, Golden Hits, $14.99. And as usual, if anybody out there in America has records for sale, especially metal, like Metallica and Megadeth and Slayer and all those thrash metal bands and stuff like that, we're looking to buy. Obviously, the demand is extremely high right now. It's still peaking. It's still rising. More and more people becoming collectors. More and more people's looking for the rarest stuff, the most highly sought after stuff. And of course, we are too as dealers. So if you're out there, send us a message or contact us through our webpage. We're also looking for high-end, classic rock, shrink wrap, hop sticker type stuff, rare soul, jazz, funk, 45s, blues, all that stuff too. We bought one of the best blues collections that I think we'll ever see last year. It was extraordinary. Y'all probably remember it. We sold blues albums out the wazoo, and that was one of the greatest acquisitions ever. We have Linda Ronstadt, so to Ron Burns, Miko Pop, few tracks on Miko Pop. This is 20th Century Fox trademark. That's the dun, da, 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 da. James Bond, Goldfinger, Chariots of Fire, Tom Jones, theme from MASH, The High and the Mighty, Never on Sunday, As Time Goes By, Hatari, The Pink Panther, that's $14.99. Charlie Parker is a reissue from 1975 on the Savoy label, and that is $24.99. Of course, I think that originally came out in the 50s. The Grateful Dead has a new bid for $26, and Robert went out. This is sold to Duke Norman for $26. Simon & Garfunkel's a Japanese pressing. I'm looking for a $25 start. The next auction I'm going to put up right now is a Taiwanese pressing of what? Steam. What a bizarre one here. This is going to go up for a $15 start. Nah, nah. Hey, hey. Goodbye. Steam. Nah, 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 nah. $15 start on that. Chris Christopherson, The Silver-Tongued Devil and I. Chris Christopherson's in shrink wrap. $14.99 for KK. Chris Christopherson. That album was featured on the movie Taxi. You remember? Taxi, Chris Christopherson. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, $14.99. Elvis Presley. And Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, $14.99 on that. Also, Elvis Gold Records. You remember earlier when we sold Volume 5? Here's Volume 1 with Hound Dog and Heartbreak Hotel and Jailhouse Rock, $19.99. Johnny Rivers' Greatest Hits. Johnny is $9.99, including Secret Agent Man. We have Village People Cruising. It's the State of the YMCA, $14.99. Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? $9.99 on Lionel. Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is $14.99. And Dan Seals, Rage On. Dan Seals is $9.99. And Styx Cornerstone, $19.99. Susie on JR, and that was for Johnny Rivers. Secret Agent Man. No bid on Simon & Garfunkel. It's going to go up for a $25 buy now on 17 of their all-time greatest recordings. And Michael, it looks like you're going to be the one and only bidder on Steam, so that is a final call to you for $15. I'm going to go ahead and put Simon. Man, surely somebody needs some Simon & Garfunkel in their life. I know I've sold hundreds, thousands of Simon & Garfunkel compilations, but it just seems like something you got to have. C.W. Bacall, Convoy, $14.99. And Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's Working for the Weekend, $19.99. Condition of Jimmy. Jimmy? Susie got Johnny. And then Dan Seals is sold to Joey. What is the Jimmy record? Tim Graham offered 20, and then Duke says he'll take it at sticker. So Tim, it's yours if you want it, but it will be 25. Steam is sold to Michael Butler for 15. I'm having trouble laying records tonight. We'll just put it back over there. That's going to be sold to somebody, either Tim or Duke, for 25. Next I have a sealed James Brown. And I believe this could be a huge difference. Let me try to actually check this. John brings me sealed stuff all the time, and this could be a huge difference in price. This is sealed. PD. I bet that catalog number has been used on no telling how many. Yeah, format. How recent has this been pressed? Year 2000. Yeah, so the most recent pressing of this, I mean, either way, the most recent pressing of this is 2014. And it's still pretty desirable. The median is $60. And they start at $42, not including shipping. So I don't know what it is, because I think they've been using that catalog number since it came out originally. But it was mixed in with all of our other, original records. I will say it feels modern, though. I mean, to me, it looks modern, too. I think it's probably one of those newer pressings from the 90s or probably that 2014. But, of course, that's a big one for him. The big payback. James Brown. So let's start it at $25, which regardless of what pressing it is, that's a great price. And of course, if this was OG, that would be a steal, because a true OG of this should be hundreds of dollars sealed. James Brown's a $25 start, the payback. Tim Graham does take the Simon for $25. Nobody on Loverboy, unbelievable. Marshall Tucker, Caroline Dreams. I heard it in a love song. Marshall Tucker, $24.99. Merle Haggard at the movies with the Merle Haggard hop sticker. Nice. Shrink Wrap, $14.99. Elvis, Moody Blue. This does have Unchained Melody on it, and it's on blue vinyl. They all should be on blue vinyl. If you ever get one of these and it's on black vinyl, it's about a $100 record. $34.99. Bachman Turner Bachman as Brave Belt, $14.99. And Shaka Khan, I Feel For You. Shaka Khan is $9.99. Our next auction, let's pull another one over here from the Taiwanese collection. And I think this one's pretty cool. He Ain't Heavy. He's My Brother. The Hollies. That's going to go up for a $15 start. It is a Taiwanese unofficial. James Brown's at $30. And the Association's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Lonnie, you get Shaka Khan. You have been outbid on James Brown, though. Duke Norman has it for $30. And Rick Ocasek, This Side of Paradise. Rick is $14.99, This Side of Paradise. And Olivia, Soul Kiss. Olivia Newton-John is $9.99. And Fresh Air 3. We've had a lot of Fresh Air tonight. That's Manaheim, $14.99. Michael in on the Hollies. Let's grab another 3 hardcore singles right quick. Been doing those here and there tonight. We've almost sold half of a crate. We have Youth Anthem, Standing Point, Youth Gone Mad, and Zoinks, Sap Sugger Sloko. 3 singles there for a $10 start. Zoinks, Youth Gone Mad, and Youth Anthem. Those 3 are a $10 start. James Brown's at $33. The Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It's Alive, and this is $29.99. Susie wants to put back the Johnny Rivers Greatest Hits. That is a $1 billion putback fee. Unbelievable. That's a billion. That's a $1 trillion putback fee. That's going back in the bin. In the Eye of the Storm, The Outlaws, $19.99. In the Eye of the Storm, Chicago. Boy, this feels heavy. It comes with a lot of inserts. Chicago is $24.99. Patrick C. Smith on Rick Ocasek. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Also, we have the Cars. Hello. Hello again. Dun, 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 dun. Bump, bump, bump. This also has Whoa, It's Magic. And it also has Who's Gonna Drive You Home Tonight. It also has You Might Think I'm Crazy. That's a great album. The Cars is $29.99. And Jimmy Buffett, Living and Dying in 3/4 Time. That's $19.99. The Hollies is sold to Michael Butler for $15. Duke Norman, you're outbid on the James Brown. Lonnie has it for $33, and I'm about to sell it to him. Patrick also gets the Outlaws. What I was going to say on the Chicago, this usually has a bunch of stuff with it. Yeah, the Chicago has a bunch of stuff with it. It has a poster, 2 giant posters. Doesn't have a book. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe just 2 posters. They were really good about putting inserts in their albums, but there's that. The Voice of an Angel. Thank you. Thank you. I don't quite sound like Rick Ocasek or, dang it. I forgot his name. Rick Ocasek, and I like his vocal. The other guy, I can't remember his name. I like his vocals better. Oh, man. Someone's going to say it before I can think of it, too. It's going to pop up on the screen before I can think of it. Rick Ocasek and the other vocalist. He's singing the vocals on Drive. Benjamin Orr. Dang it. Dang it. That left me. I forgot it. Benjamin Orr. I like his vocals better. Okay. So we sold Rick Ocasek. Jim Davis was second. And it went to Patrick. Patrick also got the Outlaws. Duke's out on James Brown. Final call to Lonnie Jolly for 33. Tom Sullivan, you were second on Outlaws. Tim Graham gets Chicago. Woody Bishop wants Olivia Newton-John. That was a very nice copy. That's so to Woody Bishop. James Brown has a new bid for 35. So Lonnie Jolly, you're out. Benjamin Orr, Benjamin Orr, Benjamin Orr, Benjamin Orr, Benjamin Orr, Benjamin Orr, Benjamin Orr. And we have Benjamin Orr, Benjamin Orr. There it is. So, yeah, Benjamin Orr. All right, these 3 singles are a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants them. Buy it now for $10. And Lonnie Jolly, you've been outbid on James Brown. Just don't look on the screen. Well, no, I couldn't spend much time. It was killing me. I was about to say or something was on the tip of my tongue. All right. Yeah, what great voice. What a great band. Oh my gosh, the Cars, are you kidding me? What a great band. Jackson Browne, Late for the Sky, $14.99 on Jackson Browne. Styx, Pieces of 8, $17.99. Also, Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $14.99. And Styx, Kilroy Was Here, Mr. Roboto, $19.99. And after all that, no one still bought it. It's still in the bin. I short-circuited. Yeah, sometimes stuff leaves me. Every once in a while, it's just like poof, and I can't remember something like that. Okay. We have maybe it's time for that V8 up front. Oh, my eyes are rolling in circles. We have Deep Purple, 24 karat purple. Probably have seen this before. They always sell. It's a great, fantastic Deep Purple compilation. It is near mint minus and pristine with the insert. The cover is phenomenal with Obi, $35 start. Jackson Browne is sold to Tom Sullivan. Great new vintage arrivals here. Another crate coming after this one as well. Reflections, the Platters. The Reflections is $9.99, or the Platters, I should say. Billy Ocean, this has the hit song Caribbean Queen on it. That's just $9.99. And we have the Partridge Family shopping bag. Partridge Family has the shopping bag with it. Wow. It actually has, folks, the Partridge Family shopping bag. Look at that. Unbelievable. $26.99. Let me see what Ed sent me here. Hold on one second. What a cool insert. I'm amazing that survived. It doesn't look like it's been like opened or used really. Where's the crease at? Let me get it folded back the way it was. All right. What a cool thing there. I love stuff like that. All right, here we go. And so James Brown, 36. James Brown, 37. We sold Jackson Browne. And then Lillian, first on Partridge Family. Jackson Browne, 38. Brent next on Partridge. Then Michael. Then Susie. Then Jetstream. James Brown, 39. Chet Atkins picks on the hits. Chet is $9.99. The Cars Panorama is $24.99. Survivor, I Am the Eye of the Tiger, Looking at You, $24.99. And Merle Haggard, Chill Factor, $14. The song on that Beck album was Waking Light, I believe. Yeah, that's really one of the few I know. Well, no, the other Beck song I know, everybody knows that one. That's I'm a Loser. I'm a Loser, Baby. That's another big song by him. But Waking Light was the one that I heard off that album that night that entranced me. Now, Craig, those New Orleans singles were coming out of this crate right here. And I'll see what I don't have many. I'll see what I can come up with. There's one, Hip Bone Slim, $5 start. There's a lot of parts and pieces in here. There's a lot of parts and pieces. There's one, the Greenhorns and the Shams. So those are 5. I will try my best. Some of these are top 40s. We probably can bundle together. And some are 50s. And then some are truly New Orleans type singles. But I'll try my best. I don't have many around me, honestly. Let me put this right there. Okay, so those are 5 and 5. And then the next thing we have was Nicholas Hollister on the Billy Ocean, Caribbean Queen. Michael wants Kilroy. That is Styx. James Brown, 4041. And let's go ahead and roll Deep Purple to a $35 buy it now. And that's called 24 Karat Purple. Smoke on the Water and Fire in the Sky. Our next Taiwanese pressing is Hitching a Ride. Hitching a Ride. Hitching a Ride. Hitching a Ride, not hishing. Early in the Morning. That's by Vanity Fair. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. $15 start on Vanity Fair, Early in the Morning, Hitching a Ride. The Shams does have a bid for $5, and that is for this one over here, and that's going once, going twice to Craig. Okay? And Debbie Winston gets Deep Purple for $30. And now Vanity Fair has a bid for $15. And they're still bidding on James Brown. Steven's out, though. Do we ever get any Mac Davis? We should get Mac Davis on a regular basis. It'd just be one of those, it'd be definitely probably in a John crate, and it'd be just hopefully whenever one randomly pops up. But yeah, we should have dozens of Mac Davis albums. Dozens. Kenny, I've already sold Deep Purple. Let me see if I have another one. We had 2 last night, but I think someone bought one last night for the buy it now price. And I got a John Lennon Japanese on deck, so don't go anywhere. Wait a minute. Do I have another one over here? No. I've got a lot of no bids over here that we've accumulated. Autographs and tons of sealed records. I've got like sealed records out the wazoo. I'm going to have to start like bundle them or something. Look at this one here. Let's actually do this next. How to watch pro football. John was like, surely you want this. And I was like, I'm more into college football. But this is really cool. It like tells you about, you listen to it, and this guy's narrating football positions, and it tells you about the different divisions and teams. It's never been opened, and you can still see it's sealed with the book. It's called How to Watch Pro Football. It's sealed. It's never been opened, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. Let's also go ahead and sell the Shams to Craig for $5. Is split 45 Rolling Stones covers. Hold on a minute. Craig, Robert might have been asking a question. Yeah, this is, sorry, one time out on that, Craig and Robert. Yeah, it's Under My Thumb by the Shams and the Greenhorns doing Sad Day, another Rolling Stones song. So yeah, that is a $5 bid with Craig. I'm about to sell it. Now let's go ahead and sell James Brown, The Payback, and that is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $44. Football's a $10 start. Vanity Fair is a final call for $15. But yeah, let's sell Hip Bone Slim for a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now on that. Let's swap out crates too. Did I miss something else? Deep Purple. Actually, Debbie wanted it, and then for $30. MT Matt was going to buy it for $35, And then somebody offered 25. So actually, MT was going to pay full price. Nobody on Survivor? Eye of the Tiger? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. My high school was the Gordonsville Tigers. You have no idea how many times I've heard that song. Plus, I didn't miss a sporting event at my high school for 8 years, including junior high. So, I heard Welcome to the Jungle and Eye of the Tiger over and over and over. And Tracy, I'm assuming you don't want to bet on the football record. I think maybe you thought it was a buy it now. But if you don't want to, I'm about to say it's a final call. I'm assuming Robert didn't want to bid on this. So, Craig, that's sold to you for $5 again. Vanity Fair is sold to Michael Butler for $15. Michael, stay with me. You might end up buying all the rest of the... Here, I'll save us all some time. I'll save you and me both some time here. Here's the remaining Taiwanese records that Laura tagged for tonight. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary, The Grassroots, Rare Earth, Dr. Zhivago, Sergio Mendes, Peter, Paul, and Mary in concert. And we'll bundle the rest of these. 2, 4, 6. Those 6 for a $45 start. $45 start. I meant to say 6 years. I realized I said that after. Maybe I should go back to high school. Our junior high was inside of our high school. Is that common? I always thought it was strange when I was going there. Our junior high was a hallway inside of the high school building. So I felt like I was in high school for 6 years. $45 start. We'll run those on a quick auction. And I'm going to take a drink of water. And before we start getting into a lot more 45s, let's try to bundle what's left here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $14. So those were 10 for 3, 10 for 3, and then that one was 5, but 7 for $14, and that will sell off all the no-bid 45s. And we're about to clear the bundle, or we're about to clear the back auctions, and Sean gets those for $14. Done. We're now moving merchandise. I can tell it's Saturday night, and I just got paid. That's a song by, well, I know the version Elvis does. I don't know who wrote it. Okay. Pro Football sold to Tracy Songer for just $10. Michael Butler gets the remaining Taiwanese records for $45. All sold to Michael Butler. Next is a Japanese pressing at a reduced price. It did not sell last night. This is John Lennon. And this is Plastic Ono Band. It is a Japanese pressing. It is a $25 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. Whoops. It has the original inner sleeve. And there's John Lennon. Mother is on here. Working Class Hero. John Lennon's a $25 start. Little Richard. He actually wrote that song. Wow. I didn't know that. Gonna rip it up. Yep. Oh. Sorry, I just went down. Chad's down. Chad is down. Chad's back up. All right, so yeah, let's see what we got here. I'm gonna grab a handful of singles out of this basket. That's an empty sleeve. Okay, I got a few here. First one is Hangman's Daughter, The Adventures of Parsley Magpie. That's a $5 start. And Rawhide, All Night Rockers. Those are going to go up for $5 starts. Okay, and then on deck is Matt Curtis, and I'm going to do a bundle of all that other stuff that you just seen. Here we go. New arrivals, prices marked. And this is actually the last new arrivals bin. And then we'll probably get into some discount crates. Okay? We got a lot to sell, though. First thing in here is, of course, the Moody Blues, To Our Children's Children. No condition notes, $14.99. The Moody Blues is $14.99. To Our Children's Children. Linda Ronstadt, Prisoner in Disguise. Linda is $9.99. And speaking of sports, Greatest Moments in Sports with the book, $24.99. There on the front is Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, $24.99. Celtics Pride, we saw one of those earlier. Here's another Boston Celtics record, $19.99. Boston Celtics record, $19.99. Also, by invitation only. Wow, this is one of those great Atlantic compilations that feature a couple artists you never see on compilations, like Led Zeppelin. And this is called By Invitation Only. $34.99, a 2 LP. Led Zeppelin, Rolling Stones, Stephen Stills, Average White Band, Buffalo Springfield, PFM, Heavy Metal Kids, Yes, Wally, Roberta Flack, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Yes, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, Delaney Body, Pretty Thing, and Aretha Franklin. The Led Zeppelin tracks are Whole Lot of Love and Immigrant Song. They're rarely on compilations. That's because that's official from Atlantic. And probably Jimmy Page and Robert Plant didn't know about it, and they probably would have been upset. Hangman's Daughter is, what was the question? Is the label. Can you check the record? Ah, that's the label. Okay, it's The Adventures of Parsley, Interceptors, Armed Late Launch. Todd says, I just ordered you a pizza from Papa John's. It's 11:43 p.m. Oh, wow. Well, I actually have Mexican food here, too. Todd's going to try to, knock me out. I think it's Catch 4 Up. Craig. Yeah, Catch 4 Up. Catch 4 Up. Ketch. Led Zeppelin comp or Atlantic Cops, $34.99. Final call to get a bid on John Lennon for $25, Japanese pressing, and final call on Rawhide. I'm going to have two food deliveries. Now, Todd, unless you told them to leave it on the barrel out front, whenever they get here, I'll have to be on the lookout. Otherwise, they'll be knocking on the front door thinking nobody's home, because I am a few steps from the front door, and they probably will be knocking and not realizing and thinking nobody's here. Stoney's Inn, Linda Ronstadt, that's $9.99. 26 hit rock classics by the original artist. Somebody asked last night for Johnny Nash. I can see clearly now, The Rain Is Gone. This is a 2 LP, 26 track compilation, $22.99. Julie London, Feeling Good, that's $19.99. And we have Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, volume 15, that's $14.99. It's The Adventures of Parsley. There we go. The Adventures of Parsley. Craig has the Hangman's label at $5 final call. I'm going to go ahead and make Rawhide a buy it now for $5. And we're about to sell John Lennon to Adam for $25. My American Heritage, Henry Ford Industrialist. Wow, I've never seen a Henry Ford record before. That is $9.99. Lillian wants the comp. Now, the problem, Lillian, is I've shown 3. Invitation only, the 26 hit rock classics, and collector's records. You might have to let me know, or maybe you want all 3. W.C. Fields and Mae West. You asked to go upstairs like you're Mae West, $19.99. All in the Family. We sold one of these earlier. This one has the insert, Archie Bunker, $22.99. The Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy, that is $12.99. And Marty Allen and Steve Rossi, Meet the Great Society. This is $14.99. Allen and Rossi, $14.99. Now Lillian's at $26 on John Lennon. Or no, wait a minute. She was wanting the 26 comp. That's so to Lillian. And now there's a new bid on John Lennon for $30. Adam Bernardi, you've been outbid. And Chad needs to pick up his phone here while he keeps referencing Seinfeld quotes. Let me move this over here. All right. So, first thing we have is How to Lose Weight with Fat Jack E. Leonard. Wow. How to lose weight, $14.99. They've been trying to figure that out forever, haven't they? Eat less and exercise. Next is Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. Steve Martin's $14.99, so How to Lose Weight and Let's Get Small, back to back. Next is Super Bowl Halftime Spectacular Carnival. Wow. Super Bowl, is this like football related? $14.99. National Football League Championship Game. Super Bowl 13 Halftime Spectacular Carnival. What is going on here? Sounds from various island groups participating in a 1979 halftime show. Great Moments in Sports, $19.99. All right, so Craig does get this single here, Hangman for $5. And then next is John Lennon 25, John Lennon 26, John Lennon 30, John Lennon 31 with Adam Bernardi. So actually that 26 wasn't a bid. It's actually had bids for 25, 30, and 31. So John Cassidy, you're out. All right. Now y'all might have seen me filtering through some other singles there a moment ago. So here are some singles I'm going to sell on a lot. Toad the Wet Sprocket. Toad the Wet Sprocket. Spandau Ballet True. Dead-Eye Dick, Perfect Family, and New Age Girl. I think New Age Girl's the hit. Go West, King of Wishful Thinking, and Faithful. The Supremes, My World is Empty Without You, and Everything is Good About You. Columbia School of Broadcasting, How to Become a Radio Announcer. Christopher Cross, All Right in Picture Sleeve. Two Carly Simons, The Right Thing to Do, a double-sided promo, and Carly Simon, Anticipation, and The Garden. And then over here, we got a Uma Sumac, and this is actually from the New Orleans batch. It's a double EP. And then we got some empty sleeves, Chet Atkins and the Okie Dokies. So this 45 lot is going to be a $15 start. At one point, we had Toad the Wet Sprocket marked for $10. But all those singles there for a $15 start. Everything you just saw me read off, a $15 start on that. Now Lennon's at $35. Also, the Record Breakers, the live sounds of the greatest moments in sports history, $19.99 on that. Great Moments from the World of Sports, narrated by Jim McKay, that is $19.99. Also, we have Lenny Bruce, the Berkeley Concert, a 2 LP set, it says, $29.99. Robert Tomikson on the Lots at $15. Now Brent at $25. There's Dick Gregory again, Living in Black and White, $14.99. And the best of Hudson and Landry, that is $14.99. Next over here is another Japanese pressing, and this time it's going to be Wings. And this was a no bid, or actually it was a no claim from the Buy It Now pile last night. So we've decided to go ahead and reduce this to just a $15 start for Wings. Wings is a beautiful Japanese pressing, a $15 start. It has the insert. It also is complete with the poster. It is got the poster, and this has the hit song, With a Little Luck. $15 start on that. And since we're putting up Paul, let's go ahead and take down John. And John is sold to John Cassidy for $35. And I'm going to put that in a new sleeve for you, John. Thank you. That's sold to you. All righty. There's that. Hudson and Landry is sold to Chris Bachek. Thank you. Wings is a $15 start. And where's my other sealed records? I had other sealed records from the night too. Yeah. All right. So we got... We're going to have to mix some stuff up here. We'll call this sealed. We got Casey and the Sunshine Band, The Painter, Nicolette Larson in The Nick of Time, and The Best of Frankie Avalon. I've got 3 sealed records here, totally random lot, but they're all sealed originals, vintage OGs, not modern pressings, $15 start for 3 sealed records. The 45s have bids for 15, 20, 25, and now 30 with Jennifer Corbin. Wings is at 15. Sean Fairweather wants Meshuggah. He said, so it will stop staring at me. Awesome. So thank you. That's so do you. And now we're sold out of Meshuggahs for this week. Now does anybody want Nirvana in utero for $36.99? The Best of Spike Jones. We've hit the comedy and novelty section. Spike Jones is $9.99. More comedy. An Evening with Tom Lear. That's $9.99. And Jefferson Airplane, 2400 Fulton Street. That's a 2LP compilation, $49.99. I'm assuming Paul and Brent, y'all are out on the 45 lot. Jennifer has those 45s at $30. And I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on the Japanese Wings for more than $15. And we got 3 sealed records for a $15 start. Steve Martin, Comedy is Not Pretty. There's another Steve Martin, $14.99. World Series of Country Music proudly presents Stock Car Racing Entertainers of the Year. Wow, take a look at this. And $19.99, look at these names. Dale Earnhardt is on here. Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte. Wow, take a look at that. There he is right there. There's the Wrangler number 3. Very cool. So it's some sort of stock car interesting compilation here. $19.99. And it's from a label right down the road in Gallatin, Tennessee. Interesting. There's Terry Labonte. And that is World Series stock car. All right. Added message, leave on barrel. Okay. Thank you. Now, I guess, Todd, when that's delivered, I'll have to go take my 11 o'clock break and eat a piece of pizza and come back and chug a Diet Coke so we can resume the show. Tom Lear is sold to Adam Bernardi. Now the 45s are at 35. Is Richard Petty on here? No Richard Petty. Kyle Petty's on here. Bill Elliott. Ned Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, Bobby Hillin Jr., Ricky Rudd, Cale Yarborough, James Hilton, Bobby Allison, Jeff Bodine, Buddy Baker, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte, Dave Marcus, Ron Bouchard, Bill Elliott, Trevor Boys, Phil Parsons, Dick Brooks, Joe Ruttman, Benny Parsons, Richard Childress, and Rusty Wallace. And John Durden, if you don't want it, Paul Brothers does. Oh, wow, only 1 bid on Wings for $15. What a great price for that, complete with poster. Holy moly. Patrick, thank you. That's sold to you for $15. Clearing out some stuff. We're going to try to sell all the miscellaneous auctions I had tonight. At some point tonight, I'll have to just show you buy it nows. I got gobs of sealed records. We might just have to just show them for buy it nows. Bobby Bland, Try Me, I'm Real. Bobby Bland is $19.99. All in the Family's second album. The first album's in here too. So there's All in the Family 1 and All in the Family 2. And The Sick Humor of Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce is $14.99. All right, and so the stock car NASCAR is sold to Paul Brothers. Jennifer, you get this lot of 45s. Thank you. Those sold to you for $35. And whoever's tagging, that's everything from Uma Sumac to Toad, the Wet Sprocket. Tracy wants All in the Family. I'm assuming you want the second one there. That's sold to Tracy. And these 3 sealed records are just $15. Nicolette Larson, KC, and The Best of Frankie Avalon. 3 sealed original records for $15. Seems like a great price on that. All right, let me grab another handful of this orange basket and see if I can find some more New Orleans. Oh, let's go ahead and put up Matt Curtis. He was next for a $5 start. We got a Jesus Christ Superstar box. I've never seen that before. That might be worthy by itself. Let's do that for a $5 start. So Matt Curtis and Jesus Christ. And then we got an original Eddie Cochran here. Boy, that's beautiful. Is that real? Summertime Blues? It's a beautiful pressing. It is. It's a real one. That's probably worthy of an auction by itself. And then there's a New Orleans. I know that's Lost Straitjackets. We'll probably sell these two together. It's just a flexi. And then we got Eddie Grant. We'll probably make this a bundle here. English Beat, Sparks, Super Bowl, Roy, Minnie, Billy Joel, Jackson's, Bruce. Yeah, that's going to be a good lot there. We'll sell all those in a lot. All right, we'll sell all those in a lot. Actually, let me grab the last handful in there. Let's see here. Yep. That's a New Orleans record. Atlanta Falcons. James Brown and Atlanta Falcons. That could be interesting. Ian Dury. We'll leave that in the bundle. Then I got some interesting stuff here. That goes in that. And I got some loose records here, but I may need to check on those right quick. Some of those can be a small fortune. Some of these can be too. All right. Coming soon to a Coletco show near you. First, let's knock these out. And these 3 sealed records are sold to Melinda Deering for $15. Jesus Christ, $5. Matt Curtis, a $5 start. Jesus Christ is a final call. The other side of the Moody Blues, or the other side of life, Moody Blues, $14.99. Nielsen, The Point. Nielsen is $19.99. Sean Fairweather is suggesting we auction the English Beat by itself. Right, Sean? Or is that an offer? Might be an offer. I better not do that. Melanie, Ballroom Streets, then I'll have to start breaking them all off. We have Melanie for $16.99. Red Skeleton, Conducts. Into more novelty and humor records here. Red Skeleton, $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, Silk Purse, $12.99. Cheryl Ladd. Cheryl Ladd is $19.99. We have Carole King Tapestry. Carole King Tapestry is $24.99. A classic album. You got to have a copy of Tapestry. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly, with the die-cut original piano, $19.99 on that. Player with Baby Come Back, $19.99 on Player. All Through the Night, Julie London conducts the choices of Cole Porter. That's $19.99. The Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager. The Moody Blues is $14.99. War, Outlaw, that's one you won't see as often from them, $24.99. No bid on Matt Curtis. He's a $5 buy it now. By the way, Lillian, you did get outbid on Jesus Christ. And let's see. Well, it's not really a price or money thing. It's just a way to be fair on the English Beat. I'll see. Let me see what it is, and we just might need to run it right quick. And if no one bids, we'll say going twice, going 3 times. I don't really want it to do that, but that'd be about the easiest way to do it. No one else has said anything, but we'll say it's a quick auction right quick. And it's a $5 start. And it's English Beat, save it for later. And it's a double-sided promo, save it for later. We'll say it's a quick auction, $5 start. And then Jesus Christ is at 10 with Lillian, $10 on that. We have Lazy Lester, Harp and Soul, $14.99. Lazy Lester, Harp and Soul. Herbie Hancock, Mr. Hands. Herbie Hancock is a 1980 Holland press, $39.99 on that. Golden Butler, Golden Butter, the best of Paul Butterfield Blues Band. That's $34.99. That's a 2 LP. Love Me Tender, B.B. King. That's $19.99. Pretty Thing, Silk Torpedo. That's $19.99. And Bo Diddley, 16 all-time greatest hits. Bo Diddley is $36.99. Bo Diddley is $36.99. Let me see what she has said. I need your help tomorrow. All right, give me 1 second. If anybody heard any other artist there that you want pulled out for auction, now's the time before I sell everything left in a lot. Just saying, before I sell everything in a lot. Just saying. We pulled that one out. There's obviously a lot of interest in it. It's now at $8 with Jim Davis, the final call. Jesus Christ is at $15. And Jim B says James Brown 5. Uh-oh, this must be a good one then. So let me figure out what's going on. And we have an Ian Dury. Okay, so first thing is Grog wants the best of Paul Butterfield. Okay, and then the English Beat is a double-sided promo, and that's a final call to Jim Davis for $8. Soon Sean didn't want to bid. He's like, no, I was trying to buy it. It's up for bid. And I will throw in a free Led Zeppelin record. No, I won't do that. That would be a bad value unless you bid like $100. Okay, and there's a lot of stuff still left in there. It's that time of night for me to do a couple things. First, I was going to run this Eddie Cochran because this looks beautiful. The classic song, Summertime Blues, in the original Liberty sleeve, green Liberty label. It's beautiful. Very, very nice. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And what I'm about to do is I'm about to start offering some sealed records at like blowout prices. Chris Ridling's You're Out on Jesus Christ. I'm about to sell it. Let me see what's going on with James Brown. Oh, no wonder. There's 0 for sale, and the last one sold for $44. No wonder GMB wants me to put that up for auction. So the Jesus Christ is sold to Lillian for $15. My pizza's out on the front porch. It's about time to go up front and grab a pizza and come back and do what? Show some more records, right? Eddie Cochran at 5, and I'll put up Ian Dury in just a second. All right, these are all sealed records for $10 a piece. Everything in here is vintage or OG sealed, $10 a piece. Vintage or OG sealed for $10 a piece. Solid country gold. Solid country gold with Waylon, Jerry Reed, Gus Hardin, Earl Thomas Conley, Sylvia, Charlie Pride, Ronnie Millsap, and Louise Mandrell. Solid country gold, $10. Jukebox Giants, the Coasters. Jukebox Giants is $10. Babe Ruth, The Legend Comes to Life, sealed for $10. Wide Boy Awake, mini LP, specially priced. Wide Boy Awake, $10. Robert Gordon, You're Gonna Be the One. There is some humidity damage underneath the shrink wrap. There is some humidity damage. That is mold. When you open this up, it will clean off. That's where some moisture has got underneath the shrink wrap. $10. Ian Gom, Gone with the Wind, $10 on Ian Gom. Once again, another one. That one has some heavy mold on it. Just be careful. If you were to open this, that will clean off. Just throw away all the shrink wrap. It will be fine. Bill Evans is sealed. Sealed Bill Evans. And check out Arthur Fiedler there. Saturday Night Fiedler. There he is. Saturday Night Fiedler. All right, the English Beat is sold. And that was sold for $8 to Jim Davis. Jesus Christ was sold for $15. The next is, can I get the details and condition of the first Julie London LP? First Julie London LP was right here. Julie London, Feeling Good. No condition notes, about a VG or VG Plus cover. Nice Liberty, 1999, Gene Brown. Eddie Cochran 5, Eddie Cochran 8. Patrick C. Smith wants Cheryl and Roberta. Cheryl and Roberta. I was going to read through these one more time. Cheryl and Roberta. I know what Roberta is, and I think there was a Cheryl Ladd in here too. Was that in this bin? Yeah, there's Roberta. There's Cheryl. Those are sold to Patrick C. Smith. Can you show the Billy Joe Pressure again? Yes. Randy, everything in the new arrivals tonight are still sticker for right now. Eddie Cochran 10, now 15. And now we had some sealed records here. First is Todd wants Solid Country Gold for 10. Michael Butler on BR for 10. Babe Ruth for 10. That's so to Michael Butler. Garrett Seipert wants the Bill Evans for 10. And Chris Ridlings wants the Saturday Night Fiedler for 10. Okay, and that left in the sealed batch here. Jukebox Giants, the Coasters, Wide Boy Awake, Robert Gordon, and Ian Gom. Those are sealed for $10 a piece. All right, the next auction is going to be that James Brown record that I just told you that there's none for sale, and the last one sold 3 years ago for $44. So this sounds like it's a $100 record. Atlanta Falcons, Emerald Coast Music. Atlanta Will Be Rockin', featuring James Brown and the Atlanta Falcons. That's going to go up for a $5 start. A $3,000 record for a $5 start. Patrick Smith wants Ian Gom, and that's sold to him for $10. A $5,000 record there, just a $5 start. This is a $10,000 record, and we've got it up for just a $5,000 start. We have Susie wants Jukebox. Let's sell that to Susie. And that's right here for a $10 buy it now. And that just leaves Robert Gordon, Wide Boy Awake, and I think we've got more. I do. I have more sealed $10 records. What Jason and the Scorchers? There was several tonight. I'll have to find them because evidently Randy's very interested. Jay Ferguson, Real Life Ain't This Way. Jay Ferguson. Marty Jones, Used Guitars. That sounds like that's a good price for $10. 1988. Robert Johnson, Close Personal Friend, $10. David Johansen, In Style for $10. Johnny Bond, Sealed for $10. And Jukebox Saturday Night. And this is Juice Newton, Waylon Jennings, Pure Prairie League, Guy Clark, Steve Young, Gus Harden, Earl Thomas, and Gary Stewart. And there is some humidity damage underneath the shrink wrap. Or is that on the surface? No, that's on the underneath it. And she's looking at him because she likes him. And he is flirting with her best friend. And they're sitting together, and she's jealous. And then they're all going to get drunk and get into a fight later. And he's probably going to get smacked. And then they're all going to get in a fight. And then they're all going to go to jail. Next was price on Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. Eddie Cochran, did the other bidder go out? Eddie Cochran is sold to Duke Norman for $15. James Brown has one bid for $5. Jim B's going to sell that and pay his car payment this month. And it's a $10,000 record with a $5 start. Here is Ian Dury and the Blockheads. Sweet Gene Vincent and You're More Than Fair. $5 start. Gene Brown says he'll take the Julie London record. Right here. That's sold to Gene Brown. Chris Ridlings on the David Johansen record. Sealed for $10. Michael Butler wants DJ. That was David Johansen. Now the Falcons record's at $8. It's a $10,000 record. It's at $8. Ian Dury's at $10. And here's what's left in the sealed records. Jukebox Saturday Night. Johnny Bond. Robert Johnson. Marty Jones. Jay Ferguson. Robert Gordon and Wide Boy Awake. Those are all sealed records. And those are all $10 each. Ian Dury has a bid for $10. Gene Brown's wants the sealed Marty Jones as well. That's sold to Gene Brown for $10. You got it. Now that crate's empty. Now that crate's empty. The next thing I'm going to do is another Japanese pressing. This is John Lennon Live Piece Toronto. The vinyl on this is near mint minus and pristine. It's a Japanese pressing. I'm going to put it up for a $15 start. Yes, let me go get that pizza off the porch. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to go get it off the porch. 1 second. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I had to eat some pizza. I'm a big boy. You know how hard it is bringing in a hot, smelly, steamy pizza, and y'all expect me just to not eat any of it? I just consumed a ton of calories right then. Wow. That was delicious. I even brought it back here to show the camera. So I had to go wash my hands, eat, and now wash my hands again. And I had 2 pieces of pizza down. What a relief. I think we need. Sorry to keep y'all waiting. Here, I'll show it. I will show the pizza. Thank you, Todd Saw. Now the problem is I've downed 2 pieces of pizza and I bought $20 worth of Mexican food earlier. So the real question is when am I going to eat the Mexican food? I guess tonight. Man, I can't eat any more. Look at the pepper. There's the pepper. There's that. All right. All right, let me put this somewhere off of, let me not lay that on a Beatles butcher cover. Okay, so where did we leave off? There was a lot going on. We sold the Ian Dury had a bid for 10. The Ian Dury had a bid for 10, and that sold to Michael Butler. Okay. And then Jay Ferguson was the next comment. Jay Ferguson is sold to Patrick. Patrick C. Smith got the sealed Jay Ferguson for $10. Let's make sure all these are getting in new sleeves. All right. The last bid on the Atlanta Falcons record, the James Brown Atlanta Falcons record, the $5,000 record, the last bid was Denise Offendahl at $15. So Denise has the James Brown Falcons for $15, and that's a final call. And then John Lennon was a Japanese pressing of Live Peace Toronto. It was a $15 start, going once, going twice. Whew, that was delicious. I feel so much better. A snack like that at this time of night, doing these sales is like a revival potion. It's like, wow, boom, I'm back in it. I'm back, baby. Okay, the next auction I have here is, I got some more sealed records. So, I got a couple, though, to auction that I think are a little bit better, like Robbie Krieger here. And I'm going to put those up as soon as the board's clean. So now, is there another Julie London? Yeah. So there was... I'm going to have the hiccups now because I ate really fast. Probably not good for me. All through the night, Julie London sings The Choices of Cole Porter, 1999. 1999, okay? John Lennon has a bid for 15. The Atlanta Falcons album or singles at 16 with Jim B. You've been outbid. And here is this. These sealed records are still available. Let me add them over here. So what are we down to? 2 auctions. All right, so here's a lot of other singles we're about to do. This is all being sold together. CBS Blitz and Information, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Departure, CBS Blitz and Information. I'm not for sure what's going on there, but there's one. There is the Jimi Hendrix Gloria record that goes inside of that compilation. This thing's pretty dirty, though. Look at that. It's kind of damaged. Just FYI. Kind of damaged. Well, I'll go ahead and put that in there. Dennis Koff. River Rogue. Pet Shop Boys. Paul Simon. Bruce Springsteen. Carly Simon. Elton John. Bruce Springsteen promo of Born to Run. Promo of Born to Run. This is the Jacksons. Enjoy yourself. Someone said to run that individually. Minnie Riperton. A Roy Orbison promo. The Chicago Bears Super Bowl Shuffle. Sparks and Eddie Grant. All those singles there for a $15 start. All those singles for a $15 start. The Falcons record is now at 17 with Chris Reynolds. Jim B, you've been outbid. Melinda Daring gets the Linda Ronstadt. And then Lee Steigert wants Julie London. And then how much was Red Skelton? Red Skelton is free to Todd Saw. You know why? Because I'm looking at this receipt right here, and he spent $36.87 to send me that pizza. So, Todd, I'm going to send you this Red Skeleton record at zero charge. Plus, the other day, he door-dashed like 4 subs, a pack of Oreos, and a bunch of other snacks that probably cost like $100. So, Todd, this is sold to you at zero charge, okay? Plus, you just sent a pizza that, if I'm looking at this correctly, you paid $36.87 to send that to me. And I greatly appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. But, you know, I had no idea you were doing it until you said there was a pizza on the way. So, there you go. That's the least I could do for you. I might need to send you a couple more. Next is John Lennon. I'm going to go ahead and roll that because it was a no bid earlier, and then I showed it again, and now John's in, and this is sold to him for $15. $15. Thank you. That is $15. And that's John Cassidy. All right, now we got the singles are at 21 with John Durden, and we have the Atlanta Falcons record, which is at 20 with James Brown. Jim B put 20 and 20, so that means that Chris Reynolds, you've been outbid on that. Okay, our next sealed auction is Robbie Krieger. We're going to put this up for a $10 start. Robbie Krieger and Friends, and of course he was the guitarist for the Doors. That's a quick auction, a $10 start on that. Mike Massey's going to be bit. I know, I've been trying to figure out what to do. Mike just keeps sending stuff, and I'm like, man, what am I going to do for, and Craig and everybody. I'm like, man, it's turning into some kind of, I don't know, I can't keep up with it. There's so much like gifts showing up every day and snack packages and all this stuff. And I'm like, holy moly, how am I ever going to pay these people back? There's no telling how much Mike Massey has done. Craig sends me chips. All kinds of stuff gets sent to me. I'm like, holy moly, how am I ever going to pay these people back? And the pet shop is Suburbia. The pet shop is Suburbia and Jack the Lad. Suburbia and Jack the Lad. Patrick said, what was Patrick's statements here? Patrick said, did you get the suspense? My nephew, how was it? Did I go to graduation? You didn't go to graduation. I definitely was at graduation this morning, yes. Okay. And then Robbie Krieger's at 12. And then Robbie Krieger's at 10. Now the singles at 30. There's so much going on right now, okay? There's so much stuff going on right now. But the only thing I can do is, let me read through these records one more time. Let me try to regain focus. I can tell it's Saturday night because there's 234 people watching at almost midnight, 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Wow, 1 a.m. on the East Coast. We still got 234 viewers on right now. So we got a lot of ground to cover. I was about to go into a discount bin, but the more that people see in this crate, the more they keep selling. So how about I do a speed run through these one more time, and then guess what I'm going to do? The newest arrivals tonight from Paul and John, or Paul and Laura, we'll probably read through those one more time because there's great stuff, and probably a lot of people didn't get to see them, and then also discount bin. So very quickly, we have Moody Blues. To our children's children, the Moody Blues is $14.99. The greatest moments in sports, Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth there on the cover, $24.99. Celtics Pride, Boston Celtics, $19.99. By invitation only, this is a compilation with Zeppelin, yes, Stones, $34.99, 2LP. Linda Ronstadt, $9.99. That's Stone Ponies music, great stuff. Collector's records of the 50s and 60s. I Fought the Law, Dion the Belmonts, Traces is on here. That is $14.99. My American Heritage, this is a spoken word record about Henry Ford. That is $9.99. W.C. Fields and Mae West is $19.99. And All in the Family is $22.99. What did I get my nephew for graduation? I handed my nephew a check for $500. And I told him to come work for me, and I would help him get a new vehicle if he comes here and works for me because we need his help. So I gave him $500 with a job offer, and I told him I'd promise him I'd help him get a new vehicle if he came here. Ron Burns on Linda Ronstadt and Stone Ponies. The 45s are now at 36, and that means the James Brown record. And when I handed him that check, I blew an air horn. Ha! We have the James Brown record. James Brown, the JB record here. Chris Reynolds has it for $22, and it's a final call. Final call on that, $22. Chris Reynolds. The singles are at 35, now 36. And we have we have All in the Family sold to Michael Rudolph. That is sold. What about Robbie Krieger here? Patrick went out, Michael went out. Patrick C. Smith, that's sold to you for $15. That's sold to you for $15. Next is the Edgar Bergen Show. That is $12.99. Marty Allen and Steve Rossi, that's $14.99. How to Lose Weight, Eat More Pizza, $14.99. Eat More Mexican Food. Steve Martin, Let's Get Small, $14.99. Caribbean Sea is $19.99. And this was a Super Bowl halftime show. Still don't really understand that fully. More Great Moments in Sports, $19.99. The Record Breakers, live sounds of the greatest moments in sports, $19.99. So the Atlanta Falcons record is sold for $22 to Chris Reynolds. The singles has a bid for $40 with Trans Am. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is I've got sealed Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. And that is going to go up for a $10 start. Sealed Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Great Moments from the World of Sports, narrated by Jim McKay, $19.99. Lenny Bruce is $29.99. The Berkeley Concert. Dick Gregory in Living in Black and White, $14.99. The Best of Spike Jones, $9.99. The singles are at $40 with 78 Trans Am. John Durden, It Goes Back to You. Jefferson Airplane, 2400 Fulton Street, $49.99. Steve Martin, Comedy Is Not Pretty, $14.99. Bobby Bland, Try Me, I'm Real, $19.99. The Sick Humor of Lenny Bruce, $14.99. He's having a picnic at a graveyard. That is pretty unusual. The Other Side of Life, Moody Blues, $14.99. Nielsen, The Point. Nielsen is $19.99. Melanie, Ballroom Suites, $16.99. Final Call to Get a Bid on Hank Williams Jr. for $10. Linda Ronstadt, Silk Purse, $12.99. I haven't heard back from John Durden on the singles. Final Call to 78 Trans Jam for $40. Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. Player, Baby Come Back, We Can Leave It All Behind, $19.99. We have $14.99 on the Moody Blues. War Outlaw, $24.99 on War. Lazy Lester, Harp and Soul, $14.99. Herbie Hancock, $39.99. Also, B.B. King, Love Me Tender, $19.99. Pretty Thing, Silk Torpedo, $19.99. And Bo Diddley, 16 all-time greatest hits, $16.99. These singles here, that's everything from Pet Shop Boys to Paul Simon. Those are sold to 78 Trans Am for $40. Does Hank Williams Jr. have 11 roses on it? It does not have 11 roses. Okay, and then Lenny bundle for $32. Patrick C. Smith on Melanie. Does anybody want to make an offer on anything in this crate? Let's get some of these sold. I was actually going to try to pull out all those sports records and bundle them together. Since Brant's thrown something out there, we're going to sell both of these to Brent for $32. Does anybody want to make an offer? I was going to try to get all of the sports records together. And, okay. Next, here's some more sealed records for buy it now prices. Just $10, so we can move through these faster. Isaac Hayes is sealed for just $10. Bobby Whitlock, he played in Derek and the Dominoes, $10. Ronnie Hawkins on Cotillion for just $10. And Charlie Wrench, the Memphis Sound, $10. And before we do that, I have actually filled up a crate. So let me swap out crates right quick. I've got to swap out crates right quick. Give me a second. I got to swap out some crates. The crates have been swapped out. Here we go. We have first player, Baby Come Back, $15. So to Lee Steigert. Joe Salamo, Moody Blues, $12. Joe Salamo, Moody Blues, $12. Sold. Next, Steve Martin sold for $10 to Leslie Holt. Donna got the sealed Isaac Hayes for $10. Lonnie Jolly, you were second. Herbie Hancock is sold for $28 to Grog. And John Darden said Charlie Rich for $10. Hank Williams Jr. is also $10. So sealed recap, Hank, Bobby, and Ronnie, they're all $10 a piece. Next thing we have is going to be another 3 sealed records. Next thing we have is Charlie Rich, She Loved Everybody But Me, $10. John Schneider, $10. Paul Young and the Street Band, a compilation, $10. Next thing is Bobby Whitlock. It's called Raw Velvet. It is sealed for $10. Bobby Whitlock, these are all sealed. At one time, it was marked down to 22 cents. Wow. And then next is Chris Ridling's Pretty Things, $10. Did I show that? I mentioned that earlier. He must want to bid on it. Where is it? Do I still have that? Pretty Things is going to go up for auction, $10 start. Not That Moody Blues, the other. So you did not, in fact, want the other side of life. The Moody Blues you wanted. The Moody Blues you wanted. Oh, he's offering $10 for this Pretty Things. I will sell that to you for $15. No half off on these. No half off on these. And the other Moody Blues for $12. This one, okay? And now this Pretty Things is a $10 buy it now then. $10 buy it now. Any chance you can go through that crate again? Can you please go through this crate again? Just joining, can you recap this bin? Man, that would make the 5th time I've been through this, but I will read the titles. Man, there's a lot of people joining the chat right now. Viewers keep going up, which is bizarre for this time of night. Usually they're going down, and now everybody keeps getting on the chat, and we've read through this bin about 5 times. I'm going to read the titles. If you hear something you want, let me know. Moody Blues. The other people are probably like, are you kidding me? Moody Blues, Bo Diddley, Pretty Things, B.B. King, Lazy Lester, War, Carole King, Linda Ronstadt, Silk Purse. Somebody said, how much was Linda Ronstadt Silk Purse? $12.99. Nielsen. Bobby Bland, Jefferson Airplane, Spike Jones, Dick Gregory, and then I had the sports record here, the sports record. I'm going to consider that a sports record. Steve Martin, the Fat Record, the Allen and Marty Rossi, the Charlie McCarthy, the W.C. Fields, the Henry Ford, the Collector's Records, the compilation, the Celtics Pride, this, and the other Moody Blues. No problem. Yeah, it just depends on if somebody gets on the chat at the wrong time. And plus, like 18 people just left the chat. It's weird. It's like, okay, I'm done. He's going to read through that again. We have 1 sports record. We've got 2 sports records, 3 sports records, 4 sports records, 5, 6 sports records there. 5, 6, right? 6, 8, 7, 6. How many did I say? 6, $55. 6 at $55. This is sold to Mark Chesler for $8. Now, does anybody else want anything in there? Let me know. I know that was a speed run. This crate, if you were to rewind, I think this has been up for about an hour and a half. Okay, now let's do some condensing right quick. And Melinda was going to pay $12.99. I already sold it to Mark. So those are sealed. There's a sports bundle, which I don't know what sticker price is, but that's probably near half. Somebody said, please, maybe, perhaps run this at a $5 start. Billy Joe Pressure is a white label promo in the picture sleeve. Billy Joe's a $5 start. Okay, there's that. Now, what I'm going to do is, let me condense these with these. Let me get back down to some of the first crates we had tonight. And I think I'm going to at least try to condense one and take offers on those, like a recap of Paul and Laura. That way we can do that since I've officially opened the door for some new offers. And I bet if we maybe knock a couple, $2 or $3 off the price on some of those other records we had earlier, I bet we can sell a ton more. A ton. So give me a second when I find that. That's leftover half off stuff from last night. Because they're not going to be majorly discounted, but because I haven't got a chance to show them even in the group yet, especially the sealed stuff. Especially the sealed stuff, because that will probably get claimed in some of the flip videos. If y'all decide you want anything else in there, let me know. Let me make sure there's no other comments. Okay, there's that. That was the second most recent bin we showed there. Here we go. That's sealed stuff. I need to move that pretty much back here. Does anybody want to make an offer on these 6? 2, 4, 6 there. Great moments, Celtics, the Bahamas halftime show, great moments in sports, record breaking, and great moments in sports. I was at 55, but you tell me and I might sell them to you. I might say, surely you jest, or I might be like, sold. You never know. Billy Joe has 2 $5 bids, and now they're stalled. No one's blinking. Jim B's at 5 and John's at 5. No one has blinked. It's up to John Darden. I'm about to bundle a bunch of sealed records, but first, I really can't move these crates around, so I'm going to take these sealed records back here, like Ozzy with Randy Rhoads for $36.99, and Blondie's self-titled debut album for $29.99. And also, don't forget the Dune soundtrack. It's going to go back there as well. That crate's been empty all night, mostly because I didn't have room to shift those around. Hope everybody's doing fine on this Saturday night. Sounds like everybody's tuned in for perhaps an amazing late-night deal. Could it happen? Could you be finding that one record you've been searching for your entire life? It could happen at any second here. Boom, there it is. John Darden still hasn't bid again. I'm about to sell it to Jim B. Jim B's had it for $5 for 3 minutes. That's going twice, going 3 times. $5 for 3 minutes. Let's move these over here. Let's move this over here. I can condense these two now. Beautiful. I think the 6 John crates are now in like 3 crates, which is obviously pretty amazing. It means we've sold 3 full crates of new pre-owned stuff tonight. That was some of the first crates we went through there. That means there's the first John crate. There's that. And this. All right. So these are BIN, BO. These are BIN, BO. Okay. And I was about to sell it to Jim B, and now we have a question. What is the flip side? Laura. Laura. L-A-U-R-A. Laura. Mark, if you want to bid, you're on the clock. If not, I'm going to sell it to Jim B. Now, earlier I showed a multitude of sealed records, right? Here are some of them right here. I'm going to count them, and we're going to do a bundle deal. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, now there's 4, now 5, now 6, now 7, now 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 sealed records there if anybody wants them for $55. 12 sealed records there for $55. How could you say no? How could you say no? First thing we have is Julian Baker. This is called Little Oblivious. Julian Baker is $21.99. Blue Oyster Cult Spectres. Blue Oyster Cult is $24.99. Spectres with Godzilla. Jim B, after a long, hard-fought battle of basically you and John Darren being tied and Mark Chesler giving it a scare, you get this for $5 US. That's so to you for $5. John has disappeared on me. Next auction is going to go up right now. That was these next 2 New Orleans singles here. Next 3 New Orleans singles. We had Jack the Lipper. Jack the Lipper. We also had Roadrunner. So Jack the Lipper and Roadrunner. You can make offers on these. I'm going to try to strike some deals. This is some of the newest arrivals tonight. I know we can sell almost the rest of these. Maybe if we knock off $2, $3, maybe $5 on some of them, I bet we can sell a bunch of them. And then here is a flexi disc, the Lime Spiders, Nikki Sudden, Laughing Hyenas, and Beavis Frond. 3 NOLA singles. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and put those 2 no bids, Matt Curtis and Rawhide, in there. 5 NOLA singles, a $5 start. 5 NOLA singles, a $5 start. 12 sealed records, $55 buy it now. Shirley, 5, they're sealed. So we had Julian Baker for $21.99. BOC was $24.99. Tom Petty, Hard Promises, sealed, 2017 remaster, $34.99. Wayne Cochran, that's an original 1967 US, $19.99. Neil Young and The Promise of the Real, Earth, and that is sealed for $39.99. Neil Young. Jimmy Campbell, Half Baked. That's a 1971 US on the original collectible Vertigo Swirl label, $49.99. Charlie D and Milo, a 1970 folk rock, country rock album, demonstration sticker on the back, $19.99. And Switched on Bach, Trans Electronic Music Productions, Shrink Wrap and Hop sticker, $14.99. Now, Dustin, I do see your comment that says NOLA. Unfortunately, there's no number next to it. So if you're bidding, make sure you put a number like 5 or 10 or 5,000, and I'll know what your bid is. That way we can call it out, and that way I'll say final call to you for $10,000. Totally up to you, though. It is a minimum of a $5 start. And Craig has technically bid first at 5, so now you got to outbid Craig. We got Justin Bieber Justice, that's sealed on silver vinyl for $29.99. Bobby Hatfield, Messin' and Muscle Shoals, that's a 71 promo, VG Plus $19.99. We have Chrysalis Definition, that's a 1968 US, great psych album, is the note from Paul, $29.99. Clear Lights is a 67 US. The note from Paul is great psych album. VG $19.99. Switched on Bach. Sold to Guy Shard. Thank you. That's so to you. So now, Dustin, technically you're out on the singles. Craig has it for 5. No Pointer Direct Hits. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Griffin Red Queen to Griffin 3 Prague album, VG Plus $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. BINBO. Now, this was, I retracted this one the other night. It was from the Japanese bin. The reason I retracted it is because this was a check condition Queen. It's actually got a feelable mark on it. See that right there? That is a feelable mark. It will probably pop whenever it hits that. Heck, it may even skip. I don't know. It's a feelable mark, and it hadn't been test played. Here is Queen, though, straight from the Japanese bin from our Japanese distributors. With Obi, it's an original, and I'm going to put Queen up for a $5 start. Queen's a $5 start. Now the 45 lot is at $6. Chad, have you ever seen an alternate cover for Switched on Bach? Dude is sitting down. Yeah, I feel like we had one the other night. Didn't we have one the other night? I feel like we did. Here's our next auction. This is a beautiful OG copy of Neil Young Harvest. I've been a miner for a heart of gold. Old man, take a look at my life. And here is Neil Young's Harvest. It is a gatefold original. Beautiful. Wow, hear that popping sound with the gatefold? That's a good sign. It hadn't been open much. Hadn't been open in a long time. There is the original inner sleeve, and it is a beautiful copy here. Neil Young Harvest, a $15 start. It would just make me happy knowing somebody's listening to Heart of Gold and Old Man. Amazing there. Neil Young's a $15 start. Queen is a $5 start. Alexander Spence Orr, a 2000 Sundays reissue, EX 42.99. Moki Cole is a 77 US rock album, VG Plus 11.99. The 45s are now at $8 with Craig. Queen has a bid for $5. It does have a fillable mark on it. Also, I have Love Revisited. Love, there's a note on the back. It says fantastic. VG Plus $24.99. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, The Good Earth. That's a promo marked record, EX $16.99. Neil has bids for 15 and now 27 and now 30. And now Queen is at 6. Dustin, it's up to you on the 45s. And now 33 on Neil Young. The Mighty Quinn. Dun, 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 dun. Quinn the Eskimo. Come on. VG $16.99. Fantastic stuff there, in my opinion. Toshiko Shoshi New Tabakan Big Band. Insights. That's VG Plus $9.99. And Little Feet Hoy Hoy with booklet, VG Plus $21.99. And Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass, Volume 1. Sturgill is $22.99. Also, we have Tame Impala live versions. A Record Store Day 2014 exclusive. Record Store Day exclusive. Limited to 5,000 on translucent green vinyl, $39.99. Craig, these 5 singles are sold to you for $8. Now Queen's at 7, and now Neil Young's at 35. And yeah, I was expecting a lot of this stuff to start getting offers. Boom, 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 boom. There has not been a single offer on anything in this crate. Guy actually bought the switched on Bach and he paid sticker. And I appreciate that. I'm just surprised there hadn't been offers. But I'm like, boom, boom, pow, bang. We also have Counterparts, Nothing Left to Love. That's on mint lavender galaxy colored vinyl with poster, $22.99 on Counterparts. We have Queen now at $9. We have Handmade Cities, and the name of the band is called Pellini. It's a math rock prog album for $59.99. Dustin's out on the singles. We've already took care of that. What about Neil? Jennifer's about to get it for $35. Circa Survive is on pink marble vinyl. Circa Survive is $29.99. Now Queen's at 12. It does have a fillable mark on it. From my experience, it looks like it could possibly just pop. Just saying. Normally, I'd advertise these things as near mint minus and pristine. Bruce Springsteen is sealed for $24.99. The Contourist is limited edition on 500 on mint vinyl. Prog Metal, $49.99. And You Can't Kill Me, 070 Shade, sealed for $29.99. Neil Young gets sold for $35 to Jennifer Corbin. Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. All right, we're going to throw up a low start deal. I'm going to start this less than what I paid to have it authenticated, just to see who's watching and just to see if somebody wants a deal on an autograph tonight. This is signed by John Hammond. It says, Can't beat the Kid. It's autographed by the John Hammond. It says, To Dale, with best wishes, John Hammond. JSC authenticated. John Hammond is a $15 start. $15 start on that. First comment for an offer is Cheryl on LF for $14. Cheryl Littlefeet was VG Plus $21.99. I'll do $18 on that, Cheryl. 18. That's 4 more than what you offered. And I guess 4 less than what I have at price. So that should be somewhere in the middle. And then Sean put CS for 22. That was Circa Survive. $22.99. That is, if I round up 23 and I had it marked for 30. How about we do an even $25 on Circa Survive? And Hatfield for 15 with Paul Redfern. Hatfield. James? Hatfield? Who's Hatfield? Hetfield? Hatfield. It's got to be in this. Bobby. You know, somebody offered that earlier tonight when it wasn't best offer. And I said, right now, they're not best offer, but maybe tonight. And now Paul said he would take it for 15. So to Paul Redfern. Cheryl gets Littlefeet for 15. Now I just need Sean Fairweather to say yes to 25. Now I just need him to say yes for 25. John Hammond has a bid for 15. Queen is at 15 as well with Jennifer Corbin. So both auctions are at 15. Come on, Sean. Come on, Sean. You can keep this energy positive right now. Next auction. Let's see what else I have in 45s over here. Here's two really expensive 45s that John found in the back. I don't know if we got any serious 45 collectors. Those are in the hundreds. Circuit Survive is sold to Sean Fairweather for $23.99. John Hammond's the final call for $15. Queen is at $15 with Jennifer Corbin, and that is sold. Let's go ahead and put that in a sleeve for her. Everybody's wanting to bring out negative energy tonight. What is wrong with y'all? Bruce for $20. Patrick C. Smith. Sold. You get Bruce for $20. How much was Moki Cole? Moki Cole was VG plus $11.99. VG plus $11.99. And the Contourist was marked $49.99. Wow, you're going to get a steal, Michael Rudolph. $15 on John Hammond. Can you believe it? Costs more than that, I think, have it authenticated. I'm just trying to clean out this bin over here. Y'all should see how much stuff I have crammed in my auction crate. What is all this stuff? This is Fred Goodwin bundles, isn't it? Yeah. Here, we're going to do a big lot of country stuff here, maybe. All right. So we got the Blackwood Singers, the Blackwood Brothers, the Blackwood Brothers Quartet, the Blackwood Brothers, and then very randomly we're mixing in Asleep at the Wheel, Asleep at the Wheel, Asleep at the Wheel, a Bing Crosby record, a Country Giants, and a Gone But Not Forgotten with Cowboy Copus, Patsy Cline, and Hawkshaw Hawkins. We're going to call that a country and gospel lot for a $15 start. How many records are here? Hold the phone, actually. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 records. Actually, a $10 start. Country lot, $10 start. Here's the only no bids tonight. Roofless People. I'm going to reduce it to $15. It's a Japanese promo copy. $15 on that. Signed Charlie Louvin. That's about the cheapest I'm going to go on that one. $35. JSA authenticated. Bruce Springsteen was $35, and the Lost Linen Tapes was $95. Looking for offers on those. John has the country lot at $10. That just freed up some space in my bin. And then here's a few more signed records that I've never offered. Honestly, some of these, I don't know who signed them. I'm going to have to look them up on JSA. We've already shown that before. There is, oh, here's a great sealed record. This one should have a lot of bids, actually. Supertramp, Famous Last Words. That's a sealed original. This record is pressed with KC 600 audiophile vinyl, includes the single Raining Again. Audiophile grade vinyl, a sealed original. It does have a saw mark. Supertramp is a $10 start. $10 start. There's 2 bids on the country lot for $10 and $10. Adam Bernardi gets Ruthless People for $15. It's Saturday night. I'm trying to sell as much as possible in the next hour, hour and a half. Invoices go out on Monday, $8 and limited shipping. Lost Linen, Charlie Louvin, and Bruce remain. Now, let's see where I was getting to at with 45s over here so we can get some more 45 auctions going. Next over here is, here's another whole handful. Let's see if we can clean some of this off. And then, let's see, there's the, here we go. Looks like New Orleans here. That's an empty sleeve. Here's a photo of the whiskey. Okay. That was a bunch of mishmash. Splish splash. That thing's in, this one here is in pretty bad shape. All right, so we have Hex, You Cry and I'll Laugh, and Hex Doubt. And I can tell you right now, it's translucent brown vinyl. Yeah. So Hex, it's okay. It needs to be put in a sleeve. Moxie presents the Electric Flies. The Dalhart Imperials is sealed. And this has got some damage on it. It is Hippie American pageant. Here we go. Hold on a second. Hippie American of American pageant. Those 3 singles for a $5 start. I don't know about Hex. It looks pretty interesting. Those 3 singles, a $5 start. Okay, so the country lot, let me update some stuff. Country lot, $10. That was with John Darden. Joe Delgado bid 10. Then Joe Delgado bid 11. And then Supertramp, 10, 10. Supertramp, 15. Supertramp, 20. Supertramp, 12, 16, 21, 20. 13, 30. 25, 31. 35, 36, and now 40. Sealed Supertramps at 40. John Darden did not bid again on the country lot. I'm assuming he's done. Joe Delgado has those for $11. Final call. I'm not for sure on KC 600 either. And let me try to find... Somebody just asked me. Tom asked me about a record. Tom asked me about a record. He said, did you sell You Can't Kill Me, or do you still have that? I'm going to be honest, I don't know what that is. Is that the name of the artist or the album, or am I missing something? Now, I am going to add to this crate, because here's some other stuff I'm willing to take some offers on. And I think this is all 3 now of Laura and John, or Laura and Paul's crates. All 4 of them condensed into 1. So here we have it. Mumford & Sons Babel. This is sealed, $34.99. Judy Collins, Golden Apples of the Sun, a 70s press, $9.99. 070 Shake. That's still available right here. That is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. Jim B has those 45s for $5. John Durden's back in on the country lot at 12. So Joe Delgado, you've been outbid. Joe Delgado, you've been outbid. And now the sealed Supertramps at 45 with Trina Long. All right. Ted Shemp, Come to the Castle. That's sealed for $14.99. We're going to sell Tom Harris, You Can't Kill Me, for $25. The Choir, Diamonds and Rain, a 1986 U.S. alternate rock, $29.99. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, sealed for $26.99. Craig has the 45s for $8. Jim B, you've been outbid. Broken Social Scene, Feel Good Lost, that's a remaster, $34.99. Supertramp out, Supertramp out, Supertramp out. Wow, who does that leave? Trina Long at $45. Joe Delgado, you're out on the country lot. John Darden's back in at 12, and Joe says he's out too. 17 going under. A 2021 indie alternate rock. It was $29.99. The La Bamba was a sealed original club soundtrack. La Bamba, Los Lobos and Brian Setzer, $29.99. U2 Pop is a 2008 remaster. That is $44.99. Chad and Jeremy, The Ark. Chad Stewart and Jeremy Clyde. Chad and Jeremy. 68 U.S. Pittman. The note on the back from Paul says, great! Exclamation point, $24.99. Bubba on Coltrane. Bubba, if we get a $2 bump on that, I'll sell it to you. $22 on Coltrane. Aim for the Heart, Paul Clark. VG $9.99 on Paul Clark. Ella Fitzgerald, Ella Swings Gently with Nelson. 62 U.S. stereo, VG $16.99. Jim B, it's back to you on the 45s. Craig has it for $8. Mac DeMarco, Salad Days. Is that what that says? Yeah. Mac DeMarco is $17.99. Jim's back in at $9. Coldplay, Parachutes. Yellow, $34.99 sealed. Jack White Blunderbuss, that's sealed for $29.99. Now, Threads, that's an indie album for $22.99. City and Color, A Pill for Loneliness, that was sealed for $24.99. And we have The Cure, 17 Seconds, a 2011 Euro reissue for $34.99. All right, so first, these country lots, that's everything from Gone But Not Forgotten to the Blackwood Singers. Those are officially sold for $12 to John Dearden. And I think there was 11 or 12 records there, so that's like $1 a piece. And then Jim B gets these 45s. This one on top, and Moxie, and those are sold for $9. And then Supertramp is officially sold to Trina Long for $45. And I'm going to go ahead and put that in a sleeve right quick. And I'm going to put up some more auctions. Don't go anywhere. So first thing we have is an offer on Coldplay, Ella offer, and a recounter on Coltrane. But right now, I have sealed Christine McVie. You may know her from Fleetwood Mac. Her solo album, a sealed original, just a $10 start on that. Never been open. So first thing we're going to do is sell Coltrane for $21 to Bubba 7777775. And then Coldplay, John Dearden, this will be yours for $30 if you want it. Can't do $25 on that one. And Donna, Ella Fitzgerald, which was marked for $16.99, I will sell that to you for $15. $15 on Ella Fitzgerald. Christine McVie is a $10 start. You heard it right, $10 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be for I'm looking for singles. Where do I have some around here handy? What's these right back here? Okay, what an incredible, so I'm assuming no on Coldplay, and I'm assuming no on Ella. And what an incredible batch of records they put out tonight. I think we can hit some half-off stuff right quick to make things even crazier and get a bunch more stuff sold. And a lot of vinyl buyers on tonight still. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the next best thing over here. The next greatest thing. One second. Here we go. Another seal. Oh, I forgot about this too. All right, so we're about to go 3 wide with auctions. Stevie Wonder with A Song of My Heart. Sealed Stevie Wonder, most likely a late 70s repressing. That is a $15 start. And a Japanese pressing of the Beatles' Abbey Road. And let me look at this one a little bit closer. The Beatles' Abbey Road is a beautiful Japanese pressing with the original inner sleeve and insert, about a VG Plus cover, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. So sealed Stevie Wonder, sealed Christine McVie, and make sure I didn't miss anything. First thing we have is John made an offer on Coldplay, and I countered. Donna made an offer on Ella, and I countered. And then I put up Christine McVie. We sold Coltrane for 21. Christine McVie 10, 12, 14, 15, 18, John's passing on Coldplay. The Cure. The Cure is going to be $30. It's marked for $34.99. I would sell it right now for $30. And then Joe said 7 on CM. If you're talking about Christine McVie, the high bid on that's already $20 right now. Counterparts. Let me figure out what that was. Counterparts. 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 Sell this to Bradley Smith for $17. Christine McVie, 25, 27, 30, 30. Abbey Road, 25. And Pat Fratt says he will take the Cure for 30. Okay. Moving right along. Maybe, okay. I need to show some of these toys because I got to include them in the video too. Blue Oyster Cult. Last time I seen Blue Oyster Cult was up at a casino in Kentucky. Where did you see them at, Brian? Where were they at tonight? Let me get these. Probably the crate I want to go through, I got to move these toys to get to them. These are all Super 7 reaction figures, $24.99. Ghost, Motorhead, Bon Scott, Dee Snider, Twisted Sister, more Bon Scotts, and King Diamond. Yeah, probably get to some of these half-off bins. I got to move this stuff. Coca-Cola and Wolverine. Can I show Kristen McVean? What's the Coldplay? Beatles and Stevie Wonder. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. That was new arrivals tonight. This was new arrivals tonight. That was new arrivals tonight. I think I found some singles. Okay. So we got Coca-Cola and Wolverine, $14.99. King Diamond, Bon Scott, Dee Snider, Bon Scott, Lemmy, Ghost, and Ghost. These are all $24.99. Let me lay those right here. Coldplay is sealed, $34.99. I've already told somebody I would do $30 on it. I do not have a year. Actually, 2 different people have asked what year. I think if you scan this barcode, it comes up every pressing that they've ever made. It's most likely a modern pressing. You'd have to open it to confirm it. It's never been opened. $34.99. Now, Christine McVie has been sitting at $45. It's a sealed original copy. Never been opened. Final call to Patrick C. Smith for $45. Stevie Wonder was a sealed copy of A Song in My Heart. Final call on that for $15. There's no bid. And then Beatles has 1 bid with Pat Fratt for $25, and that's actually a Japanese pressing. I asked about Billy Joel, California Flash, and Glenn Campbell Country Soul. You did, and I never did pull them. And let me see if I can track those down right quick. Let me see if I can track those down right quick for you. Let me try to track those down because I got all the new arrivals condensed. I can do a quick flip if I need to hunt something in moments. And I think what you're asking for is right in here. And then we're going to do a half-off bin. And I'm trying to get to it. It's took me 10 minutes because I'm having to clean, organize, and figure out what's first, what's second, who's on first. But we're getting there, folks. Feel like every time I take away a crate, another crate comes back. Every time I'm out, they pull me back in. I think it was from this crate here. Of course, it's in the very last crate. There's Billy Joel. And then this Glenn Campbell should be right here behind it. These are both sold. These are both sold to Jeff Church. All right, now the board's cleared. Pat Frack gets the Abbey Road for $25. Let's go ahead and get that in a sleeve because it needs one. Pat Frack gets that for $25. Thank you on that. Stevie Wonder did not get a bid. He's $15. And Krista McVie is $45 to Patrick C. Smith. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a sleeve right now. Now, I've managed to unearth a few 45s. I'm about to find out if they're, quote, New Orleans. If not, we're going to sell them in some lots. So let me figure out what's going on over here with these then. And there's all the cut signatures from last night. What exactly are these? Those might be the Soul Records Paul priced. Yeah, they are. Well, false alarm on that, but don't worry. There's more over here. I just got to move a few more things to get to them. Papers, documents, contracts. All kinds of stuff over here. Legal documents I got to sign. Envelopes to address. Affidavits, warrants. Court orders. Stevie Wonder is sold to Donna for $10. Some of these sealed records, we'd sell them much better if we opened them up. I've done that before. There's been sealed records. Nobody will buy them because they're sealed and they don't want to open them. So I'll open them up and they'll sell better, faster, and for more money. You would think a sealed record would be worth more, right? Nope, nope, nope. Not happening. Man, we got to sell this Coldplay record. J.D. Conklin, you're going to save the night if you buy this. This, and then Dale said, if we don't sell this tonight, I'm going to be shocked. Dale makes the 8th person tonight that's asked about it. It is sealed. I've already knocked it down to $30. Coldplay parachutes. Man, I need to order some copies of that. I had no idea. We've been selling the fire out of Coldplay tonight. Man, let's make a note. G, Tanner, Jake, whoever's watching the sale, write it on a sticky note in all caps. Order Coldplay. Holy moly, we need some Coldplay. Wow. I had no idea. I hadn't ordered Coldplay in months. This has been an unbelievable showing for Coldplay tonight. Absolutely. Just mind-boggling. JD and Dale, y'all can save the night. It's got to sell. Surely somebody wants it. Surely somebody wants it. Let's make a note. Order Chad. Order Coldplay. Underline. Write it in italics. And don't tell me you can't write in italics, because I know you can. I've seen people do it. And then bold it and underline it. Chad, order Coldplay albums. And I am trying my best to get to some half-off records. And Paul was telling me earlier on this. And there we have it. It is sold. I love it. Thank you. I'll come back to it. I can see your comment from across the room. I am trying my best to clean this place up. I have no idea where anything is. There's 90, I think the other night I counted 90-something crates full of records. And I told Tanner, like, why don't we have any space back here? We just cleared off more of the back room. He said there's like 140 total crates of unsold records, not counting everything we've obviously sold. But that's why there's so much. We can't get to the other stuff for all the stuff we hadn't sold. All right, so let's go through this bin. This is going to be a half-off bin. I think it's, let me make sure I want to do this one. Yeah, let's do this one. Half off, no more, no less. Let me take a peek at the other one as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this one or that one. Dang it. Let's go ahead and just do this one. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know the year. I think they used the same barcode. That's the problem. I think a lot of people would have already bought this. I think they used the same barcode for all the different pressings. That's why Laura didn't put a year. Laura probably scanned it. It pulled up like 30 versions. I'll try it right now. And she probably looked at it and assumed it was a new modern pressing and just put $34.99 on it. Because I bet it's kind of like one of those deals where they've used the same barcode for a bunch of different copies. Yeah, that same barcode has been used since the day it came out. So it's the same barcode for every pressing. So there's no, unless you start maybe looking at little different things or this or that, you could spend 20 minutes on it. You just got to say, well, it's probably a modern pressing, but if it's OG, somebody just got a really good deal. Or if it's a 2000 pressing, none is ever sold. What else is on here? If it's a 2008 reissue, or 2008, that's OG, isn't it? Yeah, 2008, it's $7,500. So either way, it's sold to J.D. Conklin for $30. That's what stinks when you get sealed records that have the same barcode. Same thing with Radiohead albums. They use the same barcode since the day they came out. And the only way sometimes you can tell is if you open them to figure out what version you have. All right, so we sold Stevie Wonder. Did I miss Pink Floyd Dark Side Mo 5? That was a few days ago. Yeah, that was on Monday or Tuesday. It's long gone. And then we sold that, and here we go. So next thing is let's do some half off, and these can be obviously no more, no less. I guess not obviously, but I guess y'all see what I'm trying to say here. All right, let's keep going. Let's do these. First thing we have is Dionne Warwick. These are half off, no more, no less. It's very easy to buy these. Dionne Warwick is $5, no more, no less. Ray Parker Jr., Sex and the Single Man. Ray Parker Jr. is $7.50. And John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did, $7.50. Judy Garland at the Grove. We sold all the other Judy Garland albums from the night. Judy Garland is now $5. O Positive is $10. And we have Blue in Heaven, explicit material. That is $5. I'm actually going to see if those Coldplay albums are in stock right now. Let me see if they're in stock through distribution. Very quickly, I can pull it up in about 10 seconds if they'll let me log in. Let me check with this company first. If they have them, they're going to be the cheapest. That means I can sell them to y'all the cheapest. We might can start a waiting list tonight. This has yellow on it. Let's see what we got here. Coldplay in stock. There's 10 albums by Coldplay in stock. And one of them is not yellow. That's why. So, Head Full of Dreams is in stock. Kaleidoscope, Coldplay's Vida La Vida. Record Transporter, Prospects, March, Everyday Life, Rush of Blood, Head Full of Dreams, Brothers and Sisters, Moon Music, and Moon Music. And some of those are pricey imports on colored vinyl. So that's the only thing in stock with Coldplay. All right, first thing we have here is Mark Chesler on Cougar. That's sold to Mark Chesler for $7.50. Evan Estrada got Dionne Warwick for $5. Gary Wellman on JC. And that was for Judy. Did you mean JD for Judy Garland, or was you after John Cougar? He probably meant John Cougar. So Craig Weatherford got Judy Garland. Also, we have Peter, Paul, and Mary, Late Again. $5 on that, and the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $7.50. I'm trying to find some other auctions like singles. Having a pretty hard time finding the kind of singles I know what y'all want to bid on, but I am trying. I'm over here flipping, I'm flopping. I'm trying to find more, and there's 2 Iron Maiden Funkos I've had all week I forgot to show. There may be a few in here, or maybe some kind of lot we can do. Yeah, there might be a few in here. Let me grab this basket. This might be something we can do. I mean, we've emptied 2 or 3 little baskets tonight, so I'm trying my best to get some of this stuff sold. And if anything, we can do some lots. Give me 1 second. Or maybe we just auction the whole basket. No, I don't know if I want to do that. Gary Wellman on Doobie Brothers. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Trina, it just got sold. Rita Coolidge. How about Rita Coolidge? Rita Coolidge is $5. That's Rita Coolidge, anytime, anywhere. The golden hits of the Everly Brothers, that's $6.50. Glenn Fry, you may know him from the Eagles. No Fun Allowed. Glenn Fry is $10. And Sherbs, the Skill, $5 on Sherbs, the Skill. Edwin Starr Clean. Edwin Starr is $10. And the Safaris Live. The Safaris is $10. The Safaris Live. Also Lionel Richie. Lionel is $5. Back to Earth, Rare Earth, $7.50. And Roger Daltrey, Best Bits. Roger Daltrey, that's Roger Daltrey, The Who, a compilation of his solo music here. So let's see what we all got in this basket. There's two like CD samplers. There's Levert, Milli Vanilli. There is an late 40s, early 50s RCA single from Eddie Arnold. ABBA, Elton John promo, Beach Boys, Paul McCartney, The Unforgiven, Willie promo, Willie promo, Willie promo, Bruce promo, Willie promo, Peter Cetera, an ABBA, another foreign picture sleeve. That one was, it's got a very bad word on it, and it's not supposed to be in there. Bruce Springsteen. Also, Jerry McCain and his Upstarts. We have Wings, Elvis Presley Jukebox EP, Celine Dion, a tribute to Gene and Eddie. We have La Capers, Little Boy Arnold. We have Beanie Joy. That's a hardcore record. Also, we have Shank, Parasite. There's this, Hardcore. That's hardcore. Eric Troyer. This is hardcore. Male Nurses, Brutal Nights. This is all hardcore stuff. Rockin' 60, Cordell Jackson, School Jerks, and I think that's another, no, that's Rizzo Machine, something like that. All right, how much is Levert? I was thinking about putting these two up because they was in picture sleeves for quick $5 auctions. So we got Levert, Forever Love, that's a $5 start, and Milli Vanilli, Girl, You Know It's True. Those are going to go quickly for a $5 start auction. And then possibly I might bundle a bunch of that stuff together or sell everything left in the basket unless somebody heard something they definitely want me to put up. Quick $5 starts on those. Next is Jim Ciascio on Peter, Paul, and Mary. Let's sell that to Jim Ciascio, and that was sold to him for $5. Thank you, Jim. That's sold. Next is Edmund Estrada. Edmund's going to get the Lionel Richie. That's sold to Edmund Estrada. Edmund Estrada, that's sold to you. Jerry Ferguson, you were second on Lionel Richie. Gary Wellman got the Roger Daltrey. And then tracks on Elvis EP, Levert 5, Milli Vanilli 5, Levert 5. And Chad, is the Dune record to your left, the Spice Color version vinyl? No, the back left Dune record is on black vinyl. Also, Scotty Moore, What's Left? Scotty Moore is $17.50. James Burton, Polk Salad Annie. This is $22.50. Also, we have a request to run School Jerks, and we have a request on the Elvis EP. Give me 1 second. Those are going to go up for auction. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, the original OG pressing, Columbia 2i in shrink wrap, now just $22.50. Hope everybody's paying close attention. You know what we're doing right now? We're going through half-off records, no more, no less. Holy moly. Hope everybody's paying close attention. I have Chart Stoppers, 20 original hits. That is sealed. Now just $10. And George Harrison's Dark Horse, an OG copy, $12.50. So here's the high bids. Levert got a bid for $5 with Donna. Craig bid $5 on Milli Vanilli. Chris X also bid $5 on Levert, which tied Donna. And then we had a question about Dune and School Jerks. Another bid on Milli Vanilli for $5. And now Levert's at $7, and now Milli Vanilli's at $7. The name of the O Positive LP, or is it a single? The O Positive, I'm almost positive, was a album. It is. This is a full album. It's called Toy Boat. T space O-Y space B-O. It's called Toy Boat, Toy Boat, Toy Boat. It's all kind of like conjoined together. And that's now $10. How about the British Invasion box set? A 1983 radio spots, $20. I think this is like another one of those radio type broadcasts. It's on clear vinyl. The British Invasion is $20. We have Milli Vanilli at $7. Levert is at $8. Rotary Connection. This is called Dinner Music. Rotary Connection, now just $17.50. Yeah, I don't see their stuff as often. Also, Julian Lennon Valot. Julian Lennon is $5. And we got Frank Zappa Hot Rats. Zappa is now half off of $49.99. Are you kidding me? That's a nice copy, too. Frank Zappa is now just $25. Patrick C. Smith Sr. on George. And that was George Harrison, Dark Horse. Thank you. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. Next is Milli Vanilli, 7. Milli Vanilli, 8. Milli Vanilli, 8. Levert is at 8. And Levert's at 8 with Donna. Chris X, you are out. Next is Pete Townsend and Ronnie Lane, Rough Mix. It is $7.50. We also have Duke Norman picking up the Scotty Moore from a few back. That is sold to Duke Norman. Grog got Zappa. Great price on that, obviously. Zappa is sold to Grog. Next is Thomas Clark on JL for Julian Lennon Valot. That's sold to Thomas Clark. Thanks for tuning in on now Sunday morning. If you're on the East Coast, it's going on 2 a.m. It's almost 1 a.m. here in Lebanon. We are selling the heck out of some records. This is the final call till we say goodnight for $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping. You will get invoiced on Monday. If you've bought one record, if you've bought Sunday, if you bought toys, posters, books, magazines, prints, cards, photos, stuffed animals, whatever you bought, it's all going to ship for $8. We'll invoice you on Monday. The time is ticking here, though. Next is Bob Welch, 3 hearts. Bob Welch is $5. Also, Night Ranger, 7 wishes. Night Ranger is $13.50. And Sergio Mendez, Look Around. That's $6.50. Now, Milli Vanilli's at $9 with Mason. And now that means, Joey, you're out, and Craig, you're out. What about Levert? I have not heard back from Chris X. He did say he's out. So Levert is a final call to Donna for $8. We're about to sell that. Now, we have Adam Bernardi says he'll take Rough Mix. That's sold to him. Chris Riddlings doesn't want the O positive. That's sold. Grog says you got to tap out. Are you sure? Are you sure? We only got about 30, 40 minutes. You sure you don't want to stay to the end, Grog? Nazareth is $10. Nazareth is $10. They just keep getting better. Molly Hatchet, No Guts, No Glory. $12.50 on Molly Hatchet. The history of country music. Wow, the history of country music. $5. And there's a sign on here. There's a song on here by Patsy Cline called Walking After Midnight. $5 on that. Melissa Bailey on Nazareth. That's sold. Kenny Stanley on Night Ranger. Kenny Stanley on Night Ranger. That's sold. What about Levert? And Levert is sold to Donna for $8. That's sold. Also, we have Justin Garrett. Justin's going to pick up the Molly Hatchet. Joey Osbrooks is second. We have the Austin All-Star Sound. That's a compilation with Willie, Pure Prairie League, Bobby Bear, that is, and Tom T. Hall, $7.50. I think we are almost done on Milli Vanilli. I see an out and out. Joey's about to get it for $9. No, Joey went out. I think you have it. No, Mason has it for $9. Mason has it for $9. Next is Joe Delgado says, I Brothers. He put L Brothers. I Brothers. L Brothers. That's something. We also have John Cougar Mellencamp Huh? That is $10. Also, Judy in Love. That's Judy Garland. What an interesting cover there. $5. Also, we have Dinah Ross and Supremes, Reflections. Reflections of My Life, $7.50. So Milli Vanilli is sold to Mason for $9. That sounds pretty cool. That sounds really interesting. That sounds really cool. This should be a quick auction right quick. These are 2 foreign ABBA picture sleeves. One is called ABBA, One of Us. One's called ABBA, One of Us, and these are foreign picture sleeves. So you probably haven't seen these too many times. Where are these? French, German. This happens to be German. And then this one's called I Do, I Do, I Do, I Do, and Rock Me. That's another ABBA picture sleeve. Where's this one from? France. I immediately want to say France. Yeah, this one's France as well, or this one's European. I think that's a German press, and that's actually a French release. 2 ABBA, $7 start on that. So Joe Delgado says his I Brothers comment was supposed to be for the history of country music. So that's so to Joe Delgado. What's on the British invasion? Give me 1 second. Joe Delgado got country. Robin was next. Joey on John Cougar Mellencamp. Lonnie got the Supremes. Dinah Ross. That's so to Lonnie Jolly. Also, we have Gary Lewis and the Playboys. That's the Matchbox album. Flips open. It looks like a matchbook. $5. John Lennon. People Say I'm Crazy. Double Fantasy. $10. The history of country music. The history. and that is $5. What's your compilations? I don't know why I keep emphasizing the history, but I do. $5 on that. And Country Love, that's a 2LP RCA label sampler. That is $7.50. Sergio Mendes, he's got a cult following down in South America. That's what they said on Seinfeld, so it must be true. $6.50. He can't even walk down the street in South America. Sergio Mendes, there he is, as featured in Seinfeld. We had a request from Jim B on one of these singles, so it must be worth a fortune. What was one of them called? Let me figure out what that was. It's got to be worth a fortune. Plus Elvis, Celine Dion here. It was something like the, I forgot what it was called. It's got to be worth a fortune, though. What was it called? I don't even remember. Little Boy Arnold. I can't remember. Jim, you'll have to remind me. I'm sure it's worth $1 billion, though. So these are usually pretty good. These are Elvis jukebox EPs. RCA Compact Double 33. Elvis by Request. Flaming Star. Summer Kisses, Winter Tears. And the other two tracks are You Lonesome Tonight? And it's Now or Never. That's a good one. So Elvis, a $7 start. ABBA's a $7 start. And Edmund Estrada gets Sergio Mendes for $6.50, and then Jerry Ferguson gets John Lennon. Robin gets the history of country music. ABBA has a bid for $7. Elvis is a starting bid for $7. ABBA and $7. School Jerks. Okay, Joe next on that other country, but I still got Country Love. We also have Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 3. That is $12.50. The Best of Country Crossovers Volume 2, that is $7.50. The Thompson Twins, now just $12.50. Here is to Future Days, the Thompson Twins. And we also have Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, $15 on that. Joey on HJ, that was Hank Williams Jr. Elvis is now at $8. Final call on those two ABBA singles for $777. Paul's show tomorrow will start at 5 o'clock Central Time. He will probably get here early enough to price maybe some new arrivals. I'll tell him to compile some great discount bins, and he usually hand-picks them. He just doesn't grab a whole crate like me. He usually hand-picks stuff, especially if it's stuff he knows or familiar with. But yeah, Paul will be doing a show tomorrow for anybody. We're doing records. Now, tomorrow starts a new billing cycle. So when Paul goes live tomorrow at 5 o'clock, and y'all know Paul will be on time. It's his job. I can be late. I'm the boss. I'm the owner. I'm late. I'm sorry. Paul will be on time. I don't really say, Paul, you got to be on time. He just does it naturally. Paul was in the Navy. He's like, man, it's just embedded in me. I can't be late for something. He served in the military. So he's like, I just can't be late. And I'm like, well, great. That's great work ethic. I'm sorry. I wish I could be a better example. Elvis, $8. Chris X got Thompson Twins. Elvis, $10. Patrick C. Smith on Joni, and Joe DeGaldo on the Ivory Brothers. Do you mean to tell me you want to buy the Everly Brothers, Joe DeGaldo? That's so do you. Robin Glenn wants country crossovers. Edmund Estrada, you get both ABBA singles. Make sure that goes with that one. Those are both sold to him for $7. Now Elvis is at $10. And let's go over here to the School Jerks. Oh my gosh, here we go, folks. This could be the record of the night. Here we go. The School Jerks. And I still don't see that record. I'm looking, though. Ah, here it is. Folks, we saved the best for last. School Jerks, School Jerks, School Jerks. $5 start. Let's read through this half-off bin one more time. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. We just sold a buttload, and let's try to sell another buttload. Nothing wrong with some buttloads. Here's what's first. Ray Parker Jr., Sex and the Single Man. $7.50. Mark Chesler, I haven't heard back from you on Elvis. I'm assuming you're done. Duke Norman has it for $10. We also have Blue in Heaven, explicit material. Blue in Heaven was $5. Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Rita, $5. We have Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed. Glenn Fry is $10. Sherbs, The Skill. Sherbs is $5. Edwin Starr, Clean. War. What is it good for? Edwin Starr is $10. That song's not actually on there, though. We have the Safaris live. The Safaris is $5. School Jerks has a bid for $5 with Jim B. while he evilly rubs his hands together. Blue in Heaven, so did Justin Garrett. Clock is ticking on Elvis. Back to Earth, Rare Earth, $7.50 on that. We have James Burton, Polk Salad Annie. It's actually James Burton self-titled, $22.50 on that. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. That is an OG copy in shrink wrap, first label with price tag, $22.50. That means it's $22.50 off. The Safaris is sold to William Brown, and that's DJ Not So Good. Thank you. Volume 1 Chart Stoppers. That's a compilation. Manfred Mann, James Brown, B.J. Thomas, Magic Lanterns, Lobo, The Glass Bottle. It's now just $10. Elvis is sold for $10 to Duke Norman. Final Call on the School Jerks. Jim B has that for $5. The British Invasion are radio spots. So it's a radio compilation. I think it gives little snip bits of like upcoming programs and hints about tracks they're going to be playing. It's called The British Invasion. $20 on that. The Rotary Connection. Kind of surprised no one's grabbed this one. Dinner Music on Cadet Concept. No condition notes. $17.50 on Rotary Connection. Bob Welch, you may have known him from Fleetwood Mac. Here's another one of his solo albums. It is $5. Bob Welch. The Austin All-Star Sound. That's a compilation for $7.50. It's a promotional record from Levi's. Levi's Shoes and Boots. And it has artists such as Willie Nelson, Pure Prairie League, Tom T. Hall, and Bobby Bear. And then the last three records was Judy Garland for $5, Gary Lewis for $5, and Country Love was $7.50. Jim B gets the School Jerks for $5. He can now sell that, probably make $2,000 or $3,000, and make that payment on his brand new Ferrari. Congratulations. A lot of people don't know this. Jim B just bought a brand new custom ordered Ferrari. It's like, dang. Wow. I mean, kind of jealous. Okay. And I do not have Nirvana Incesticide. No, I do not. Not in stock at the moment. Not in stock at the moment. What about this remaining basket of records? I feel like somebody would throw out a bid on everything in here. It was that Eddie Arnold early 50s green vinyl single. There's two 60s compilations in here. Elton John, The Beach Boys, Paul McCartney. What else was in here? The Willie Nelson promos, The Unforgiven, Peter Cetera, Bruce promo, Jerry McCain, Wings, Celine Dion, tribute to Gene and Eddie, The Capers, Little Boy Arnold, Beanie Joy, all those hardcore singles and flexi disc, and a couple other New Orleans in there. Brutal Nights. Brutal Nights here was on green vinyl. I don't know. I'm thinking like everything in there, a $25 start. 45 lot, $25 start. That entire basket. That entire basket back there, $25 start. Everything I just showed in that basket, $25 start on that. Everything is being sold in that basket for a $25 start. Then next question is how much is John Wesley Harding? John Wesley Harding, everything in that basket is no longer being separated. It's all being sold together for $22.50, but I will show them to you. Bob Dylan is OG. It's now $22.50. Paul Brothers is in. That's a great assortment of records. Seems like a great price to me. The Bruce promo was Born in the USA. It's a white label pro and Cover Me. There's Bruce Springsteen Cover Me, a double-sided promo. Also, we had Born to Run was in here too. And then the Peter Cetera, There's also about 5 Willie Nelson white label promos, all different. The other Bruce is 10th Avenue Freeze Out. And what was the other one? There's Born to Run in here somewhere. I know I've seen it. It's in here. Peter Cetera is The Glory of Love. That's Theme from the Karate Kid 2. Karate Kid Part 2. That's at $30. Now, let's also, besides Bob Dylan, I'm also going to try to bundle, in case Mark Chesler wants it. It is half off, no more, no less, so it's $22.50. It is half off, no more, no less, so it is $22.50. And let's try to bundle everything left in this bin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15 records remaining in that crate for a bundle deal. And surely somebody will want them for the absolutely low price of just $60. That's $4 a piece for the remaining bundle. Just say bundle or sold, $60, $4 a piece. So they were reduced even further to get them sold. I love emptying crates. That crate will be emptied. And then you'll say, wow, thank you, Chad, for such an incredible deal. You're my best friend. And this is why I watch your shows every single night. Because you give amazing, fantastic deals such as that. And that's why I tune in every night. But the only thing you got to do is say sold. If not, then I'm going to be very angry. And I'm going to take this pizza and smash it against the wall. And then I'll have to apologize to Todd Saw. The 45s are at 35. The 45s are at 35. The only no bids tonight was the Lost Linen Tapes. That was a Westwood One broadcast, $95. Autographed Charlie Louvin for $35. And 1 Bruce Springsteen bootleg still left, $35. If you need more information, just let me know. 190 people still watching at 1:06 Central Time AM. Wow. Saturday nights have turned out to be crazy. I need to have a bunch of stuff on reserve to do late at night on this here. I'm going to pass on the Dylan. Okay, so he's going to pass on the Dylan. So I was at $60 on the bundle. This was half off at $22.50. So if I put that in there, now everything for $80. Now everything, including the Dylan, for $80, which is another $2.50 off. Adding that back in there. That pizza has given me a strong need for thirst. Or a strong need for water. It's given me thirst. How much time do we have left? What time did we end? We probably got a half hour left. I just got to make sure everybody's in the mood still to buy records. Everybody still in the mood to buy records? I was hoping we can sell that bundle. If we sell this bundle, I'll bring out another half off bin. That's all it takes. Somebody buys the bundle, we'll do another half off crate. I've already got one over here. We got to sell this bundle. Unbelievable. Where's our bundlers at? Paul's trying to buy a bundle right now. He usually buys the bundle. I saw a guy watching Coletco at the Billy Idol concert in Nashville tonight. Dang, I wonder who that was. 30 minutes remain. So we started at 5:38 tonight. That sounds about right. Can I run through the bundle? Sure. It's $80. You get Bob Dylan, Country Love 2 LP compilation, Gary Lewis, Judy Garland, the Austin All-Star Sound, Bob Welch Rotary Connection, the British Invasion box set, Chart Stoppers, James Burton, Rare Earth, Edwin Starr, Sherbs, Glenn Fry, Rita Coolidge, and Ray Parker Jr. The 45s are at 45 with Paul Brothers. Joey Osbrook's in at 50. I'm amazed at how many people go to concerts and still try to watch our show, which I'm not complaining. But I've had people say, Chad, I'm at a concert. Metallica's on stage. I'm watching you still. And I'm like, you're telling me Metallica's right in front of you and you're like down in the pit, in the snake pit, and you're still trying to watch Coletco? Now that's some dedication. That's some absolute dedication. That's a serious fan right there. All right, Gary Wellman's going to save the night. All right, so let's bundle these. Let's tag them. And guess what? We're going to bring over another crate. Let's do it again. I'm going to go ahead and swap out my mic because it's flashing red. It's about to die. Give me 1 second. Ba-da-da-da. Okay, test 1, 2. We're good to go. Paul's out. So the 45s are about to sell for 50. That's okay, Paul. That means you can buy another bundle coming up next. And we just sold a whole basket there of singles. That's a good way to do that. $50 and poof, they're gone. Let me tag these over here. Let me see if I can get these all put in the show in the crate here for Thomas Clark. Gary Wellman. So he gets this remaining bundle here. I think I can fit in this crate. Or actually, it's going to be pretty tight. Let me put a few. Can I fit them all in here? No. All right, what I'm going to do is whoever's tagging, I'm going to put one sticky note where it starts, which is Bob Dylan. Yep. There's one sticky note where it starts with Bob Dylan. And then the next crate's going to have the continuation of the bundle. Next crate's going to have the continuation of the bundle. And I'll use this right here. All right, so this is the rest of them. And I'm going to put a sticky note on the back where they end. Paul is doing a record show tomorrow night. He should have some new arrivals and discount bins. And that's what's going to be on. I have done 4 straight Sundays, I guess, now. And I've done a crazy number of consecutive shows. So I'm going to be here working. Probably when Paul's live, I'll be here working. But I got to have a night off from streaming. So more anything, it's like knowing I can like get some rest. And, you know, I'm always on the clock. I'm like, I got to go live at 5, go live at 5. And sometimes I've stayed up way too late. And like another 2 or 3 hours of sleep would just be wonderful. And y'all know how that is, right? You got to get up and go to work. And so I'm like, man, if I could sleep for 2 or 3 more hours, I'd feel wonderful. But that means I wouldn't get here to 8 o'clock to start the show. And everybody be mad and wondering where I'm at. So I have responsibilities. But Sundays is like my only day possibly to be off. And I've done like 3 or 4 consecutive Sundays. So you know what I'm going to do? Probably about the time Paul's going live, I'm going to roll back over and go to sleep. And then I'll be here near the end of his sale to get to work. That extra 2 or 3 hours is like what saves me for the rest of the week. I'm like, wow, I get 2 extra hours of sleep once a week. Otherwise, this whole show, this whole operation falls apart. Joey Osbrook, I'm going to sell you this entire basket for $50. Thank you. Those are sold to you. Let me go ahead and put these in the operations room. All right. Here we go. Half off, no more, no less. Any Boston. A Boston record could appear in this crate very easily. I have no idea. We're about to find out. First is Joe South. These are half off, no more, no less. Joe South is $7.50. Introspect, the songs of Joe South, $7.50. Squeeze, Cossi Fan Tutti Frutti, that is $12.50. Half off of Squeeze, are you kidding me? Spinners is now $7.50. Half off, no more, no less. Sonny and Cher, $10 on Sonny and Cher. You get both of them on one album. England Dan and John Ford Coley, another duo. You get both of them on one album for just $5. England Dan and John Ford Coley. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute. What a Fool Believes, $7.50. And Neil Diamond Stones. Neil Diamond has the envelope type packaging cover, $7.50 on that. Sounds like Sean likes watching Seinfeld. Here's the other stack of sold 45s for tonight. I'm going to put these in here. All right. Wow, just one record sold? What is wrong with y'all? The Spinners is sold to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary. He also gets the Doobie Brothers. Gary's going to buy half of the crate at half off, and then he's going to buy everything that's left. Gary Wellman got the Doobie Brothers. We also have Carl Perkins' Greatest Hits, Blue Suede Shoes, $10 on Carl, Alan Parsons Project, $10, and Ray Parker Jr. Chartbusters, $10. Ray Parker Jr. Chartbusters. Y'all be proud of me. You know, last night I was trying to go to sleep, and usually I have Seinfeld on, and I watch Seinfeld basically around the clock. It puts me to sleep because I've watched it so much, and I just have it on. But last night I went home a little bit earlier to try to go sleep, and I get on Netflix to put back on Seinfeld so I can reset it where it's constantly on loop. You know, you got to wait for it to pop up or you still watching. And then it just constantly plays, and then I go back and restart it and just over and over. But a movie popped up. It said Ocean's 11. And I was like, huh. And you know how when on Netflix it starts playing? And then I read, and I didn't know what Ocean's 11 was. I've heard of it, and so guess what? I click on Ocean's 11. Next thing I know, I'm an hour into this movie, and I'm like, oh, man, I'm supposed to be asleep right now. I hadn't watched the movie, though, in months, I guess. So I watched Ocean's 11 for the very first time, the new one with Matt Damon and Brad Pitt. Never had seen that. And then guess what? Would you like to watch Ocean's 12 and Ocean's 13? And I was like, dang. But I couldn't. I had to go to sleep. So I put on Seinfeld, and I fell right asleep. But for those that are always want me to watch movies, I watched a movie for the first time in a long time last night. Roy Orbison is now just $12.50. Early Orbison, that's a nice copy, on Monument, $12.50. Another Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, you got it, $20 on that. Mike Oldfield, QE2, $7.50. What a movie. I didn't know that was all filmed at the Bellagio. That's where I stayed at before. And I was like, wow, this is filmed at the Bellagio. Great movie. I'm kind of excited. Rick Ocasek, This Side of Paradise. Rick Ocasek is $10. Also, Hold Me Tight, Johnny Nash. Johnny Nash is $7.50. And Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. Wow, this is very nice stuff here. Gary Puckett is $5. And Banjo Bonanza, now we're talking. Banjo Bonanza is $5. And Hank Williams Jr., Man of Steel, $12.50. We got Missing Person, Spring Session. That's $12.50. Molly Hatchet is $10. J.D. Conklin on Roy Orbison. Now, do you want early Roy Orbison or do you want Mystery Girl? And then Bradley may want some that you don't. We'll find out. Steve Miller Band, Sailor. Wow. Steve Miller Band, $10. Joey Osbrook on Hank Williams Jr. That's so to Joey Osbrooks. Thomas Clark got Missing Persons. That's so to Thomas Clark. We have Buddy Miles Live. That's a 2LP, $17.50. Robin Glenn on GO. And that's for something. I think you got auto-corrected there. Lee Michaels. Lee Michaels is $5. Men at Work Cargo, $12.50. Big Daddy. John Cougar Mellencamp, $10. And Laura Nero, New York Tenderberry, $7.50. Her GO was for GP. And that GP was for Gary Puckett. And then Bradley Smith wants Rick Ocasek. That is sold to Bradley Smith. That's right here. Rick Ocasek is sold. What happened to it? It's somewhere. Rick Ocasek. Ah, that wasn't for Roy Orbison. It was for Rick Ocasek. Ah, so that means J.D. Conklin got Rick Ocasek. Bradley, that means you were second. That means Roy Orbisons are still available. That also means Gary Wellman got BM for Buddy Miles. And that also means Joey Osbrook got MH for Molly Hatchet. That is sold. These are great titles in here. And everything I'm seeing is all nice and pretty and clean and super nice and clean. Here's the nice. Speaking of nice, 5 Bridges, $17.50. The Toys is now $13.50. No conditionals on the vinyl. Obviously a little damage back here on the back cover. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, that's now $13.50. Harry Nilsson Harry, $10. And the Orlons down in Memory Lane, $13.50. This is one of those nonsense bins. I can tell I've never gone through this one, best offer, or a lot of this probably would have already sold. Next is what? Olivia Newton-John, Making a Good Thing Better. ONJ is $5. Paul gets Harry. Harry goes to Paul. That is sold. Sergio Mendes, there he is. He's got a cult following in South America. He can't even walk down the street. I mean, it's just like, remember like Beatlemania? That's what it looks like when Sergio Mendes comes out of his house down there. It's just absolutely insane. $750. Joey Osbrook on Night Ranger. Paul got Harry, and the title on the Lee Michaels, I believe it's 5th. It is 5th. Lee Michaels 5th. It's a Pickwick pressing. $5. Another Night Ranger. 7 Wishes. $13.50. Sergio Mendes. There he is again. $6.50. Home cooking. Sergio Mendes and Brazil 77. I'm telling you, it's absolutely insane, his following down there. AM, and that is for something. AM is for something. And then we have Buddy Miles, A Message to the People. Buddy Miles is in shrink. It has the track listing sticker on the back. 15 on that. Another Night Ranger, Big Life. That one is also $13.50. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears, that is $10. Kenny Stanley on Night Ranger. Let me know which one. And then Robin, I think, got autocorrected. She put AM. I don't think there's an AM in here. Edmund does take the cult following of Sergio Mendes. That's so to Edmund Estrada. We have Bram Tchaikovsky, Pressure. That is $7.50. And Laura Nero, Eli and the 13th Confession, $10 on that. So here's what I got to do. There's 2 Night Rangers, and Kenny was first. So we got to figure out which one Kenny wants, and then which one Joey wants, and which one Curtis wants, and then we'll figure out who gets those. The Nice, that's their greatest hits. That's Keith Emerson of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $15. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. Oh, Cougar is $10. Another one, Sergio Mendes, Love Music, just $6.50. And Nugent by Ted Nugent, $7.50. So Kenny wants Night Ranger 7 Wishes. That means Joey gets Big Life, and that means Curtis was second. Also, we have the Best of Country Crossovers, Volume 1. That is $7.50. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits, Volume 3. That is $15. And the History of Country Music, Volume 3. The History of Country Music. The History. $5 on that. Edmund Estrada gets the other Sergio Mendes. That's so to Curtis Maraji. J.D. Conklin gets Ted Nugent. That's so to J.D. Conklin. And Country Fever, Ronco, as seen on television. Back in the day, somewhere you was sitting in front of a TV and you didn't even know it, and an ad played for this record. It's called Country Fever. And somewhere, somehow, somebody picked up a phone and they dialed a number and they said, yes, I want that Country Fever. Or it was somewhere for sale in a store and they walked up and they bought it because they seen it advertised on TV. And Country Fever is $5. And Justin Garrett gets the History of Country Music. I just got on. Did anybody buy the bundle with the deal about 10 minutes ago? Yes. Sergio, not Curtis. Edmund Estrada has got 2 Sergio Mendes albums. Yes. I don't know what I've said, but yes. And then Chuck Haley gets Ronco Country, sold. And I think I've pulled all the Sergio Mendes out that he's wanted. The only one left is Greatest Hits. Next is Justin on Country Fever. How about 16 Greatest Country Hits by the original country artist? That was $5. Also, Pure Gold Country. That is a 4 LP. Wow. Pure Gold Country, $12.50. Country Hits 83, $5. Prism, small change. Prism is $7.50. Procol Harum's 9th is $12.50. We have Gary Puckett, and that's $5. Sorry, I said Curtis Marachi was purchased by Edmund Estrada. Edmund, I'm assuming you don't want to purchase Curtis Marachi. You wanted to purchase Sergio Mendes. Next is Justin Garrett on 16 Greatest Country Hits, sold to him for $5. Justin Garrett also gets Country 83. That's also sold to Justin Garrett. And we got Kylie Minogue. Kylie Minogue, and that's called Kylie. Kylie is $12.50. Also, Harry Nilsson, Pussycat, starring John Lennon, or produced by John Lennon, $12.50. Nilsson, that's just the way it is. $10 on Nielsen. Missing Persons, Color in Your Life, $12.50. Missing Persons, Rhyme and Reason, $12.50. Back-to-back Missing Persons. Justin Garrett gets Kylie. Kylie, so did Justin Garrett. Let's run through those again because I think everybody's good and focused with me, and I feel like there's a bunch of stuff left over in here that should have not been left over. So let's go ahead and start right back. And the first thing we got is Thomas. Your pick on the Missing Persons. You were first. You can pick which missing person you want. And Sergio Mendes' greatest hits, Edmonds 3 for 3 on the cult following of Sergio Mendes. That's sold to you for $7.50. Here we have Joe South Introspect, $7.50. Squeeze, Cossie Fan, Tutti Frutti. Did somebody buy this earlier and I missed it? I feel like I read something about Squeeze and didn't acknowledge it. Missing Persons and sold to Thomas Clark, and the other Missing Persons sold to Thomas Clark. Also, Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You, $10 for Sonny and Cher. England Dan and John Ford Coley. This is now $5. That's it. Soldier in the Rain is on there. Neil Diamond Stones, $7.50 for Neil Diamond. Carl Perkins' Greatest Hits, $10. Alan Parsons Project, $10. Ray Parker Jr., Chartbusters, $10. Who You Gonna Call? Here's Mike Oldfield. He's only $7.50. QE2. Johnny Nash is $7.50. Hold Me Tight. Banjo Bonanza, 30-track compilation, $5. Steve Miller Band, Sailor. Looks pretty clean to me. Steve Miller Band, $5. Men at Work Cargo, $12.50. John Cougar Mellencamp, Big Daddy, $10. Laura Nero, $7.50. Now here's those Roy Orbison albums again. This is $12.50. Also, we have Roy Orbison Mystery Girl, You Got It, $20. Justin Garrett on Banjo Bonanza. Banjo, sold to Justin Garrett. The Nice, Five Bridges with Keith Emerson, $17.50. The Toys is $13.50. J.D. Conklin on SM, that's for Steve Miller. What's on Pure Gold Country? Give Me a Second. Orlon's Down Memory Lane, $13.50. Olivia Newton-John, Making a Good Thing Better, $5. Lee Michaels' Fifth is $5. That's Fifth for $5. Buddy Miles is $15. A Message to the People, Shrink and Hype sticker on the back. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $10. Bram Tchaikovsky is $7.50. Laura Nero is $7.50. The Nice Greatest Hits is $15. Another John Cougar for $10. Hank Williams Jr. is $15. The Best of Country Crossover is $7.50. Pure Country Gold, 4 LPs, $12.50. I'm going to jump around. I can't read all this. Ronnie McDowell, Mickey Gilley, David Allen Coe, Ricky Skaggs, Randy Travis, Earl Thomas Conley, Eddie Raven, Sylvia, Jerry Reed, Jim Glasser, Glenn Campbell, John Anderson, Hank Williams Jr., Reba McEntire, Bellamy Brothers, Steve Wariner, Gene Watson, Deborah Alvin, Waylon Jennings, Dwight Yoakam, The Judge, Sawyer Brown, Force of Sisters, Restless Heart, Oak Ridge Boys, Crystal Gale, Charlie Pride, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Emmylou Harris, Don Williams, Ronnie Millsap, and it goes on and on and on. That is a 4 LP for $12.50. Edmund Estrada wants John Cougar, Big Daddy, and that's sold to Edmund Estrada. That's John Cougar, Big Daddy. That's Jim Ciasio's if he wants it. If not, it goes to Chuck Haley. Prism Small Change is $7.50. We had Procol Harum's Ninth for $12.50. The Gary Puckett album, $5 on Gary Puckett. Pussycat, starring Harry Nilsson, $12.50. And Nilsson, That's the Way It Is on Nilsson, $10 on Nilsson. The Way It Is. Anybody else want anything in here? If not, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't offer it as a bundle. Susie, how much time do we have left on Facebook? Calling Dr. Susie. Susie out in North Carolina. She's going to let us know how much time is left on Facebook before this video expires. We only get 8 hours on Facebook or you have to start a new video. We don't want to start a new video. Y'all would keep me here till 5 a.m. I know y'all would. Y'all would keep me here to 8 a.m. I know you would. We'd keep showing records and showing records. We got 10 minutes left on Facebook. We're going to make sure Jim Ciaso doesn't want this pure gold. Anybody else stanking on anything in that crate? If not, I'm going to count them and I'm going to offer them as a bundle deal. Thank you, Dr. Susie. She's my official timekeeper out in North Carolina. Where she's watching, it's 2:30 a.m. Luke, this is a half off crate. There's one firm and simple rule. Half off, no more, no less. I've already conducted a 50% discount on these, and now you're asking for even more. I should go up on the price now. Jim Ciascio said he'll take pure gold. That is sold. And there is now 5 other people who wanted that. You are absolutely stealing this Buddy Miles album for $15. Are you kidding me? This was $29.99. It's a beautiful OG copy and shrink wrap on the Mercury label with no condition notes and the track listing on the back. The half-off crates have one simple rule. Half off, no more, no less. I've had people try to offer me more. I've had people say, Chad, there's no way I can take that record for $15. Please, let me give you $30 for it. And I'm like, no. This is a half-off bin. It's no more, no less. I'm not going to take any more. And they've said, yes, please, let me pay you full price. And I'm like, no, it's half off, no more, no less. The other country comp with Glenn Campbell on the cover. There was another country comp in here, this one. That is sold to Chuck Haley for $7.50. Now, there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Wow, there's some great stuff in there. 31 records. And I think I counted Buddy, so that's sold to Luke for 15. I convinced him. Now J.D. Conklin wants it. Too late, already sold to Luke Mitchell. Now here is going to be these are great titles. These are fantastic titles. I'll sell everything left in there for $175. $175. That's about $5.50 a piece. And you get everything left in here. Harry Nilsson's, the Gary Puckett's, the Hank Williams Jr., the John Cougars, the Nices, the Laura Neros, the Orlons, the Toys, the Roy Orbisons, the Men at Work, Mike Oldfield. That's like taking half off and doing another half off on average. Now just a little over $5.50 a piece, $175, and I'll blow the air horn. Here's what we're going to do. We have a request to recap some new vinyl. How about we go through this middle crate? Do you want to see any new vinyl, or do you want to see the newest stuff from this week? Final call for $8 in limited shipping. Time is ticking. There's less than 10 minutes left. If you want to add something to your invoice, anything from the 90s. Are you talking about originals? Or are you talking about I want anything from the 90s? If you want originals, you've got a tall task ahead of you. You got a very tall task ahead of you. Here's Pink Floyd. We were just talking about this tonight. The amazing 2018 remix of Animals, $34.99. Machine Head, The Burning Red, Machine Head. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. The Rolling Stones, live in Texas, 1978, 2 LP and DVD, $34.99. Lordy, limited edition, $44.99. We have Under Oath. This is the place after this one. This is on ruby red vinyl, $33.99. There's another copy of Lordy. We have The Modern Lovers, a music on vinyl pressing, limited to 4,000, $39.99. Testament, Practice What You Preach. Testament is $29.99. Testament, Souls of Black, that is $44.99. Except Balls to the Walls, $38.99. System of a Down, Toxicity, $28.99. There you go, 2001. For whoever was asking about 90s, that's close enough. Suicidal Tendencies, Join the Army, $38.99. Virgin Steel, Guardians of the Flame, $34.99. Trivium, Ascendancy, $39.99. Metallica, here's the biggest album of the 90s, the Black Album, $34.99. There it is. Also, we have another Black Album. Disturbed is $33.99. I'll take the 4-record set. Tom, that was already sold, and there was about 4 other people ahead of you. That was already sold to Jim Ciascio. Motorhead, Bomber, Motorhead, $33.99. Dream Theater, Clear Vinyl, Metropolis, $39. Nirvana, there's the biggest band of the 90s. Unplugged, $39.99. Amazing. Justin Garrett gets Metallica, the Black Album. The best-selling album of the last 30 years, sold. Also, Pink Floyd, Live at Pompeii, $46.99. This is Mustafa Ozkent. Good luck finding an original. You'll be searching your whole life, and you'll have to spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for a nice copy. You can buy this one right here for $33.99. Miles Davis Bitches Brew, MoFi, 2LP 45 RPM, $64.99. Willie Nelson Shotgun Willie, $64.99, 2LP 45 RPM. The Doors Morrison Hotel, 2LP 45 RPM, $64.99. The Doors Waiting for the Sun, 2LP $64.99. We have ZZ Top Fandango, all analog, $44.99. Leonard Skinner Second Helping, $46.99. And Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $64.99. By the way, hey, there's a Conway Twitty autograph. Hey, I found a Conway Twitty autograph. I've been looking for that at some point. If the Facebook feed expires before you hear me say goodnight, make sure you know that we are done. I will officially wrap up the show over on YouTube, but it is about to expire. Disturbed is the new anniversary edition on green vinyl, and it's a gatefold. Green vinyl and gatefold, $33.99 on that. Over here with some other stuff we started the show with, we have DMX, The Legacy. DMX, The Legacy, that's like a greatest hits from DMX, $39.99. Bullet Boys, I've got 2 copies left, Behind the Orange Current, red orange vinyl. It's been an amazing week, and we will resume tomorrow with a new show and a new invoicing cycle. Paul will be here at 5 o'clock. We do this every night. I'm here at least 8 hours a night, 6 days a week, sometimes 7. The very best of Screaming Jay Hawkins, $33.99. Mason wants Disturbed, Down with the Sickness. Star Wars, The Themes, $29.99. Dawkins, Breaking the Chains, red vinyl, $33.99. Wasp is $38.99. Korn, $46.99, 2LP. Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. Iron Maiden Killers, $33. Bon Jovi, $29. Nickelback, $33.99. Rush is $33.99. We have Little Feat, $39. Kiss Love Gun, $36. Ace Frehley, $44. Another Nirvana Unplugged, $39.99 for Nirvana Unplugged. Kiss, Ace Frehley solo album, $33.99. We have Bootsy Collins. This is $36.99. Queens of the Stone Age, $46.99. The Globetrotters, $33.99. And the band, Music from Big Pink, $36.99. Chad, you still have any of the Black Sabbath Hi-Fi 2LP from the day left in price? First of all, they are not a 2LP, but they are a Rhino Hi-Fi. It's a single LP. We are sold out, and there's another waiting list. We've sold about 50 copies this week. We are sold out again. There's a waiting list for those. There is a waiting list for those. We have sold out of those again. Unfortunately, they're all gone as of right now. We're going to try to get more in. I think I've already got them back ordered. I'm trying my best to get as many in as possible. That is something. The new vinyl, here's the rule I think a lot of people have learned on new vinyl. You better buy it when you see it, because some of that stuff goes out of stock, goes out of print, and then we might not get it again for a week, 2 weeks, or they might not ever make it again. We have Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. That's a triple LP on colored vinyl. Morgan is $54.99. Motley Crue, Girls, $33.99. Kiss, Carnival of Souls, $36.99. Saxon, Denim and Leather, $33. Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Megadeth is $33.99. Clutch, Slow Hold to China, orange vinyl, $33. Kiss, Lick It Up. And Queen's Rock Empire, that's a 2LP, that's on silver vinyl, $38.99. George Harrison, a new remaster of Extra Texture for $38.99. George Harrison, a new remaster of 33 1/3, $38.99. Mason wants Nickelback. Look at this photograph. Every time it makes me laugh. Rockstar, I don't know the rest of the lyrics. I don't know what I've done with it either. Also, we have G.G. Allen for $33.99. Always was and always should be. G.G. is $33.99. So let me find that Nickelback. Did I sell a Black album? Yeah, there's another Black album. I got another Black album if anybody else wants one. That has Exit Life. What happened to Nickelback? Was that in this crate? Or have I already gone through another crate? What happened to that thing? Oh, it was over here, I bet. Yeah, I bet it was over here. I forgot about this batch. Boy, I'm going through these so fast, I don't even know what I've gone through. Here it is, Nickelback. That's Soda Mason. Sorry, I'm going through stuff so fast I can't keep up. Lucero, $33.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark is $39. Kiss Cycle Circus, $33. Red Clay Strays. Also, Halloween, Time of the Oath, Bush, 16 Stone, The Beatles White Album, and Creator. Creator is $34.99. Over here, we have, back here, what do we have over here? Next to me, I got Nirvana, Badfinger, Wasp, Deftones, Audioslave, POTUS, Ghost Bath, Flight of the Conchords, Deftones, Black Label Society, NXS, and another Little Feat. And another Little Feat on that. All right, there is sold. Luke wants to put back Buddy Miles, and he says somebody else can have it. That's going to J.D. Conklin. That's only a $25,000 restocking fee. So Buddy Miles is going to go to J.D. Conklin instead of Luke Mitchell. Buddy Miles, and this is going to go to J.D. Conklin. That's only a $10,000 restocking fee. Let's put that right there. Anybody else? Facebook's over according to John Griffin. Does anybody else want anything? Does anybody want to make an offer? Does anybody want to testify? Right now's the time. Chad's about to go chug a bottle of water, shoot a video to post in the morning, go home and watch Ocean's 12 and eat my Mexican food. But right now, I'm still working for y'all, so let me know. For those that's come over, for those that's come on over to YouTube, the show will be ending over here momentarily. First thing we have is Mason on Bush. That's Soda Mason. Thank you, Mason, on YouTube. We've went through that crate, and I think we're good to go. Now, quickly on how invoicing works, and for anybody has questions, DJ, I got to keep all these sticker price right now. Now, for some reason, these hadn't sold in a couple weeks, or actually, in a couple months or a month. They will be on sale. I always keep new vinyl at sticker price. After a month or two, we will discount them. That's as long as they're still in stock. A lot of the stuff, though, we get high turnover. So corn is something I sell, we reorder, we sell, reorder, sell, reorder. So it's virtually never discounted because we just constantly keep selling them. Now, for some reason, if these two get held up and they never do sell, in about a month or two, I'll mark them down $5 or $6. But right now, I got to keep them at sticker. New vinyl is not something we really make our money on. We keep it in stock. We do make money on it, or I wouldn't be selling it. But if I discount it, at that point, I'm not really making enough to be for its worth, if that makes sense. Okay. Also, shipping. They're working on shipping. They'll be shipping Monday's orders on Monday, last Monday's orders. So they're about 7 days back. They're doing a great job. They're working big time. I mean, it's amazing. And I'm going to take pictures of everything we've sold this week, miscellaneous, toys, and just show y'all the amount of volume that they've got coming back to them again on Monday. It's going to be insane. So we're going to have all hands on deck, packing, shipping, sorting, alphabetizing, keying in, watching, rewatching, tagging. It's going to be quite impressive. But if there'll be nothing else, I'm going to stop right there. If you want to say good night, you probably want to send it right now so I can see it. If you don't want to tell me good night, that's okay too. If anybody out there has been watching and they hadn't bought anything yet, and you just want to say, hi, I've been watching, but I hadn't bought anything yet, that'll be okay too. I know some of y'all are out there. There's some people that watch that may not ever buy something. They just like watching. That's okay too. Bon Scott 15. Are you asking? I'm not for sure if I know what you're asking. What is Bon Scott 15? I'm not for sure if I understand that, Tony. Is that Tony McDaniel? I'm not for sure if I know what Bon Scott 15 is, to be honest with you. Justin Garrett. We got Phantom Canuck, Sid Blair, Guy Shard, Thomas Clark. John Griffin. It's been a great night. Mostly new arrivals. Oh, the figure. No, I paid more than that for them. Those cost me more than $15. So yeah, I can't sell those. All those figures are $24.99. They cost me more than that. But thank you for the offer. I always appreciate that. Yeah, my wholesale cost on those are more than that. That's what I'm saying. This new stuff like vinyl and toys, if I start marking it more than $5 or $7 at that point, it's $24.99. It's $24.99. I'd actually be better off not selling it than discounting it. That's what I've told people before on some of that stuff. I'd be better off actually not selling it than discounting it. So he said he will take it. All right, Bon Scott. That's more like it. Thank you. By the time we tag that and package it and all things said and done, it'll be worth my time to possibly order more of them in the future. But if anything less than that, it might be like it's not really worth it. That's why we have to buy collections and try to buy stuff. The new stuff, it's exchanging hands 2 or 3 times. The toys and vinyl I get from like collections, we try to buy them at a better price, obviously, so we have more room for profit and more room to work with. The new stuff I order is really tight because it's coming from a manufacturer to a wholesale distributor and then to us, and then we have to mark it up. So it goes through multiple people. All this is like labeled and licensed by the time it comes to us, and there's no discount on that. And DJ, you're right in the middle of the same the conversation. All the new stuff, there's no discount on. I said if it's here at about if it's here in another month, I discount it. But if not, then it's sticker price. So all the new vinyl is always priced as marked, always 100%. I never discount any new vinyl ever. Never, ever, unless it's been here about 30 days or 60 days. If it's been here 30 or 60 days, then it goes on sale. And when it goes on sale, it's all gone. The only thing left over from the last sale is right here. So, right here. He says he'll get one a sticker. Okay, good. That leaves me with one copy. So make sure this one's not stickered. They are $46.99 though. But make sure this one goes in for $46.99. $46.99. That is sold to DJ Not So Good. Thank you for understanding that. And then Tony McDaniel wants a Bon Scott. That was a Reaction Super 7 figure. That's right here. This is sold to Tony McDaniel. Awesome. That's sold to him for $24.99. Thank you. Appreciate that. But the reason corn is never on sale is because, you know, this really don't need to be discounted till like June. And if it's here, but by the time I'll sell this before June, and then I'll order another one, and so it gets re-stickered for another 2 months. And so these just constantly never are eligible for discount. Yeah, Black Friday, there's some exceptions. Black Friday, if the Vols beat Georgia next year, Luke, or if we beat Alabama, or if we win a national championship, or if the Tennessee Vols wins the SEC championship, or maybe sometimes if we beat Florida, because no one likes them. So, you know, there's this constant, there's some exceptions. And it involves around football season. Tennessee's got to beat Alabama. Tennessee's got to beat Georgia. Tennessee's got to win an SEC championship. Tennessee's got to win a national championship. If it's a bad year with Florida, we got to beat Florida. And then I'll start doing sales. Older new baseball players. To my knowledge, I have 0. Do I probably have some? Yes. To my knowledge, though, I have none. I'm sure somewhere around here I have a bobblehead of a baseball player. If not, I would be shocked. But I don't know what I have. Okay, I'm in the feed now. Thanks, everybody. Great night, great week, and guess what? I'll be here all next week doing it again. Here we go. Thank y'all.